have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me.
I'll stop the recording. Okay, so welcome, Tulsa Jansson. And the first thing I would like to say is today, it sounds very official, but today is the 10 years of the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice, which you actually created, and we'll talk about it. And we also talk about the fact that being, as you are one of the people who did, I would say, the most for philosophical counseling and philosophical practice and philosophy in everyday life in Sweden. I have also practiced my Swedish with your book, and I have a few points that I find really excellent in your book that I will mention. So this is a conversation, and perhaps we could start by telling how you came to philosophy. What was your first encounter with the fact that we could philosophize?
It started like a personal need, I think, and I think that's quite common for a lot of people who are doing it. It sprang from the idea that something was needed in terms of, I suppose, existential health as a complement to traditional psychotherapy, which is huge in Sweden and basically the go-to whenever you are hit by some burnout or depression or thoughts on the big questions. So if you're not practicing any religion, there's really not any forums to talk about other things than more tangible stuff, everyday stuff. But there's very few places to reflect on the big questions.
Right. Yeah. This reminds me about Hannah Arendt's distinction between domestic thinking and political philosophical thinking. But you mentioned two terms that are interesting. You said, on the one hand, existential health, and then you mentioned religion. And so, and you know that we talked already together about the phrase and the idea of philosophical health. So what would you say? Would you say that philosophical health is somewhere in between existential health and spiritual health? Well, how would you define it?
I'm not really, familiar with the term philosophical health, so I think I would need an input to that in order to say something about it, because philosophy for me, and by virtue, is the quest of looking and trying to become, to understand, and that's not necessarily. It doesn't have to be connected with health. It could actually, it could make you go crazy. And I suppose part of that quest, I mean, it needs to be a bit dangerous, I think, in order for it to be valuable. So that's, yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of the great health, right? He had this idea that great health incorporates risk. And you use the term existential health. Wouldn't you agree that existence can also drive you crazy? Actually, that seems to be one of the features of existence, right? So
yeah,
there is this idea that perhaps you can be existentially healthy without really knowing what are the thought system that drives you. It could be implicit, and yet because you were, lucky enough that sort of conceptual constellation that is not necessarily very aware works for you to have a good life. And so in my view, philosophical health, well, it's existential health plus the awareness of your thought system and your conceptual integrity in such a way that you can articulate why you believe that you're living a good life. But we'll come up with that, and I believe that we'll come back to that. And I believe that your book actually gives a lot of perspectives on that. I've noted a few things that I wanted to talk with you. For example, you wrote, so this is in Swedish, so you wrote, alla föds till philosopher. Everyone is born as a philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can I just briefly go back to, because you said basically that existential health also carries that same problem that I said that philosophical health might have. A, it's not super well defined, and B, how, in what sense can it be healthy when it's so complex? So I'm thinking that I suppose in the same way, existential health, or the way that I feel that philosophy helps me, is to actually just have these forums, to create these forums for deep thought. That in itself has existential or sort of well-being dimensions of well-being, just being allowed to think about these things that actually matter the most. What is a good life? Who am I? What's the point? And so that's one thing. And the second aspect of that is, of course, to try to reach to some kind of insights on what would a good life be, and then trying to aim towards that. So that's two elements that I think are conducive towards well-being. And also, I suppose then going back to the question that you just, or you didn't actually ask a question, but you said everyone's born a philosopher, like I wrote in that book. Yeah, I really do believe that, because our lives are so filled with unanswerable questions, and still a lot of striving and trying to be good, leading a good life, contribute to a good society in some sense. So it seems important to be able to in some way formulate and create a space for formulating what that could look like.
Yeah, and you're right to say that the notion of philosophical health, which I am advocating, is still work in progress. And I have proposed a few more precise definitions, and we won't necessarily talk about that today because they are published. But some people look at it via the angle of what they call philosophy as a way of life. And you just mentioned the fact that deep thinking could contribute to well-being. And I immensely agree with you. However, not everyone would find that obvious, right? Some people actually live their lives in a way that avoids the big questions because they might be afraid that starting to think deeply about their life might transform things such that they will lose some form of domestic security, for example. And this I think, is related to what you're saying about the fact that everyone is born a philosopher. So I suppose that for you is as a potential, right? So we have that potential to think in such way that it's not only a mind game, but also that it helps us have a more coherent life where our acts and thoughts are in resonance, that don't contradict each other, right? The way our values don't contradict the way we act, for example. What would you tell someone that would say, okay, well, you know, for me, philosophy is actually dangerous, actually, which is another, I'm quoting Hannah Arendt a lot today for some reason. Another of Hannah Arendt's quote is like, philosophy is very dangerous, but the world would be even more dangerous without philosophy.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I think that the reason or the argument for someone to do philosophy is actually not only to be coherent, even though that could be a side effect, but I think it's a need. I think it's a dimension in our being, in a spiritual dimension that we actually need. So that's one thing. And I think not asking yourself what a good life could be, or what is a good person, or what is friendship or love. I mean, these are everyday issues. We encounter difficulties with these every day. So not engaging in philosophizing about that would be to, suppressing a need that I think is imminent and strong. And the other part for doing philosophy, again, about what is a good society, what is friendship, what is a healthy relationship or something, that's actually a moral. I think that you ought to do it. Otherwise, it's you may not contribute to a good society if you are, in that sense, blindfolded and just. I mean, how could you not? I can't really see how you could avoid doing it. I think everybody are doing it, but they're calling it something else.
Okay. And when you speak of spiritual need, is it some relationship with the sublime, some transcendence, some form of sacredness that we might not necessarily need to call God? What do you mean by spiritual need?
I mean, in order for me to be in a remotely balanced way, I need to exercise my body a bit. I mean, walk or something. I need to use my muscles. I need to eat. I need to sleep. But there are things like art experiences, and which is a little bit similar, music experiences, and also philosophy, which are quite the similar part of our of some kind of a spiritual need, that you need something else other than food and physical training and love, of course, a relationship. You need that other part. I think I didn't really put that very elegantly, but so it's not. I don't think that it's.
But I like the idea of need, because, we are so used in psychology to this Maslow pyramid, which might convey, and Maslow himself said, well, it's not a pyramid in the sense that first we need to eat well, and then we need to have a Personnummer and have all the insurances, and then we can have a spiritual relation. The fact that we are saying it's a need is like we are putting this at the same level. And there is sometimes this discourse about the fact that, well, first we need to eat and be warm, which of course is also an important need, right? But I find actually that idea interesting, and we see that there are many cultures where the spirituality is stronger, and therefore the need for material things is less high, right? So there might be even perhaps some form of relationship with the fact that, well, the material things that sort of cover the fact that there are other needs that are more minimalist and that cannot be satisfied.
Which is supported by, I mean, convents the life. I mean, that's spiritual
Right.
thing, but in another sense, or a bit
Right.
in the same sense, I guess. Yeah.
And you do speak about in your book about the hinders also to wisdom, right? So you list 6 of them, 6 obstacles to perhaps philosophical health: distraction, the lack of consciousness or awareness. Correct me. You can correct me later if I'm wrong, because I'm translating here from Swedish. Ego. Vanna. Is it vanity or?
Come again?
Vanna. V-A-N-A.
Vana, yeah. Habit, sorry.
Oh, habits. Okay. Okay. Yeah. The lack of courage. And vårt behov av förenkling av verkligheten. Our need to simplify truth.
Yeah, or reality.
Or reality.
Yeah.
What's the biggest hinder? What's the biggest obstacle?
To wisdom. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a good game. So we will pause here the video for people to reflect. I would say that perhaps I would hesitate between lack of courage and distraction. In the sense that, I've proposed 5 5 principles of philosophical health, and one is mental heroism. And I do think that to address philosophical questions in relationship to our life, we sometimes need a courage, precisely that is the courage to get out of the habits, the distraction, the ego that you mentioned, which is a form of habit also. And that takes courage because we are constantly pushed back, I would say, to our default mode of thinking like our group thinks, our group of belonging, or our community of belief. So it's like a everyday work of, I would say, arrachement in French. It's like when you draw yourself out. Yeah. And so I would say that, but I think these 6 ones are pertinent, and perhaps the obstacles change in different moments of our lives.
And it mixes, so probably there doesn't really have to be a number one either. I mean, I actually, on Friday, I have another book coming out, I think maybe I told you, which is only on hinders and keys to wisdom. So in that, there are 12.
Okay. What are the new hinders?
Yeah, I forgot.
That's actually a very philosophical, healthy answer. Like you maybe you forgot about the hinders because you've practiced in a way that to avoid them. And I mentioned that because we were talking a bit earlier about philosophy as a way of life, which is a stream, a field that was developed, among others, by Pierre Hadot. And he had this idea that philosophy in antiquity was also a series of spiritual exercises, daily exercises of ascesis, right? Such that we remain alert and avoid this sort of limbo state of half consciousness, where we fall back into the habits of of the society we belong to.
I mean, for sure, in terms of practicing I think, I mean, philosophy has so many things in it that can contribute to our life, and then you can always debate whether it also contributes to our well-being. But I think, for better or worse, it's a big part of our life, and I think it has to do with certain virtues, to practice the virtues of, you know, the dialogic virtues of listening and being curious and courageous as well, but also of the themes like we talked about before, which would be like the more spiritual themes of, you know, the open questions of the big questions, which is inherent in our lives every day on an everyday basis, and so but through the process of dialogue, which is you know, key to a good society and to, I suppose, also existential health, to practice dialogue, and that's something super rare, I think. And
Right.
so that's, I think John Dewey is a big person and inspiration to that. He's the one who coined learning by doing, and that's so true, because, you know, not everything can be perforated on your brain just mentally and by reading, but you really need to do it every day, because that's how it transformed to something that you can actually master in some sense. So you really need to practice.
Right. So we have two ideas here: the idea of practice, the idea of doing, and the idea of talking, right? And listening, therefore, because there's no dialogue without both. And I think that you have this actually is a good transition with the fact that you consider actually the philosophical practice and the philosophy in everyday life as a political endeavor. This connects with one citation of one quote of Stig Johansson that you have in your book. Allt vi gör vi av fri vilja. There's a little bit of Swedish lesson for the listeners. Vår egen eller andra. So everything we do is out of free will, either our free will or the free will of others, right? Or of groups. So can you say more about that political dimension of philosophical practice?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, my academic background is moral philosophy and political philosophy, and to me it's super connected because of that free will. So in what sense can we say that we are free? And I think that we have a moral duty to try and be as free as we can, even though, you know, not saying anything whether free will exists or not, but in some sense most people agree that we can steer or navigate a little bit at least in our life, and so that has consequences for me as an individual, for my life, you know, going the way I want it, at least trying to aim at some life that I think has qualities, and also as a person of this society to contribute and to a society that I think is reasonably just, or not just being swept away by forces that I submit to without at least a struggle. So that's it's indeed a political and individual personal endeavor, both.
Sometimes I think that we are entering a new era regarding free will, in the sense that, of course, we know that free will was one of the key concepts of the definition of the modern subject, let's say since Descartes, 17th century. And what we are seeing right now, perhaps in the last 10, 20 years, is a slow algorithmization. That's a complicated word, but basically the increased use of algorithms to rule and govern our society, such that more and more, and we won't fetishize AI, but I've worked a little bit on AI, and there seems to be now emerging a society where computers will know and are starting to know, and this is in a little bit ironical, but are considered as knowing better what you should do, right? They tell you, well, given your background and given your statistics and predictive analytics, they might tell a teenager, you should choose that job. You have 98% chances of succeeding that job. But you tell us you want to be a philosopher. Well, you have only 2% chances of succeeding as a philosopher. What do you choose, right? So I think we will see more and more pathologies of free will, in the sense that people, and you talk about choices in your book, right? When choices, the idea of excess of choices, I think this was a very important theme in the 20th century, but we might enter another world where actually the best choice will be predicted and suggested to us by algorithms. And in that sense, what is left for us to decide? And then, of course, here we could, and I will just finish with Hegel here, because he has a very interesting analysis in the phenomenology of spirit about what was at that time considered the AI of the 19th century, which was phrenology. So the fact that, as you know, they looked at the brain and they had this pseudoscience of which remained in some forms with neuroscience today, of saying, okay, so these are the parts of your brain, and we look at the shape of even of the skull, and we can know what type you are. And Hegel said, well, even if it were right that we can understand everything about Tulsa right now at this moment based on a computer analysis, in the next second, Tulsa will make a decision that will make her ununderstandable for computers for the next 100 years. So Hegel was quite optimistic about our capacity for decision, existential decisions, to liberate us from imposed determinism. So another aspect that I found very interesting in your book, and you're welcome to react in my long, perhaps incomprehensible variation on free will. You have a very nice distinction here. It's a drawing. Maybe I should show it. So passion, or yen, mood. Can we translate yen, mood, by equanimity? Is it equanimity, or is it?
No, equanimity. I don't know that word actually.
Equanimity is a term that means equality of soul. It's like whatever happens, you remain calm and collected. You never go too high, you never go too low. It was also called ataraxia by the Greeks. And in your drawing, so there's this passionate couple, and they are talking to each other, and they say, oh, we have had a nice weather. Yes, unusually mild for the season. So what they are doing with their bodies contrasts with the kind of dialogue they are having. That's actually a very good question. Does philosophy apply in everyday life? Does it bring us this equanimity, this equality of soul? And that would be like, let's say, the Stoic version, or a more Nietzschean version. Does it bring us this sort of conquering passion to create our own values, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think again, it's the quest to. I mean, it's this debate within your head or outside with other people. What is the what's the correct level at each? I mean, situational ethics, basically. I mean, what is reasonable to do here? Because I think that most people have these urges sometimes. Oh, you hear some good music at a cafe and you would like actually to dance or to laugh out loud or to do something, and then you constrain yourself because you feel that it's not really the time or the place. And yeah, so basically, I mean, I guess that's also one of the reasons people drink, or to be able to put that little police in your head in brackets for a while, and to be a bit more direct and passionate, maybe, if you want to. I'm not telling people to
drink.
No. but I suppose
Only on Friday.
So in that sense, philosophy again, it's just I mean, I can't even not do it, and I think many people feel that way. You just can't avoid doing philosophy in your everyday life, because these types of dialogues or debates or considerations, they take place constantly on a daily basis for different reasons. And the hope is that you have better grounded your ideas on how to act. So not necessarily going in a more passionate way, or in the other hard word, which was a gray sort of mass economics. What say again? You contradicted.
Equanimity.
Equanimity, yeah. So I'm not saying that that philosophy would necessarily lead us in one way or the other, but just again making better founded, I mean, decisions that are better grounded.
Right. Yeah, there is this traditional idea of the philosopher. Even sometimes the word is used that way, like, oh, he's a philosopher or she is a philosopher, meaning this person can handle unfair things in a way that is detached, right? But and I would say that, despite the irony there, I would say that, well, yeah, there are many situations in life where you can become stressed, or you can lose your temper, and if you take a little bit of distance, you realize, well, this is really unessential. And usually we get to that form of knowledge later in life, right? But I think philosophy is perhaps the idea that we can have a curve of life that doesn't necessarily mean that we get wiser in the last 10 years, if we get wiser. But on the other hand, and you do speak of creativity at the very end of your book, in my approach that I call crealectics, this relationship with the creative dimension, which is not only present in humans, but in life, in nature, in the cosmos. This is extremely important for the kind of healing and liberation that thinking can bring, such that new ideas and new ways of looking at things can actually, give us this sort of not only gratitude, but like alleviation from worry. And sometimes it's just about looking at things in another way. Like, I look at your background, and this is really just a small metaphor, but I see the books and I'm wondering, are the books holding the wall such that it doesn't fall on our head? And I like that metaphor. Perhaps without philosophy, I think it's Asterix and Obelix who were always afraid that the sky would fall on their head, right? the roof might be shrinked, and then we would have to crawl.
Yeah, I think that I actually read Asterix and Obelix each night. So
Okay, see?
on my, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, with the creative, because I mean that is what a philosophical dialogue is. It's creative. So you are being creative in a way that you are usually not, because normally when you're talking, you're trying to make a point, or while as being in philosophy and talking philosophically is aimed towards the truth, or what seems to be the reasonable. So you need to all the way be able to pop around and change your aspect and take into consideration other things. So there's a really strong creative element, which I think has a lot in common with other types of creative tasks, such as painting or music or whatever. And I thought that something else you said there about alleviation and from worry, and I really do think that too, because I think, and the reason that I think you get an alleviation, and is that a correct word? Alleviation, yeah, is because for some strange reason, like grieving, you're grieving on your own, somebody close to you died, and strangely, when you're grieving together with a lot of other people who has also lost close persons, then you feel comforted. I mean, normally it should actually add to your sorrow that a lot of other people has also died and suffered from having a near one lost. But that's a strange sort of, because you feel as if you're not alone. And that, in the same sense, philosophy does that to you, because you are wondering together with other people, one person or several persons. Like when I do philosophical cafes, for example, you do get a strong feeling of that people feel like they belong, and that they can worry together and worry together, as opposed to logically that should increase the worry, right? But on the contrary, you actually feel comforted in knowing that you're not alone in this quest for what's the point.
Right. And so right now you enter into this practice aspect with philosophical cafes, and perhaps it's time here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SSFP. So SSFP, it stands for Svenska Samhället för Filosofisk Praxis, the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice. It sounds very British and respectable. Would you like to, you founded it 10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
What's the future of the society, and what's the vision?
Well, the vision for me has always been the same. So it's, and unfortunately, it's a bit contradictory, because we both want to be a platform for philosopher who wants to practice and find, basically work outside of academy, and find and also make a case for the need for philosophers in other places than academy. So that's one part, and the other part is to be very inclusive and to be what you'd call a folkrörelse, sort of a movement to try to inspire and give tools to everybody who wants to practice, but also, as is stated within our vision or mission, is to make sure or to work towards that philosophy genomsyrar the society in a more substantial way, meaning both
infiltrates, perhaps infiltrates, or
yeah. So within both healthcare, in school, elementary school, as well as public arenas. And so it's a political aim for me, at least. So it ties in with my ideas of what the use or value of philosophy is and could be.
And indeed, I mean, I think we're coming back to that point, both with Asterix and Obelix and with Socrates. We have this dimension of philosophy as a resistance against a dominant system. And there's always the question, and it started with Socrates' condemnation to death by Athenian democracy, that is philosophy going to challenge the convenient pillars of society in a way that people might start to question more, to resist some. We saw it, for example, this would be an entire conversation. Perhaps we don't have time today, but with the COVID situation, the different ways governments were using COVID to control the masses, right? If we compare, for example, Germany and Sweden, huge difference, with results that are similar, by the way, in terms of health and biomedical results, but with very much liberticide decisions in Germany. So on the one hand, and you speak about philosophy for children in your book, so you do believe actually it's better for democracy to educate people to think by themselves, and yet to be able together, as you were saying in that dimension, to be able together to recognize that we're not alone in confronting the mysteries and the limit situations of life. But on the other hand, there is this idea perhaps that philosophy can be a menace, because in the time of Socrates, for example, Socrates was challenging the young people who were usually from the aristocracy who were going to govern the city, right? And this young men were not used to doubt, right? They were so filled with perhaps not hubris, because it was not a virtue, but still this idea, yeah, of course I should rule. And here comes Socrates and say, okay, but what is justice? And they became very confused. And this was, of course, very threatening, perhaps, for the power in place. And so we could imagine today, well, if we had the same conversations about, concepts and the definition of our conceptual pillars with, leaders, politicians, etc., we would also realize that, well, it's very shaky, it's very fuzzy, and the decisions they take are perhaps not the most rational and enlightened. So where would you be in this sort of dialectic? Would you think, no, I actually, philosophy is very good for democracy, and we see that in certain countries, for example, France, where I studied, philosophy is mandatory in the last year of high school. Everyone does it. Could be better. Could start in young schools, as you explain in the when you relate the Philosophy for Children project. Or do you think, and that's sort of a rhetorical question perhaps, that we shouldn't do philosophy at home? Or, this idea that it's dangerous if you don't do it in a way that is it's sort of facilitated or curated by philosophers.
Well, so first of all, I think there's an important distinction, which is about learning about philosophers and learning about philosophy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, philosophizing. So everybody from you're really young till you die are philosophizing, because you cannot function without investigating how things seem to be. So that's something we are doing all the time. That's a part of life. And then if you choose to call it, and then of course, then you can develop that into being more
articulated.
Yes, thank you. So, and that's and I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense, because it's not a doctrine. You're not pushing ideas. You're just helping and training to specify, to divide, or to see the differences and what's in common and what is this, concept. So I cannot see how that could be bad, because another fundamental thing is that you cannot keep your stance. You will have to consider other perspectives as assets. And that's something that just cannot be bad. And also, I mean, also I used to work politically as well, and a lot of politicians here in a small town are actually trying their best, and they have a notion of what that best is, and what could be good is if they also have a training of reevaluating and to. So what I'm saying is that I think it's called permeate, genomsyra. If we could bring philosophy much more into society, that would bring components that I cannot see. I mean, of course, I'm missioning about philosophy, but I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense.
Right, penetrate. And you do have this nice image in your book about, you would have an office and you would say city philosopher, Stadsphilosophen, and I like this.
I haven't given up on that.
Right. So
that's one personal goal that I have, just because it would be, it would mean something. It would be resonate. It would be something super cool.
I like that too, and perhaps we should create a party.
I have, what I wanted it to be called? Just philosophers, and then the motto should be, or the slogan should be, "We're back," and then we will do all in togas.
I love that. I really like that. I'm in. And I like very much your simple but powerful idea that we are actually philosophizing sometimes without knowing it. If we take random people, right, what we call sometimes the lay person, a bit pejoratively, there's this idea in Molière, Monsieur Jourdain, who is this bourgeois who decides, because he has a little bit of money in the 17th century, to educate himself, and he has this master of poetry, and the master of poetry tells him, okay, so there is poetry and there is prose, and prose is when you talk. And Monsieur Jourdain says, oh, so right now I am doing prose. Exactly. And well, wow. And I think that I really like this idea. Well, it's not about choosing between philosophizing or not. We are all from childhood philosophizing in a way or another, but our education system, etc., is perhaps not taking this seriously enough, such that he would train us in a way or another, such that this would actually strengthen political pluralism, which is for me an important dimension, the fact that world making could be much more diverse. We should be able to experiment socially and be much more open to diversity in a way that is not only a superficial diversity, but what is sometimes called cognitive diversity or knowledge diversity. I think this is a very good conclusion. We could, end with this call for a party. I think the hardest part will be to get people to use a certain outfit. That will be the hardest part. But I do think that it will be a very inspiring gesture. And in my view, it wouldn't surprise me that it happens in Sweden in a way. That's one of my biggest. I will conclude with that, and then I will give you the word. My biggest surprise is when I opened the philosophical parlor in Sweden. I really thought, is Sweden a philosophical nation? And it's not known for that. I mean, for example, if we look at Sweden's most famous philosopher, it's actually Descartes, who died here and who came to advise. He was the first philosophical counselor in Sweden 350 years ago, right? But nevertheless, to my big surprise is that in many environments, including in corporate situations, I work, for example, with Vattenfall, the energy multinational. There is a strong inner life in Swedish citizens that comes out to the surface. Sometimes, provided you tell them, okay, you are in this room, no one can hear you. So I think that when I first arrived in Sweden, I thought it feels strange. I had this strange feeling that Sweden is a nation that thinks, collectively. If you take people individually, it might not be obvious that they are very philosophical, but in fact, it is a nation that thinks even about, you were saying that politicians are doing their best. I think there is a debate, not only in Sweden, of course, but so I really am looking forward for this party, and you really have my voice, provided I could vote. Unfortunately, since I'm still a French citizen, not sure I could vote, but maybe soon. Shall we conclude with a few words on your side?
Yeah, I thank you, Louise, for inviting me. This was fun, and I mean, it's a great thing to expose also the way you do. So great, thank you. And I think just ultimately we have to remember that philosophizing is about wisdom and seeking more wisdom, and to be humble, because you can find it in the least expected places, even with politicians.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the title of your book? Next book?
It's actually called Obstacles or Hinders for Wisdom and Keys to Wisdom. So in Swedish, it's called Visdomshinder och visdomsnycklar. 24 things to keep track of if you want to be klok, which is kind of yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, we'll end on that word, wisdom. Well, I thank you a lot, Tulsa, and good luck with the great job you're doing with SFP, and we'll continue, of course, this conversation
Thank you. Okay, I forgot my clicker. Okay, thank you very much, guys, for coming today. And before we start, since now you know me, and I usually don't do that, usually I don't tell anyone who I am until the very, very end. So if you don't like it, you don't know me, forget about me. So let's start to get to know you. And why are you here today? So let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm a technical consultant with a cloud computing organization. So I look into regional operations and business development. And I'm here because my partner is going to class. He couldn't make it today, and I want to start helping him, as a side partner. So there's a lot I thought I could learn for myself and for him.
Okay, fantastic.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Benjamin, and I'm here because I really want to be more aware of my emotions when it comes to doing business. Because I realized that it's kind of an up and down all the time. Like there's setbacks and success. So kind of just understanding how that works and how it affects my decisions as well. Basically. I'm very curious to begin with this.
Okay, great. Thank you, thank you.
My name is Vignesh. Like everyone said, so I was very interested in the title. It was emotional strength for entrepreneurs. But I think it applies almost everywhere. But
True.
it's a very interesting thing because the biggest obstacle is usually just yourself. Yeah, like you put up a wall on what's possible and what's not possible. So all that happens inside your head. So let's see what emotional strength can help me achieve there.
Great, great.
Okay, so Esteem is here. Good morning, and I'm a freelancer. Currently working on different IT projects, and I'm here just because of some curiosity actually. And the title is nice. I'm also interested in startup environment in UAE. Also, I've been to many startup events. Not the winner, but usually on the second or the third place. So why not actually to learn new techniques, how to handle actually such a point.
Great. And what's your name?
TS or
TS. Okay. So thank you again for coming, and let's jump into it. This is for me is really challenging. I usually take between 3 to 5 days to speak about emotions. So putting it in 2 hours is really fun to try. So let's see how this will work out. So I will start with some questions, and let's see, what do you know about emotions? So what's your definition of emotion? Do you know anything about that?
Feelings?
Feelings. Okay.
In one word. So basically, depending on your mood swings or depending on your situation, how you feel at that point of time, and how you express those feelings or emotions.
Okay, fantastic.
Connect it with movements, even like motion, because that's what it felt like to me recently as well. Like as I just said, going up, going down, like feeling good, feeling bad.
So it moves.
It moves, yeah.
And it's really a bit weird because people will always refer to emotions as feelings. And do you think there's a difference between emotions and feelings?
See, the way I look at it, every feeling or emotion, it has to have a neurochemical basis for its existence.
Yes.
So a feeling could be just like a low dose of some neurochemical reaction happening in your brain, and then when there's an overload, you could call it an emotion. You can get really excited, or you can just be like mildly happy. And it's like the difference between like taking a little bit of, like having a little drink and having a lot of drink.
So the little drink is the feeling,
Yeah.
and the bigger drink is the emotions. Okay, interesting.
Actually, I'm not expert in that area, so I'm just.
So you will have the right answer.
Yeah.
So try it. You will have the right answer.
For me,
Gut feeling. what would it be?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is like just, yeah, some kind of actions or responses from our body based on the environment. And yeah, I wouldn't make, I don't know actually what exactly is the difference yet.
The difference between them. Okay, fantastic. So this is emotions in general, and I will tell you the difference between emotions and feelings in a minute. Before that, let's go to something more difficult to answer, is what are negative emotions, and how do you deal with them? And I'll tell you how people usually deal with them, but let me hear from you.
So negative emotion is something that makes the other person uncomfortable. So let's say you do something that makes the other person uncomfortable. Now, making yourself comfortable or uncomfortable with that is a very subjective matter of personality. Some people retrospect and it's like I was wrong, and some people just feel no, that is my point and I stand by it, but the other person might still be hurt.
And how usually do you deal with your negative emotions?
Well, for instance, for me, it takes a while. I need my space to retrospect the entire equation.
Okay.
And then I'm more old school, so I maybe would just, think about what was my fault, what was the other person's fault, and maybe try to come to a neutral ground. If it was my fault, maybe just apologize. If it's their fault, maybe just try to explain it more politely.
Okay, fantastic. And how do you deal with your negative emotions?
First of all, I don't call them negative emotions. For me, everything
Great.
is a challenge. So
Okay.
because what I realized is that, I still don't know what's my full potential. So based on all these small challenges, I can somehow explore my full potential. So for me, I'm ready to handle such things, and I don't pay much attention to them. So if there's some kind of difficult day, I just want to learn from it. This is my way of,
Great. So when you talk about challenges, you're talking about what's happening in the day, not how you feel about what's happening on the day. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I got.
I don't put much attention to the emotion part because I just want to be practical.
So you ignore them and focus on the learning. Is that correct? Great. How do you deal with the negative emotions?
I deal with negative emotions. So last 2 years, I've actually been working with one very specific kind of meditation that really focuses on that aspect. So how it works is, a very brief summary is, you have all different kinds of emotions, but you react to your emotions in a very specific way, very subjective way to you. So this kind of, the process of this is that you want to be more positive even with negative emotions. You want to be very accepting of anger, of shame, guilt, feeling like an idiot.
So you want to bear them in a way.
No, you want to be as positive as you can be, and if you keep practicing, it gets easier and easier.
Yeah.
And so you put a positive frame around a negative emotion rather than putting a negative frame around a negative emotion.
Yeah.
It's one option, basically, one possibility.
Is it working?
Yeah, I think so. I feel good.
Think so.
I feel good.
Okay, fantastic.
It's very much what everybody else is saying. For me, I think I try to relabel them or negative emotions, or just look at them from a positive point of view, or also what helps, and that is not always, I don't always manage this, it's very difficult sometimes, but or for me, gratitude, I don't know if that's an emotion or a feeling or whatever, but this one really helps me to, let's say I'm even trying to be grateful for challenges or negative emotions that I can learn. So that's the one I use most of the time to remorph
the gratefulness,
gratefulness, and it works sometimes. But the more I practice, like you said, actually it works.
Okay, great. So
I think it works sometimes. I do that as well. I think about the positive things that have happened. But sometimes things are not up to you. The emotional baggage you don't have the control to that situation. So in that scenario, like, would I do it just point it out? You know, just poking holes and maybe point it out.
So because sometimes it's not in your control,
Yeah,
you
that's
cannot do
okay.
anything else, right? Okay, great. So people would usually use 3 strategies to work with negative emotions. And before I tell you the difference, let's see how people would deal with them. And tell me from your experience, how's that? The first one is that we will try to ignore them. So I will feel fear or sad or frustration or whatever, but I'll try to ignore it. Okay? And when I try to ignore it, do I really ignore it? You'll always feel something, right? Because it's there, it's living with you. As if you're carrying a bag and you said in your head, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag, but are you carrying the bag or not? It's still there and you still can feel it, but you choose not to focus on it, but you're carrying it. So this is one thing. The other thing is, if you cannot ignore it, then you're going to have to bear it. You're going to live with it. You're going to say, I'm angry, but I don't care. I have fear, but I don't care. I have frustration, but I don't care. I'm strong, I'm da. So try to bear it. And then usually that will also not work. And if this also does not work, hello, then you come in. If that also does not work, then people would go to the last one, which is really amuses me, which is competition. So you come to me and you say, Yusri, today I'm really very sad. And I would say, but I'm more sad than you. Go to your wife and tell her, today was a really very horrible day at work. She will tell you, what about me doing with the kids and doing that and doing this? She will try to compete with you with her negative emotions. And let's see who have more negatives than the other ones. And these are the strategies. These are the only 3 strategies that people use when they deal with negative emotions. And usually it will not work. It will work for some time, but then does the problem go away? It doesn't. Okay? So after a while, you'll find out that I didn't do anything because I bared it, or I ignored it, or I competing with. And competition is really nice because you're talking about it, so you feel like you're good. I'm not really carrying it on my back, I'm carrying it with me. So me and my sadness, me and my regret, me and my kids, and me and my work, me and my stuff. Whatever is making you feel irritated or have negative emotions with you, you're competing with it. But is there a way that we can actually deal with our negative emotions, and are they really negative or not? So to answer this question, we need to answer first, what are emotions? We really need to understand what is that. So emotions are different, and how we get them depends on how you deal or understand a certain situation. So the first difference between emotions and feelings is that emotions are the reaction that we get from an external event. So let me give you an example. What team did you support in World Cup?
Well, I was actually supporting, I was supporting France.
France. Okay, fantastic. So if France would have scored a goal on the final at the very last minute of the game, how would you feel? Very last minute. Joyful. And what do you usually do when you're joyful?
Maybe just make some noise, celebrate with friends.
Okay, so you'll do noise, you will jump. What do you do when you celebrate at the last minute if your team scored?
Pretty much the same thing.
Show me.
What?
Show me. What do you do?
Just, I mean, let's see. I would just, just let us scream or something.
Scream.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that now? You can do it? Yeah. Okay, so come here. Show me how will you be excited? Exactly. So this is how you do it. So you will scream, you will jump, you'll left, right? But how long will that last? The jumping, screaming, and hugging someone next to you. Few seconds, maybe few minutes, right? If this is the finals and the final game and all of that, so it will lasts for a few minutes. But do you continue your day jumping and dancing and doing like that? No, right? But how do you continue your day?
Well, you're happy. So
You're happy. So what would we call the first one? Joy.
joy.
And the second one? Happiness. What is the difference?
One is short term, one is long lasting.
Exactly. So one is short and one is long. One has a high key. So joy, we jump, we dance, right? We scream. But then happiness, how do you live by when you're happy? It's a low key, right? Now I'm happy. I'm not dancing, I'm not jumping, I'm not screaming like her, but I'm happy, right? So emotions are the reaction of an external event. Feelings are the reaction of emotion. Does that make sense? So an external event will happen, I'll get emotion, and then once I get the emotion, I will have a feeling to that emotion. And this is how we do it. So emotions are your reactions to the external events. But is it only the reaction to external event? I forgot to tell you about the good news and bad news. Okay. So the good news, let's start first with the bad news. The bad news is that because now we know that our reactions are emotions toward the external events, now we have bad news, or the bitter news is that we cannot get rid of our emotions, especially the negative ones, because you cannot control external events, right? So whatever external events happen, you will have to have an emotion. This is the bad news. The good news is they are not actually negative emotions. So there is nothing called negative emotions. And I know that we've spent years and years and years, and we've been brought up people telling us there is something called negative emotion. It's not true. It's a big lie. There is nothing called negative emotions. We have, as he rightly said, we have negative events. Emotions are not negative. What happened is negative. So we have negative events, challenges in life. Our emotions are separate from that. So we have emotions. So whatever we have, it's called emotions. Not negative, not positive. They are emotions. Okay? And as a result of our emotions, we get what we call feelings, which is a wrong word. What we get is, when we fall in love, what do we say? What do you say about yourself? When you are, I am in, yes, put one word before love, what would it be? I am in, no, after you have fallen. So after you have fallen, where are you?
Different state?
Huh? State, exactly. So it's not feelings, because feelings are hot, cold, right? Soft, hard. This is feeling, right? If I put my hand here, I can feel something. So these are feelings. But what we call feelings are actually called state. So I'm in a state of love. I'm in a state of sadness. It's a state. And how do we produce this state? From external event. Emotion, and then our state. So do we now understand how can we reprogram our emotion? How?
I have a hunch.
Yeah, tell me about your hunch.
So basically then it comes down to how I perceive these emotions. So the emotions, I have to live through them anyway.
You perceive the emotion, or how do you produce the emotion as a result of
The
external event? Then what do you need to perceive? What is the thing that you're perceiving?
the emotion.
The external event.
The external event.
So how you understand the external event, create an emotion, and then the emotion will create a state. So let me show you this in a drawing. So an external event will happen, and then you're going to get this external event through your 5 senses. And this is the model that they use in NLP, so neuro-linguistic programming. Anyone have been in a neuro-linguistic programming before, NLP? Yeah, good. One, no, two, okay, fantastic. So this is what we call our communication model. In the NLP world, they would call it communication model. And the communication model refers to how we communicate with our internal stuff, so our emotion, feelings, and all of these things. So an external event will happen, and then through our five senses, we're going to get this, and then we're going to create an experience. And then depending on our experience, we will create a meaning. So let me give you an example. If, what happened? I'll tell you a story better. So I was giving a training, and then the lady, assistant lady who was helping me in the room from the company that I went to give the training, she was pregnant. And I was carrying big box of stuff, and I was going out of the door, and she was coming out of the door as well in front of me. So when she left the door to slam in my face. So one of the attendees was sitting there. He ran quickly and he said, "Yossi, I'm really sorry, she didn't mean," and ta-ta-ta-ta. Do you think I should be angry? She slammed the door in my face. Yes, no?
It depends on your state of mind at that point.
Do you think it depends on the state? Yes, it depends on the state.
Well, if you're trying to that box, you would be angry, and but if you just lift
But why would I be angry? Why would I be angry? Yeah, but why? Why did that make me angry? From her? Am I angry from the door or from her? The door. The door. So I will go to the door.
the act of the door being slammed.
That angered you more than her walking through the door.
Yes,
So it was the action of the door slamming that than her walking out and not leaving the door open.
exactly. So what does that mean? Exactly what you said. It's my perception of what happened. If I give it a meaning that she purposely did that, I will get angry. If I get a different meaning that because she's pregnant, she has her own load, couldn't focus on what she's doing, she didn't notice the door, do you think I'll be angry? No, right? If I'm speaking right now and one of you guys started telling me, yes, I have a question now, and you interrupted me. Again, I can get angry if the meaning I get is that you are interrupting me, or I get really happy if the meaning I give to this event that you are excited to ask. So who is responsible to create an emotion? Me, the event, but I'm responsible for the meaning I give it to it. So my wife would come to me, and I'm working on my laptop. I have 2 startups, 2 kids, 2 cats, 2 partners, 2 investors.
Only one wife.
Only me. Okay. Yeah, only one wife now. Yeah. And it is recorded. Don't forget. Okay. So 2, and I'm working on my laptop, and she would go first and do all the makeup, all the stuff, and she looks fantastic, and she comes to me, Yusri, I want to speak to you, not now. Yusri, I need you, not now. How do you think she'll feel? In her head, what do you think the conversation that will happen? Yes, she's not a priority, I don't love her anymore, I'm getting old, all of that stuff is happening there, right? And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger every second. Now, why is this happening? Because of? The interpretation of?
No, her expectation.
Her expectation?
Of you.
Yes. And before that, it was the meaning she gave to the external event that I did, not now. This is the external event, not now. Or even I didn't hear at all what she's doing. I didn't look at what she have done. She spent hours in front of the mirror doing things, and I'm... So she gave a meaning to that movement that I don't care. Now, could she have taken another meaning? Yes? What was a different meaning?
Think of it as you trying to provide for her and creating more income or whatever, trying to provide for children and her.
Okay, so this is a really positive meaning. I'm focusing on what I'm doing. I'm busy. I'm trying to provide for her and the kids, and I'm working really hard. But does that mean that she don't take what she needs, or can she still take what she needs?
She can, but later on. Once
Later? No, I mean now. Do you think she can take what she wants now?
I don't think so, because you're invested with your breakthrough and your
Exactly. Now I want you to impersonate me. Now you are the one who's doing all of that. Okay? So you're Yusri. Okay? And I'm Mariam. And she will hear me saying that. So this will be another conversation. Okay? So, so what I will do is I will come to you and I say, Yusri, I know you're very busy now, and I know you have lots in your head, and I want to speak with you for 2 minutes. Can you give me 2 minutes? What do you think you'll answer me now?
Are you sure it's going to take a minute?
No, you tell me.
If it's really important, tell me what it is, or if it can wait.
Exactly. So now what happened?
Now she would probably give it a second thought if it's actually that urgent or it can wait.
Exactly. So how did she come to act differently? What did she do? Yeah, and she communicated. And before communication, how did the communication came right? Because she changed the meaning of what I've done. So the meaning that I've done, it's not, I don't like you, I hate you, we're old, all of that. It's, I'm busy. So I understand you're busy. So I come to you and I say, I understand you're busy. Can I take a couple of minutes? Can I take a hug? Whatever. Whatever she would say, I will do, because she now understands what is happening. Does that make sense? Yeah? So because we get the emotion, so the emotion that she brought, what would we call it at the beginning, before she understood, when she understood that this was bad? What was the name of the emotion that she created? What was the name of the emotion?
The rejection.
Rejection, right? So she took the rejection and then she acted on the rejection, and how do you think it will go after that? It will be a big fight, right? And this is what we do because we don't understand how it goes. So an external event will happen, we'll receive it with our 5 senses, and then it will go our experience, and then we will create a meaning. Once we create a meaning, we will have an external representation, internal representation in our head. So our head does not understand words, does not understand anything except pictures. And this is why we call it internal representation, because it will create a picture. And the picture in your head may be colors, cats, dogs, whatever it is. It does not have to represent the actual thing. So if you think about your loved, your wife or mother or anything, the picture in your head can be anything. So if your mother could be a carrot cake or an apple cake or whatever, it doesn't need to be the mother herself. And we'll do a test right now. And then once we create this picture, then the mind will create our state. And once we create our state, it will affect our physiology, so how we sit. So people will talk to you about body language, and then they will come to her and say, why are you crossing your legs and crossing your hands? You're probably feeling scared, closed, not open, all of that. Are you feeling all of this? Or cold, simply, right? Or maybe, I feel comfortable this way, right? Have you ever felt comfortable that you have done that? Because you are comfortable, right? So it doesn't mean anything except if there is something happening. So our physiology will be affected by whatever is happening, and then we will make our own body language, and then through this body language, we will create our behavior. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So external event will create an emotion, emotion will create a state, the state will affect our physiology, how we move our body language, and then our body language will affect how we behave. So behavior is whatever comes out of your mouth second. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. So this is how the whole thing goes. So what does that mean? It means that we can control our emotions. Isn't that right? If I know,
Control our reactions.
we can control our reactions. Exactly. So we cannot control our emotions. Because why?
Emotions are internal, reactions are external.
Exactly. So emotions will happen anyway as a reaction to an external event. So if they happen anyway as an external event, what does that tell you about it? Why do they happen? Why do you think the purpose of having them?
You know how to act.
Exactly, because it will tell you how to act depending on the meaning you give to them. So if I said Yusri is busy, I will behave differently. If I say he's rejecting me, I will behave differently. So it depends on the meaning. But your emotions will tell you how to react. And this is why there is nothing called negative emotions. They are all emotions. But because people before that didn't understand them, didn't know how to deal with fear, anger, frustration, and all of that, they didn't know what to call them, and so they call them negative. And what do you do with negative emotion? Nothing. So you'll come with all of your frustration and you go to someone and he will tell you, play music, go to the gym, run. What do? You go running and you go to the gym. When you go to the gym, how do you feel? Fantastic, right? It all goes away. But when you go back to your bed, what happens? It all comes back, right? You go play music, fantastic. You come back, bad. Because you're not actually listening to what is the emotion is telling you. So you're trying to do the three stuff that we said. People will deal with negative emotions with three stuff. Either they try to bear them, ignore them if they couldn't, and then compete with them if both other strategies fail.
It's like a placebo effect, you know, because you assume it worked for them, or at least you assume because they said it worked for them, it might work for you, but you actually don't know if they were affected by it in a long term.
Exactly, and this is why people get stressed. So what is stress? Stress are many negative emotions that you are keeping inside and you're not dealing with them. And then in a little while you'll understand why stress happens and why it doesn't really matter whatever pills we take, it doesn't work because it's not in your physiology, it's in your head. And if you understand the meanings of your emotions, you can fix it really very quickly and very simply.
Is that something that people may compete with them? What do you mean compete? Like generating other emotions?
Okay, so this is what will happen. I will come to my wife and I say, today I had a very horrible day at work. She said, Yusri, who cares? I had a more horrible day with the kids. And then I will tell her, yeah, but my boss did that, but your mother did that, and but and then we'll keep competing with them because we cannot do anything about it. And so this is how competition works in negative emotions. You'll sit with a friend and your work is stressful, but not as stressful as a startup, and startup is not as stressful as being a manager, and it's not as being starting my life or ending my life. And we're all competing with negative emotions because we don't really understand them. We don't know the reason for it. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. So let's do a test and understand the cycle that I told you. So what I will ask you to do now is I will ask you to close your eyes. Okay. And then I will tell you a story. And then through this story, you will experiment two things. How internal representation happens, and how do you feel with the story. Are you ready? So when I say 3, you will close your eyes. Okay? Don't close your eyes because you're looking at the camera, so you don't do that. All right? 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So the story goes like this. You won your lottery. You've seen the numbers now on TV. And you made $65 billion. First thing you do is you call a limo, guy comes to your house. Now you can see your house as you can see it. It's totally up to you. It's your house that you're living in now. But the limo is coming to take you to your dream vacation. And this could be a nice little island, big island, jungle, desert, wherever you want to go. The driver comes out and he puts the red carpet. And then you walk through this red carpet to this really nice limo that has your preferred color. You go in, you have all your drinks, all of the stuff, nice music, and he drives away to the airport. In the airport, this nice jet that is waiting for you, you just bought it and you're very, very happy. You have $65 billion and you built the airplane in a couple of days and it's designed for you. So go in, take your best seat, sit next to the window, and now you can hear the jet roaring and taking off. You're between the skies. You can see all the blues, all the colors, and you're relaxing, having your favorite drink. You arrive to your island. You go down the runway, another red carpet, and these beautiful girls and guys wearing these roses around their necks, dancing, playing music, cheering for you, and then you walk to the beach. You're barefooted and you can feel the heat of the sand under your feet. And you can hear on the background some kids playing. It's not noisy, it's at the very background. Giggles of kids. The sun is not burning, but you feel the warmth. And your feet are getting into the cold water. So you have this nice mix between hot and cold and all of that. You go to your seat, you sit down, and the waiter is coming with a big bowl of ice cream. Your favorite taste, flavors, and everything. And it comes to you, and you get your scoop in it, and you put it at the tip of your mouth, and you start tasting it. Ah, onions. It's rotten. It's full of flies. Ah, and open your eyes. What happened? What happened? Nothing happened. Okay, so you didn't go to the onions.
It was like I was in the middle of my sleep, and then I was having this dream, and then it drifted, and then I just woke up.
Okay.
I suddenly remembered my trip to Maldives, so we were saying all of that. I think it's just maybe brought like both memories and kind of like, you know, where I picture myself and stuff like that. So.
And how did you feel throughout the story?
I don't think a specific feeling. It was more of all pictures.
And these pictures that you saw in your head, how did that make you feel? You were smiling when your eyes were closed. So it brought good memory, happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, I was shocked
Why?
because I was feeling good and picturing sitting there and eating ice cream. I normally don't really like ice cream, but then I thought actually now when I'm trying it, it's sort of vanilla ice cream. It's nice, I like it. And then you got that one with the onions and I even tried to put in so much effort to taste it, so that's kind of a shock, really.
Exactly. So, but you felt it, right?
Yeah.
And what was easier for you in your head? Was it the sounds, the feelings, or the pictures? Pictures were
It's like something and relaxing.
okay. And then how did that make you feel?
Exactly, relaxing.
Relaxing. All right.
I'm still traumatized
By the onions.
the perfect vacation, 65 billion.
And what was easier for you? Pictures, feelings, or pictures?
Easy for me, pictures.
Pictures. Okay. And how did you feel through the journey?
All right, nothing special.
Okay.
Yeah, sitting, like, visualizing the whole experience was nice. It was relaxing.
Yeah, for me, yeah, it's like meditation combined with pictures.
With pictures. Okay, and some people will find pictures easier to come, some other people will find sounds are easier to come, and some other people will feel the heat of the sand and the water and all of that easier. So people are different, but what does that tell you? That if we made up an external event, and we all know it's not true, right? But even though it's not true, it created an emotion. Now, some emotions can be good, some emotions can be bad, but is it really bad and good, or is it the meaning that we give it to it? So because you know it's a story, it's an imagination, but you still gave it a good meaning, like I like what I see, it's reality, so you felt good, right? Because in your head, if you're saying that this was just an imagination, would you have felt anything? Probably not, right? It's just saying we know that we are in the assembly, we're sitting in a chair, probably not so comfortable, all of that stuff, right? And then you will not feel anything. And then this will be another choice of giving my story a different meaning. Does that make sense? So in a nutshell, things will happen around you, and whatever meaning you give to whatever is happening will create an emotion. Keep repeating that emotion, you will create a state that will not change. I'll give you an example. Do you have any manager, friend, someone that in your head said, I don't trust him anymore, I don't like him anymore? Do you have had this experience before? Okay, so why did that happen? I will tell you what happened. He created one negative event. You had a negative emotion. You said, he's my friend, I will bear it. He did another one, and then he did another one. And every time he creates a negative event, he creates a negative emotion, and then you create a negative state. And what will we call this state at the very end? I don't trust him. So keep repeating negative events, you'll create repeated negative emotions, you will be in a technology assembly word, you have installed a negative state. Now, do you think we can uninstall it? Yes? What can we do?
Change your interpretation, replace it with a different emotion.
How can you do that? How can you replace it? What do you need to do?
Change how you interpret something or have a conversation.
This is you, but what about the guy who created all of that? Can he change it?
Who created the distrust?
Yes. So what does he need to do?
He needs to understand that this creates a negative state in you,
And then what does he need?
and then change the act.
Okay. So I'll
Change the way it's perceived.
exactly. So one of the things that will happen is I will do one thing. Let's say I will get my wife to be upset. So now I want to make a recovery. So I'll go buy 150 dirhams, roses and stuff, and then I will go home and say, sweetie, I'm sorry. And then she takes it and then she throw it and she don't speak to me. And in my head I would say, why she's having a big fuss? I mean, this was only because we were talking about my socks that is always lost and I always cannot find it and all of that stuff. It's not a big deal why the roses didn't work. It's simply because I have done so many other things beside the sock thing, so I created a negative state. So one set of roses will not fix that. I need to clean the dishes, external event, and then feed the kids, external event. I need to work hard. I really worked hard to create the negative state, so I really need to do another set of external events, positive one, create a set of positive emotion, and then reverse the state. Does that make sense? So one act will not do because I really worked hard to create this negative state. So when you go next time and amend with your girlfriend, wife, mother, don't expect it's one thing. If you've been creating a whole big pile of negative things, you need to create another big pile of positive things so you can create a different state of trust. And this is why when you have the same issue with a colleague in a work, you don't trust him, it's because he have done so many negative events. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. Do you want to take a break? Yes, no, we can, we can, we can't, we can't, we can't, we can't, we can't. We can?
I am in no position to say that. I'll let the others.
Okay, so let's have a break, but in a different way. So I will ask you to stand up. Because how many trainings have you attended before, guys? How many? Yeah, so like billions, right?
Okay, not that.
Okay.
A few, like one each month.
One each month.
Countless.
Countless. Five.
I've come to countless times.
Countless.
5 plus.
5 plus.
Yeah, a few.
Few.
Like 10, 4.
4.
2, 3.
No, not here. I mean anywhere in the world.
Oh, like for workshops in general.
Yeah.
I lost track.
Okay.
In the past year or just
In your entire life.
60?
60, 50.
So
So many.
thousands.
Thousands.
A lot.
A lot.
I still stick to the fact count was.
Countless.
Countless.
Yeah, no idea.
No idea.
Probably like 10, 20.
10.
More than 100.
More than 100. Okay. So how many times from out of these countless numbers have you chosen to go yourself? So nobody drove you to go or invited you to go or to push you to go. You said, this is really good for me. I want to go. How many of you have done that before? So just raise your hand if this is something that you have. So you have done it before. You attended something that you really wanted to attend to, except poor you. Never. You've been always pushed to today, okay? Okay. So now, how many of you, those who attended something that they really, really liked and they attended, and they said, yes, what we're hearing is exactly what we need. This is really very powerful for me. This is exactly what I need. This is exactly what will change my life. How many of you have heard that before? Like you attended something and yeah, it was great. And then how many of you out of those who...
Percentage starts with degrees here.
What is that?
Percentage starts with degrees here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then how many out of these ones that you said, yes, this is it. Now I know what I need to do. And then yet you didn't do anything. How many? Come on, be truthful. Right? Whatever. Why? Why do you think this happens?
I guess it's a period of time where you're like, really fired up that, you're going to do this very thing.
They triggered your emotions, but
Yeah.
you
But
didn't.
then after a while it simmers down and then you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, then, it's not going to work.
Like I said, they triggered your emotions, but you didn't use the emotions to
To build
action
on it.
happen,
Yeah?
make the external stuff happen.
And I'll tell you really the reason, okay? So it has nothing to do with your emotions. It has to do with exactly what you said. How can we take this emotion and work with it? And I'll give you the reason. Now, people will go and attend these workshop setup, and what do? Is that sit down again? And I want you to be quick, okay? Because I'm gonna make you sit, stand, okay? So when I say it, do it very, very quickly. You ready? Yeah? Okay. So they would sit, and as I'm speaking, or anyone else, you know what they are doing? Like this. What is that? You're approving it, right? You're saying good stuff, but like this. Now imagine if I'm doing the training and I'm talking to you like this. Emotions are really nice. If you use it wisely, your life. How would you feel?
I'd like to know what I'm thinking, honestly.
Yeah? Okay. So it does not work, right?
Do something.
Yeah. So when people just shake their heads, they would take probably 20% of whatever happening in the room, and then 6 months down the time, they will only remember or act on maybe 10%, 5%, because they didn't take it really in, all of it. But now if you're writing notes, what happens? Nothing, okay? Because if you're writing notes like this, what happens to the notebook? Usually it's forgotten in the car. 90% the rest are in the car, and rarely it goes to your home. where it will again be forgotten somewhere under your bed. But what really works, you get moving when you're listening. When you say, yes, I want to ask a question, when you move your body, when you shake it, when you understand, when you stand up, when you sit down, when you have energy talking to me. You have energy. Show me.
Whoa.
Whoa, yes. Can you scream now?
Oh, I saw.
Still not? No charging? Okay, we'll try again later. Okay. So don't think that you got away with it, all right? So stand up. So whenever I will tell you something, when I say, does that make sense? I want you to tell me, yes! Can you do this?
Yes.
Yes.
Again. It didn't work again. So, if I tell you, does that make sense? And you really having sense, I mean, don't tell me yes if it doesn't. But if it does, I want you to tell me, yes! Can we do that?
Yes.
No, I can hear, by the way, that they all said it, except you. I've been doing this for so long.
Yes!
Thank you very much. Okay. So if we have this energy, you're going to get a lot out of the day. And it's only 2 hours, guys, right? Which we probably having... How much time do we have left? Okay. Sit down. Okay, do we have an agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have an agreement?
Yes.
Yes. And I want you to say yes. Okay, can you do that?
Yes!
Okay, but with them.
Okay.
Don't say it alone, right? It doesn't feel good when you're, you know, so, okay, again. So, are we ready?
I,
If you don't do it with them, you're going to do it alone. This is between you and me, okay? Nobody heard that. Okay? All right. So this is how emotions are being created. So external events, we get a meaning, it creates the emotion, senses, state, physiology, and our behavior. Okay? All right. Now, how can we use this? How can we understand this? So let's explain what are emotions and all the set of them. And I know that you are more concerned with what we call negative, so I'll focus only on this because in 1 hour we cannot cover them all, but I will cover the major ones, the ones that we all have. Now, emotions are endless and we cannot count them because every one of us will rephrase them or give them a different name than the other. So let me give you an example. You all know love, right? Love. No, you know?
No, I didn't.
You know it? Okay. So we all know love, right? So this is what I want you to do. Bless you. And do you know what is a chair? Yeah? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. So this is what I want you to do. Since we don't have pen and papers, this is what I want you to do. I want you in your head, okay, to pick what love is for you in one word only, in your head. But pick the word in your head. Don't tell me, all right? Once you have a word in your head, what is love for you in your head, just do like this. If you cannot find what love is, then we have a different problem. It will need a different course. So when you're ready. Okay. We're waiting. Ah, you've done? Ah, okay, my bad glasses. All right. Okay. So we're all got it, right? Okay, cool. So we'll start with you. And please tell me what you have. Don't change your mind if you hear something better or nicer. Just tell me what you had in your mind. Attraction. Care. Care. Warmth. Loving. Hard. Hard. Warming. These are two. Yes, okay, but we'll take it,
Devotion.
Devotion. Abstract. Comfort. Okay, so different meanings, right? Who's right and who's wrong? What is that? Everyone is right?
Everyone is wrong.
You come here and tell me everyone is right. Don't say it when you're there.
Everyone is right.
Everyone is right. So how come everyone is right?
This is a personal.
It's subjective.
It's personal, it's subjective. And how did we get these meanings? From our experiences. And how did we create our experiences?
From the external.
From external events. Does that make sense? So we had external events, we gave it a meaning, and we kept that meaning. But this is love, and I know I'm tricky, and I gave you something that can have a different billion meanings. But let's go for a chair. We should have one meaning for the chair. So now in your head, I want you to choose a meaning. What does a chair mean? When you're ready, do that.
Is it one word or?
One word. So no heart-seated soft chair, okay?
No, what are you talking about?
Chair.
What does chair mean for you in one word?
Okay.
In your head, when you're ready. What does it mean? What does it really mean for you? Okay, ready, 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 ready. Why are you doing it like that so I cannot see it? And you push it up, push it up, push it up. Yeah, okay.
Comfort.
Great, fantastic. So,
Comfort.
comfort.
I did put my thumb.
Ah, you didn't put it.
Furniture.
Furniture.
Comfort.
Comfort. Relaxation. Comfort.
Relaxation.
Relaxation.
Work.
Work.
Support.
Support.
Nothing actually. Like I don't put
Comfortable.
Furniture.
Furniture. Okay, so from comfortable to furniture to work to support, these are different meanings, right? Total different meanings. So what does that tell you?
Chair is multiple words. A chair is multiple words. You can't
Yes.
say one word.
You cannot go and buy a chair because you cannot know what it does mean. So, but what does that also tell you?
It tells you people perceive things differently.
100%. So even simple thing like a chair will have different meanings to it. So all of our experiences, all of our emotions will be different because the different meanings that we give it to the stuff. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes! Yeah, so I say, does that make sense? And you say yes, okay? All right. I'll test you again, by the way, right? Okay. So let's go and dive deep into our negative emotions. And let's start with one common one. What is one common negative emotion? Fear. Right? Fear is always, how many of you experienced fear before? Okay. Quickly, what was you were afraid of? Give me something.
Anxiety.
Anxiety. From what?
Anything.
Anything.
An exam.
Exam.
Future.
Future.
losing money.
Losing money.
It's kind of,
Screaming in the room. Very simple. Okay.
but like, my fear was kind of like, it came over teddy bears, but there's a story to it.
Okay.
My mom's slippers.
Slippers. Okay. We all have that fear.
Failure.
Failure.
Roller coaster.
Roller coaster.
Height. Altitude, height.
Height. Okay. So these are all different ones, but let's take exams first because it will tell you the real purpose of this very, very, very powerful emotion, which is fear. So when we were young, they told us, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, right? They told us that. Have any one of you managed not to be afraid?
No.
Never, right? Even the guys at war, do you think they are not afraid?
They're the most.
Yeah? They have fear. And the most courageous are the one who has the least fear, but he has fear, right? He has the least one, but again, he has fear. So what does fear tell us? So this is in your head what I want you to consider. Fear, or all negative emotions, are alarm. Consider it like a fire alarm. When a fire alarm goes on, what do you do? What is the first thing that you do? Panic?
Yeah, we run.
You run. First thing you do. Tiririn, tiririn, tiririn. What do you do?
Fire.
What?
You look for the source of the
You look for the source of fire. So first you want to check if there is a fire or no. Now you know there is a fire. What do you do next? Run. If there is no fire, what do you do? What do you do? Nothing, right? Shout at the security guy. Okay, so this is what happens. So let's look at fear from the same perspective. I'm going to an exam, and then I have fear. What is fear telling me? It's an alarm. What is telling me? You're not prepared. It's telling you you're not prepared. So what do? You prepare. You get prepared. So remember, what was the first thing that happened when the fire alarm happened?
Can I even check if that's actually right?
Exactly.
I mean, I'm prepared, but I just feel like I'm not prepared. So I need to first actually assess if that's prepared or if I'm not.
Exactly. And so what do you call this? You want to check that meaning. Right? So exam is coming. What is the meaning I'm giving it? Is it an opportunity to fail? Or is it an opportunity to show people how good am I? Or is it no opportunity at all? Does that make sense? So if I have the fear and I look at the exam, and the first thing to check fire, and it's very, very simple. Just ask yourself, is this an opportunity for me to shine or not? And you will be surprised that only answering this question, you will know if the meaning is right or wrong. Because if the answer in your head is no, then now you know there is fire. Now what you need to do is get prepared. Does that make sense? And this is an enormous force and power that you have. No one else can tell you this except yourself, your emotion. Your emotion is the only thing that can tell you that you're really not ready if this is the right meaning that you gave to the exam. Does that make sense?
Yes.
How old are you? 21. So when I say, are you ready? You say yes, okay?
Yes.
Because I am 17 and I say yes normally, okay? Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes, okay. So fear will be like the alarm. It will go on, it will tell you you're not ready. You're not prepared for what is coming. Now I want you to think of all the stuff that you just told me that you had fear from. It makes sense, right? You're not ready. So now what do you need to do for fear to go away?
Learn to dodge.
Learn to dodge. So what does that mean? Get ready, right? So tell me now, when you're thinking about your fear, tell me one thing that you know if you learn now, you will not be afraid of what you told me. One thing that if you're sure of, this fear will go.
That I can get ready.
Yeah. You just told me about your fear, right? What was you afraid of?
Losing money.
Losing money. Tell me one thing that if you have or learned will let this fear go away. One thing. I want you all to think of one thing in your head. Yeah, I know it's difficult. And imagine one thing. If it happens, you will be free of that. What is one thing that if you have or learned how to do, this fear will go?
That I can be okay even if I lose.
Okay. This is one thing. Okay.
I don't know.
Think about it.
Being obedient. For me, it's positive reference experiences.
Okay. But what else if you learned, if you have, this fear will not exist? So research. Confidence.
For me, it's like if I can be given assurance that I'm not going to die in the road, so that.
Okay. Because your word was everything. Choose one. Let's focus on one thing.
Practice.
Practice. Okay.
Multiple streams of comfort.
Okay. So multiple streams of comfort. So this is revenue and
What?
multiple streams of
Comfort.
comfort. What was your fear?
Future.
Future. Okay, so when you say multiple streams of comfort, means I can have many choices in life. Does that make sense?
Yes, multiple choices in love and money and like anything.
Exactly. So this. So think about it this way. If you now start working on developing this, what do you think will happen to the fear?
I'll be at ease.
You will be at ease. Okay? But I know what is preventing you probably now is other set of emotions. So when you are starting to think, what can I have now that will remove this fear, you're probably having another negative emotion that's preventing you from thinking about this. What was it? Panic. Time. So this is another fear, right? Confusion. 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 Okay. So I'll tell you multiple of them, and then this will get the confusion out, because when you say confusion, you actually want to tell me it's stress. I feel stressed with this question because it's so many things. Because what is confusion?
Too many choices.
Too many things, right? And if you have too many things, how would you feel? Stressed, because too many things. Okay, so let's first look at the categories. So I'll put them in 9 categories so you can understand them. The first set of emotions, and as I told you, people will express them differently. Number 1 will be boredom, impatience, uncomfortable, and these are the general stuff that we usually feel. You feel, I feel bored, I feel impatient, I feel all of these stuff. So this is one set. We'll call it for now boredom. The other one is fear, and then the other one is hurt, and then the other one is frustration, and then and then and then and then and then nothing. Okay, 9. Okay, out of this list, which one, each one of you pick one, say this is my main one. You can't.
Yeah, because like you have like ups and downs
Of all of them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Frustration. Stress. Stress. Disappointment. Frustration.
Probably
Alone. Stress. Okay. Okay, so here are the steps. 5 steps to work your way with your emotion. Number 1, we need to listen to the emotion. Okay? Understand how you feel right now. And then, what is the meaning that you are giving it? And then, you tell me because I cannot see.
Is it true?
Is it true? So you check is the meaning that you gave, is it true or not? Does he hate me or he's busy? All right? Am I ready for the test or am I not? And then take action. So if my wife have understood the feeling right now of rejection, okay, is it true? No, it's not true. He's only busy. Can I take what I still want? Yes, I can. I just need a different behavior. So fear is like this. Fear is your alarm that is telling you, be prepared. Imagine that you have a door, and behind this door is a dark room, a room that you've never been into before. And then you have another door, and behind this door, again, dark room, but this is your room. And I gave you the choice to go inside one of them, and you can only go inside one of them. Which one would you choose? I don't know, I just forced you. I put a gun in your head and I say, choose one. Your room.
If you put a gun on my head, then I'd go in my own room.
The other room.
My own room?
So all of you said my own room. Why my own room?
Because it's a so I would look for a comfort.
Certainty.
That's like my comfort.
And exactly, uncertainty is there, dark room. But if you have another dark room, completely dark, and I told you there might be a treasure and there might be a lion or a snake, let's make it a snake, behind that door, it's dark. How would you feel if I tell you go in and take the treasure, or you might find a snake? How would you feel? It's dark. The room is dark. Yeah. Yeah, but how will you feel before you go to the room? So you'll have fear, right? So what is fear telling you? Be prepared. So how can you get prepared? What do you need? Light. So what are you going to do? Get a flashlight. And when you have a flashlight, what will you do? Turn it on, open the door, and check. If there is a treasure, you'll get it. If there is a snake, you can go out of the room. So if I tell you, don't be afraid, am I doing you good or bad?
No, be like, yeah, you got to respond to the fear.
Right? So fear is good. I want you to be afraid, because if you are afraid, you will get ready. If you're not afraid, what are you going to do? You're going to open the door and go in. What will happen? 50-50 chance. You can take the treasure or you can die. But which are a smarter choice? Get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is a very, 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 thank you very much, very, very, very powerful tool. Use it. Okay? Now let's go to the other one. Out of the list, there was one important one that I didn't mention. Can you remember which one I missed? Anger. You all noticed that? Why you didn't tell me?
You're the one doing the session with us.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, like, what if you know better than us?
Okay. Maybe, right? Yes. You're smart. Okay, so what is anger? What is anger? Let me first ask you, do we get angry or do we do angry? I want you to think a little bit before you answer. Do you get angry or do you do angry?
The language says get angry.
The language.
Yes.
What does the language say about do angry? What does that mean?
Is that when you're
I'll give you an example.
physically displaying anger?
Yeah, because it's
How long do you know me now? 1.5 hours. Okay, so I will give you an appointment tomorrow at 9, and I will tell you let's do business together. 9 exactly, I don't show up. How will you feel?
Could be stuck in traffic.
Depends.
I remember your words and tried to assess the situation differently.
Frustrated and sleepy.
Tired.
very unprofessional.
You might be testing my patience.
A bit angry.
Okay, 5 minutes later, I'm not there.
There's a good chance I'm not there either. So.
No harm done. No, for the sake of the activity, let's say you're there. Same.
I text you that I'm here.
Okay,
Yeah, probably I'll start checking on you.
okay.
Yeah, but also check if there's actually, if I need to be afraid, you did it on purpose or you didn't do it on purpose.
Okay, 15 minutes, I'm not there.
I'd probably take my leave then.
You'll take your leave. 15 minutes, I'm not there.
I'll give you a call.
I waited longer, so.
Focus on something else.
Okay, half an hour and I'm not there. I didn't answer your call.
You're too late.
How will you feel?
I would just then start like
Okay,
that time.
different version. Your dad, your mom gave you a meeting at 9. She didn't show up. How will you feel? How will you feel? Patient. Another 15 minutes. Because you know the flying slipper is there. So, so 30 minutes, he's not there. How will you feel?
Okay.
45 minutes?
I might be worried, but yeah, let's see.
Okay, so it's different, right? One, you choose to be angry. The other one, you choose to be worried. Do you do angry or you get angry?
You do angry.
You do angry. Because you chose to tell me that I am Iron Man, I cannot get sick, I cannot have an accident, I cannot be late, I cannot have anything, I have to be here at 9. But your dad, mom, sister, they can have all the excuses in the world. You'll still feel worried. Make sense?
Yes.
So it depends on the meaning that you give to that external event. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so what is anger? When you get angry, what does that mean? What is it telling you? And I'll tell you why I didn't put it in. Because when you are angry, you are afraid. Now I want you to think of all the situation when you were really very angry, and you will find out that you were really frightened. Does that make sense?
Not much.
Choose a situation, and I've been doing that for 20 years. Not once one find something that he was really angry. Tell me one example. Tell me, Yossi, this situation happened, I was not afraid. Give me any situation.
Not afraid?
Angry. Like, I was not afraid, I was angry. Because people will tell you, no, I was not afraid, I was angry. Like, as if anger is a better state. You know, as if being angry is like being a billionaire. Like, no, I'm not afraid, I'm angry. I'm from the angry group. Because I was born angry, because whatever, and it's all, okay? There's nothing cool like that. It's fear. And think about any situation. I'm walking in the street, and someone tries to pick on my wife. How do you think I will feel?
Disrespected.
And what is this?
It's fear.
It's fear. I'll show it, as people would say, anger, but it's not anger. It is a high level of fear. Does that make sense? If your boss is angry with you, why is he angry? He is afraid. Does that make sense? He's afraid about the target, he's afraid about the job, he's afraid about the project. If your father is angry from you, why is he angry? Because he's afraid about you, right? He's worried about, and he shows this, a very common example. Anyone here has kids? Okay.
Is that a genuine
Okay.
question?
All right. Yes, genuine question. So, if we have kids, what happens? The kid is playing in the room, okay? And if you don't have kids, then you must have been a kid before, right?
Must.
So this you have. So you will have this. You remember this. The kid is playing in the room, and the mother is telling him, "Don't run, don't run. You'll hit your head. You'll hit your head. You'll hit your head. You'll hit your head." And then the kid doesn't stop, and then he hits his head. What happens? What does the mother do? She gets angry, right? And what does she do? She shouts, right? Ah! What is this? Is this anger? It is? Anger or fear? Fear, right? But she showed it as anger. And we call it anger, but it's not anger, it's fear. I don't know what to do, so I'm shouting at you, right? So there is nothing called anger, it's only fear. But anger is a different level of fear. So what is panic? It's fear. So I told you, when I chose the words, I chose them, but there is a spectrum of words. So when I say regret, what is another word for regret? Guilt?
Not getting that opportunity again.
Maybe you don't feel that. So it's a different representation of a feeling, but in a sentence. But this is how you feel. Maybe I will not get this again. So it's a spectrum of things. So when I say guilt, take all the words that represent it. When I say fear, take all the words. But anger is one of them. And anger was made, why is it so quick? Why is it so quick? Why people always react angry before anything else? Because it was built inside us for only one reason and one reason only. To protect your life. So imagine someone is trying to kill you. How do you want to feel? Joy. Yes. Kill me. Yeah? You want to feel panic?
Yeah.
When I'm killing you?
There will be panic, yes.
Yeah, but what will happen if you panic?
Die.
Exactly. What is the only thing that can protect you? Anger. And this is why when people get angry, they may kill, because now they are capable of doing it. And this is why it's like 911. Consider this level of fear is like your 911. It will come to you when your life is threatened. And this is why when you are angry, ask yourself, because anger is the only thing that really needs you to check the meaning. Why am I afraid? And once you understand it, you will not be angry. I had a couple who came to me, they're always fighting together, and he said, my wife is always angry. And I took her to the side and I said, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, I'm angry. Yes, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, maybe he will leave me. Maybe I'm getting old. So it was all fear. Now, when she understood that she is afraid, now what is the next step? What do? We get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You don't need to shout, because I know you're trying to absorb it. So no shouting this one. Absorb it first. Does that make sense? You absorbed it. Say yes, but very quick. Yeah? Okay. So this is anger. So there's nothing called anger. It's only fear. So what do we do when we are angry? Ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And when you know why you're afraid, you'll know that you need to get ready so you're not afraid anymore. Okay? So now, let's stand up. I'll tell you something that you need to experience. And this will tell you how to change your emotion. And then we're going to explain another one, which is frustration. Because frustration is a really very, 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 very powerful alarm. When frustration comes to me, I get happy. So my wife sees me and she says, why are you so excited today? I tell her, I'm frustrated.
No, never happens.
Why?
How?
I'll tell you how in a second. But frustration is good news. When you are frustrated, you will be very, very, very happy. So come with us so you don't feel frustrated. Without the chair, come without the chair, and then you can sit back, come in the circle. Okay? So let's do this very, very quickly. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. Come next to me. So let's make a circle. Okay? No, inside the circle. Yes. Okay, cool. Now let's look this side. Yes. Perfect. And then we're going to walk. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to be sad. And how do people sad? How many nationalities do we have here?
Indian.
Algerian, Egyptian.
Swiss.
What is that? Arman.
Swiss.
Swiss?
Indian
Pakistan. India.
Bangladesh.
Bulgaria.
Okay. So we have different things. So, but how people would express sadness when they are sad and different. So how do people get sad in India? What do they do? Do they look up or down?
I don't think it's an Indian thing. I think
Yeah, tell me.
down.
Down.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure? Okay, so they look down. Okay. In Egypt, do they move slow or fast when they are sad?
Slow.
Slow. Same in India, right?
They become kind because we are experts in repression.
Okay, so
Very nice people.
okay, so everything slows down. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to look down. I want you to move slowly. So let's move slowly. Okay. I want you to remove the smile from your face. I want your hands to be loose. I want you to really look down, bend your back. It's sad. I know it's similar to zombie thing, but consider it sad for now. Okay? Now I want you to say this. I want you to say, this is a perfect day. I'm really very happy. No, say it really slowly. This is the best training I attended. Why are you laughing? Okay, stop. Why are you laughing?
The way
It doesn't feel like sad, right?
Congruent to what you're actually feeling.
Yeah.
What you're saying and what you're feeling is
It's
contrast there.
yeah, there is a contest. Okay, so let's do it now the other way around. Okay, so when you are happy, what do you do in Swiss?
Like this.
Like this, right? Are you loud or not loud?
Energetic. It's more
Energetic.
yeah.
Okay. Yes, ask about loud. Are we loud?
Yes, we
yes,
are.
we're loud. Okay, so remember this. We're loud. Are we looking up or down? Up. Up. Our muscles are tense or loose?
active.
Active. We're fast or slow? Fast, right? I'm sorry. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Now, I want you to move really quick. Move in a circle. Move quick. I want you to clap your hands. Yeah, make like a beat, like as if you're dancing, as if. Okay, and now this is what I want you to say. I want you to say, this is a very bad day. I'm really very angry. This is very, yeah. Now, how do you feel? Stop. How do you feel?
Good.
Happy, even though our words were not happy. Okay? Have a seat. So what does that tell you? If you are experiencing negative emotion, what can you do? You can move, right? Move, shout, go to the gym, play music, all of that will make you feel good. Does it solve the problem? No. Why it's not solving the problem? Because we're not listening to the alarm. Listen to the alarm, understand what does it mean, then go and act. Okay? Now let's go to one which is really, really, really nice. And to make this nice, we're going to have to do an experiment. And to do the experiment, I'm going to have to tie you. Oops. Can you do something? Maybe my wife heard me and this is why she's calling. Okay. Let's see frustration. Give me your hand. Stand up. When I go to training, I give guys an exercise to do, and this exercise is about a bus. And I tell them that the bus is going to Germany, and they need to go to Swiss. And at the beginning, I don't tell them where the bus is going, but they know they need to go to Switzerland, and the bus is going to Germany. So at the beginning, they go all in the bus, and then after the bus moves, what do you think they discover?
They go in the wrong direction.
They go into the wrong direction. So they go out of the bus, they come back to the station, and then they find again the same bus. And this bus has 4 doors. What do you think these people do? Yeah, it has 4 doors, 2 in front, 2 in the back. What do you think they should do?
Jump off the bus.
The same bus. They came back to the station, they find the same bus. What do they do? Okay, so they should double check, right? Amazingly, they don't do double checking, they just go again in the same bus. But this time from a different door. So they go from the other side from the left. They find themselves in Germany. They go back, they find again the same bus. Tell them, now what are you going to do, guys? We say, we'll have the same bus, but now we're going to get from the back door. This is what people do in the training. So what are you going to do? I give you a hint. What are you going to do?
On a different bus, I guess.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
It's always the best way. Tied up.
Usually, when I do training, and I'm not getting money, so I tie people, and then I don't untie them until they pay. So it's a simple question. I want you guys to get out. Is it tight? Anyone? I did it tight?
It's perfect.
Yeah, but you're not feeling hurt or anything, right? Okay. So basically what I want you to do, I want you to get out of each other, guys, without cutting the rope or untying the rope. Okay? So until you do that, we can have another 2.
Can I skip that one or? Can I skip that one? Okay.
You don't want to get that? You don't want to pay? Right. And you're gonna play because you're gonna have to play.
All right. I saw this on TikTok, bro.
Yeah? You saw it on TikTok?
I don't know how to do this.
Why TikTok are doing my stuff?
Make them pay.
It's not a closed loop. It is a closed loop. It is a closed loop. It's a circle. One way or the other. No.
You were very, very close from doing it.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to do it all together. All three of you.
Wait, one more.
There's three, okay.
No, not with you.
Them together.
No. Okay.
Wait, so it's just us two?
Yes.
Oh, it's just us two.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Oh, wait. Yeah, go. No.
My hand is full. But you'll have to.
Okay.
That won't work.
You're done?
يفكوا هذه وخلاص نطلع منها.
Hmm?
Correct?
No. Ta 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 ta. You wanna get tied?
Okay.
Do you want to try or do you want us to do this with it?
If it's a closed loop, if I get both my hands on one side.
Yeah, exactly. Untie yourself.
No, he said you can't.
You cannot untie yourself.
You can't? Okay.
Can I just like slip my hand into
So what's the
one
objective again?
and then
Yeah, do it.
Just have to get out of this.
So what's
But
the
you need to be like
We need to
0 years old so you can do it.
like we
so I can't cut the rope or untie it?
Untangle, you cannot untie it, and you cannot cut it.
You cannot cut it, you cannot
Yes.
untie it.
But I want you to see what you're doing, okay? Yes, exactly. You're almost there. Yes, fantastic. Nothing happened. Okay. Yes. They are out. See, they are out. He's out. He's in. He's out. He's in. He's out.
We also need to get done.
Fantastic.
You're just saying what they're doing. They're not out of the rope. They're just out.
I think we should think about the process. So you can't untie it.
1 minute.
Uncut it.
1 minute.
Can I not? I'm not untying it.
I just feel the rope.
No.
So I can't do it.
No.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, I think.
Alhamdulillah.
Stop pulling it.
30 seconds. Yes, you're there. Yes. 1 is out. No, it's not.
Wait, now come back. Now come back. No.
there has to be like
10 seconds.
This hand needs to stay out somewhere.
Shall I go back? You go inside.
Yeah, we did the same thing, bro.
Okay, then you
How do you feel?
happy.
Oh, fantastic.
Excited, but confused as well at the
Okay.
same time.
Turn on to Google.
Don't.
No, we're just
It's like this.
When I don't, I Google it.
If I don't know something, I Google it. It's not a closed loop. I can almost.
Okay, time.
Okay, sure.
Before you Google it. Okay. So let me show you what are you doing, guys. Oops.
We did it.
Yes, I know. Okay, let me show you. Have a seat. Let me show you what you're doing. So this is what's happening. You remember that I told you about the bus, right?
Yeah.
So what did you do? At the beginning, you came down and you asked the guy in front of you to step in, right? So he steps in. And then what did you find out? Nothing doesn't work. So what do? We really get very smart. Okay, let me go in. And then you go in. What happens?
Stuck again.
Nothing happens, right? So what do? Okay, now let's do something different. You do it. No, let me do it. So people keep going in the same bus. And then how will you feel? Frustrated, right? So what is frustration telling you?
To change direction.
To change?
Direction.
To change?
Direction.
Direction? Change?
Orientation.
Yeah, change the meaning of what
Change what you're doing. Okay? Frustration is a very powerful message that is telling you stop doing what you keep on doing and expecting different results. Because we're doing the same thing. He's in or I'm in, it doesn't really matter. And then we really get very smart. Let's do it backward. Maybe if we give it our back, it will work. It doesn't. The same result. Okay? And then when it doesn't work, then he tries it with his back and so on. And we keep doing it. Frustration is telling you what you're doing is not working, change it. And when he's telling you change it, he doesn't mean you go in and I go in. It means let's change what we're doing. Totally. Okay, so let's do it together. And I was happy that you said it was not closed loop, because it's not closed circle. Let me tell you. So what does frustration tell you?
Think.
Change what you're doing. Don't think he already did the thinking for you. He's telling you, don't do it. Do something different. And this is why, and this is why, when they give you this good advice of, when you feel stressed, play music, or when you play music, what do? Nothing. You didn't change anything. You're simply distracting yourself from the problem. The problem needs a different approach. So basically, stop going inside each other and coming in and out and in and out. And all what you need to do is really do something different. How did that happen? Okay. Do something different, and simply, I will take this like
there
this.
we go.
And do like this. See, you were very, very,
Very
close.
Very close.
All right? Okay?
Let's loop this.
And I'm not showing you this, guys, so you learn how to do it. We'll talk about frustration. Okay, I'll show you after we finish. But does that make sense?
Yes.
Frustration is telling you, because I want you now to think about it. When you feel frustrated, when does it happen? When do you feel frustrated? When something isn't working, right? When you tried and tried and tried. Now frustration is telling you, stop, think about what you're doing, change it. And when we say change it, you need to change it. So some people are looking for a job, okay? And I'm looking on LinkedIn. So someone else, change what you're doing. Instead of sending 10, send 20. Instead of sending 20, send 30. Are you changing? No. What you need to do is take your CV and go visit people. Do YouTube videos. Do something totally different. Does that make sense? So when you feel frustration, is it good news or bad? It's really good news. It's telling you stop because think about it. Can anyone else see that you're doing the same thing? Can anyone even notice it? Sometimes. And the majority of the time they will not. Your emotion is the only thing that will notice that you're doing the same thing. And it's the only thing that will tell you change it. Other people will not notice. If you came to me and you said, Yusri, I'm sending 10, but now I'm sending 20, they would tell you, good job. But your emotion knows, and it will not stop. It will keep hitting you and telling you, the bell will keep ringing. Stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing. And if you keep doing it, it will not work. Does that make sense? So this is frustration. So now we know fear. Fear is telling you to get ready. Frustration is telling you to stop doing what you're doing, expecting different results. We know the definition of insanity and all of that. Yeah, right? So it's a very, very good alarm. So use it. Okay? And then what is anger? It's fear. So back to the mother thing. So when the mother is shouting at the kid, is she helping him? No. Why? I want you to take the shoes of the kid, and we'll close with this one. When we don't listen to our alarms, we'll do wrong behaviors, and when we do wrong behaviors, we'll get results. And this example is really, really powerful, because when the mother shouted, and let's look at the kid now. The kid who was playing, he's never been hit before. He doesn't know the experience. When he's hit, how do you think he feels? What is the first thing he feels? Hurt, right? And then after the hurt, what is the emotion that will come to him? Sad or fear? No, let's say he doesn't know anything. This is his first experience with getting it. Okay? So he'll feel fear. If he is afraid and hurt, and he can see his mother next to him, what do you think he will expect? Comfort, right? Protection, all of that. But what does he find? Angry, attack. In his head, he will understand that when I am in the most hurtful situations, when I'm really hurt, when I'm really in fear, the closest people to me will attack me. And guess what happens year after year after year? When we are old or teens, when we do big mistake, what do? Do we go to our mothers and fathers? Usually not. Why? Because they taught us and they trained us, when you are hurt, when you are afraid, don't come to me, because I will hurt you more. Does that make sense? And this is not because they are not afraid. They are afraid, but they didn't understand the real meaning, that when you are angry, you are afraid. So if you understand why you have the fear, the mother could have solved the problem very, very easily. Why is the mother afraid? She's not prepared for her kid to be hurt, right? This is the preparation. So I need to be prepared. Prepared for what? For my kid running. So what do? I have the table. What do? If I want to be prepared? Remove the table, and easier, you can get some cloth and wrap up the table from the places, and job is done. Now when my kid is playing, will I fear? Will I be afraid? No. Job is done. I got prepared. Does that make sense? Yeah? So in essence, all of your what we call negative emotions are alarms. They are telling you how to deal with negative and challenging situation. If you really understand them and you check the meaning that you are giving it, and then you take action to get ready to change the way you're doing it, to be prepared, then fear will go. If any one of you have ever had fear of public speaking or talking to a group, if you have this fear, it's basically telling you, be prepared. And how do you get prepared for something like this? Practice. I'll speak with 2 guys, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. My first time was in front of 200. I panicked so much. And I kept looking at them and looking at me, and like, what do I say? And I froze for like a minute, and it felt like a year. And then that was it. All right? Okay. So let's have 5 minutes of questions and we close. Any questions about any other feeling?
Can we overlap these negative emotions with, how do we overlap these negative emotions spontaneously with?
You cannot. It's a built-in alarm system. Use it. When you go to any angry management course, they will tell you, you will not feel angry again. They are lying. It will never happen. You have to be angry. Why? Because it protects you against that. If I come, let's say you go to an angry management training, and miraculously, he made anger disappear from you, and now I'm coming to kill you. What will you do? Feel love, or feel, what will you feel? Nothing. You'll die. You need to be angry. You need to feel afraid, so you get prepared. You need to feel frustration, so you change what you're doing. You need to feel regret, so you understand that the lines. So what is regret? Another important one. Regret is basically telling you, you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. I said I will not do that, and I did it. So your emotion is the only person, if we call it a person, he knows that you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. So he's telling you basically, please respect your own rules. They are made to protect you. And all what you need to remove regret is to promise yourself that you will respect your own rules. That's it. And it's as easy as that. If you tell yourself, I know now that my rules are good for me, you will always respect it. Because once you cross, how many times have that happened to you? And you knew that what you're doing was wrong, and you do it. And then you feel regret. Does that make sense? And then they will tell you, don't feel regret. No, please feel regret, because if you don't feel regret, you'll do it again. And how many times have you felt regret and you did it again? Because they told you not to regret it. Does that make sense? So don't call them negative emotions, call them emotions. And they are alarm against all bad things that will happen. Use them. Does that answer your question? Any other questions?
We seem to be very advanced as a civilization of people. Speak languages, people, software, magnificent things. But this is very rudimentary. Why have we lost touch with this emotion and their meaning? And how can we nurture this?
Because we were always taught, and I think most of us are still learning the same thing, that they will come to you and tell you, don't use your emotions, use your brain. And and that doesn't really work. Humans are built, you know bats? Do you know how bats fly? What do they use? Sonar, right? Humans are the same thing. We use emotions. Emotions are the most important thing that we. Why do you think we're doing anything in life? Let me tell you, what is your biggest wildest dream? What do you really want to do in life?
I'm not old enough to answer that question. Can someone
Tell me something that you want now, not something that you really want now.
Money,
Okay, why?
because I can get things.
Okay, and when you get things, what will happen?
I just get to think that's the entirety of
Yeah, and then what will happen when you get these stuff?
some semblance of happiness.
Okay, what do you really need?
Do I really need?
Yeah. Say about one thing that you really want.
Success.
And success. And when you are successful, what will that make you feel?
I'm gonna feel more confident.
Okay. Tell me something material that you want, something that you really want in life.
Material. I'll get to the next question. I want to be fulfilled.
Fulfilled. And what is fulfillment?
Success, money.
It's an emotion, right? It's an emotion. What do you?
To basically close the next funding round.
Okay, and when you have that, what will happen? Security. And what is security? Feeling. So think about anything. At the end, what do you want? You want to feel something. And so emotions are very important, because at the end, this is what we want. Nothing really matters. What matters is how will I feel after I get it. And this is why happiness doesn't really make any sense. If I tell you, I want you to work to be happy, you cannot. Simply do all the things that you want to do, and then you'll be happy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is why emotions are very important. Humans, like bats, we operate with our emotions. Things are happening in life and we emitting our emotions. They go, they hit it, we get a meaning, it reflects to us, and then we start thinking. Think about anything that you, think about the guy who thought of flying. How did it start? Do you think it started in his head or his feeling? His emotion. Okay? Imagine this, there was no flying, we don't know anything about it. And I was sitting like this and I saw a bird flying. What do you think the first thing happened?
Wow.
And what is wow?
Inspiration.
Yeah, what is wow? It's a feeling, right? Yeah, I feel I can do like this. Then he start thinking. When you buy a car, what is the first thing that attracts you to buy a car? Feeling, and then you think about it. Think expensive, nice, better, or, right? So always emotion and then anything else. And this answers your question. So people, because we were always brought to, don't use your emotion, don't use your heart, no, it's, okay? It's always use your emotions. It will not lie to you, but you need to check the meaning first. So first step, listen to your emotion, check the meaning, if it has the right meaning or not, then take action. As simple as that. Final 2 questions.
I have a question about what if basically you're communicating, you try to communicate your emotions, right? In a certain way, basically, that the environment can understand and can change. When we're talking about, like, you know, what creates the negative state, but you're not getting maybe actually that that willingness to understand emotions, right? So what would be the best course of action?
So what you're telling me, I'm trying to communicate with other people,
Yes.
on an emotional level, and they cannot understand it.
No, it's not like you don't understand. You don't see the willingness to understand.
Okay.
When it comes to when the discussion, you know, where there are some people, what he was saying, there are some people who don't want to get, you know, in touch with their emotions,
Yes.
discuss this stuff anyways. They try to put barriers, like, you know, when those kind of discussions come into place.
Yes.
So I'm not even getting yet to the point of, like, you know, you understand me or not understand emotion, but can we speak about that? Because, like, sometimes, you know, some people just, like, completely isolate themselves.
Okay, what you need to do is you need to take this picture that you're looking at and just reverse it the other way around. Let me give you an example. Now, if you go to a training, have you ever went to a training and instantly when you saw someone giving this training or session, you felt, I'm turned off? And then after maybe a couple of hours, you said, yes, I was turned off and I'm still off. And I know now that this is the end of our relationship. And has that ever happened to you? In any setting, meeting, whatever, right? So what does that tell you about what you're telling me? Who's responsible to get your attention and your emotion? Me or you? In that setting. If I really want you to be with me 100%, and I want to, it's my job, right? So my job to create certain emotions inside you that will make you interested to listen and work with me. If I fail in doing it, then I need to change. Does that make sense?
I mean, I basically genuinely believe in this, and I'm a public speaker, so I know that. But there are some times actually where you are trying absolutely to use the sandwich theory, right?
Yes.
Like, you start with a positive actually emotion. You try to kind of trigger them, to motivate them, or to make them happy, or, like, you know, remember any memory and stuff, and then discuss whatever you really wanted to do, and then you end it also with a happy ending. So that actually
Yes.
is, like, you know, you get it into it. But what I'm talking about is basically some sort of people, when you have, like, a certain kind of, like, a kind of relationship with them, when you are in the stress of, like, work and entrepreneurship and all of that, the type of discussions that you usually have are not emotional discussions. That's what I'm trying to say. And then all of a sudden, you are, like, you know, bringing a different type of discussion that you want to say.
Okay.
So
Let me here ask you, when you say it's not an emotional discussion, what do you mean? Emotional like it's emotional, or emotional like what we are talking about here?
No. I mean, most of the time we're discussing numbers or, like, you know,
Okay.
the logic.
Okay. Now, again, humans communicate with emotions. Now, it doesn't really matter if we're using numbers. So let's say I told you we didn't really make our numbers this month. How will you react? It's an external event, right?
Yeah.
What did it do to you?
Disappointed.
What is this?
Feeling.
Okay, so whatever I say, number, business, meeting, whatever it is, first thing it will create an emotion. Now, depending on the meaning that you are giving to the guy who says, so I can tell you we didn't achieve the number, and you give it a meaning that lousy, why did we hire him? He's not doing a good job. Or maybe I didn't help him enough. Maybe he needs support. Maybe he needs more tools. Will that make your behavior different? Right? So just to make it simple, think about it as a relationship. If I have a relationship with someone and he did something, and in my head immediately I gave it a meaning that this is the end of the relationship, how do you think I will behave? And do you think it will be different if I give it a meaning that this is the beginning of our relationship?
Yeah, I think what I wanted to say is basically how to make people open up. That's what I wanted to say. It's not about
triggers.
We're not trying to. Sorry.
You have to find their triggers.
That's a good one. Yeah, it's like because it's not that basically they're not motivated or we're not taking the right direction. It's always with a positive mindset that actually we want to help each other, right? But it's just some people keep closing up.
Who said that it is right? Remember the exercise that we did about the meaning of the chair?
Yeah.
Now you could be doing me the most wonderful thing, but my meaning is totally different. So when you're giving me the chair and you're telling me, Yusri, it's comfortable, I maybe look at it and say it's authority. So in your head, you're seeing it comfortable. In my head, I'm seeing it authority. So what do you do is you communicate with people, understand them, ask them how do they feel. When I work with my team, I always ask them, how do they feel and how do they want to feel and what can I do to make them feel that, because I cannot guess. And I don't need to guess. Okay? And make it a casual thing. We don't have time to this, but maybe next time we can do this. I'll tell you how to listen, because listening is not your ears at all. It has nothing to do with your ears. Ears are for hearing. Listening is a totally different story. And so you need to listen so you can get on the same wavelength. And this is why they call it emotion intelligence.
This is what I said, like exactly ask this question, how do you feel? And they're like, nothing. Obviously it's not nothing. Like, you know, your body language doesn't say nothing.
And because most of the time people see, this is a taboo in our region, and not our region, in the world. People don't like to feel that they are feeling anything negative. They don't like to feel that they are afraid or angry, or it gives them a sense of weakness. So they will tell you, no, I don't feel anything. Like I told you, they feel more prestigious to say that they are angry rather than fear. Okay? So it takes time for them first to understand that emotions are a good thing. And actually, it is the only thing. Okay? But they are trying to be intellectual and blah, blah, blah. It's nothing. There is nothing called like this. You have to feel, then you think, you feel again, then you think again, and then you take action. I fall in love with the car. I took action. I bought it. I drove it. I'm feeling again. I like it. I keep it. I don't like it. I take a decision, sell it. I have another feeling, regret. It's always like this. Feel, think, decision, feeling, think, decision. Does that answer your question? So it needs work, and I know I didn't give you all the answers because it's only 2 hours, but it's next time we'll do another thing. Completion.
I'm glad to hear there's a next time. We will schedule another one.
Yes, I'm so excited.
I enjoyed today's workshop. I hope you guys did as well. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
I mean, he's here if you guys want to catch me. He's here inside as well. There is a video link that I can share with you guys where you can just upload a video testimonial or what do you call it session? Not very long, 50 seconds, 1 minute, whatever. I think if you registered, I sent it on email to everybody who's registered. I can send it again. So really appreciate feedback on this one.
All right.
Thank you, Yusri.
Thank you very much. So stand up. Let's do something very, very quick.
So sometimes people will ask, why, let's say I give a profound meditation on the nature of self, and people are really rested in the nature of self. And that's fantastic, it's great. They feel this peace, they're starting to sort of move towards the edge of the mind begins to be transparent, and there's this sort of oceanic sense of peace that begins to infiltrate their experience. So it's anything along the lines of the resting practice, the practice of abiding as the self and sort of ignoring the thoughts that come and go, which has a distinct flavor to it from doing the work in the way of investigation, empowerment, actualization, clarification of self, right? That feels like it's more active in a way, like it engages the faculty of mind. A more active version of intelligence is being used. One of the reasons I continue to address that, at least to some extent, depending a little bit on the theme and the context of the setting or the session, is because I understand that in a lot of cases, the resting as source can and wants to authentically be empowered and accelerated, which generally is aided greatly. The pursuit of becoming the creator is created aidly also in the training of the will, which again requires the clarification of self as a foundational quality or a foundational practice. You follow me so far? So what I'm saying is that application of will, like I said earlier, requires that the foundation is clear. If the foundation, if the cement that is laid before a building is built is not according to the blueprint specifications, the blueprint in this case being the truth, / the calling, / what is true for you, why are you here, what created you. So if the cement that is laid and the pillars that are put in place are not according to specifications, and then the rest of the building is built on top of that, and the decorations and the expensive furniture and all that, but it's not earthquake proof, then you're in a sense wasting your time and energy building a distorted direction towards source that is going to have hiccups later on, if you will. That's again why we always return to clarification of self, which you could simply summarize as self-honesty, self-knowledge, and acceptance. Knowledge and acceptance combined is authenticity or self-honesty. Clarification of self, that's what I mean by that. So that the foundation is clarified, it's backed up by the blueprint, and the distortions are purified. The cement is nice and even, and it is laid out according to the dimensions of the blueprint. Now, there's a solid foundation. So now when we apply the will of the adept, the will of the eager student, the will of the yogi, if you will, the will of the true spiritual aspirant who's seeking for the creator, to become the creator, and throughout their journey of becoming the creator, they're looking to be of service, to apply their knowledge of the creator to the rest of its creation. They understand this unity. They understand that teaching is learning, learning is teaching. They understand that actualization is realization, and realization is actualization. So why do we not only do the resting? Why do we return again to the more active part, the more investigative flavor? Why do we return to that? It seems like it's just mind. And in a way it is. It's true, it is mind. It uses the active faculty of intelligence applied to form, subject, object, experience. It's what is generated by that, right? Whereas if you're resting, the subject-object edginess starts to soften and soften and soften, and you feel like you become more of the creator, which, relatively speaking, it's true, that's what's occurring. You're remembering self, and you're resting in self. If you take someone that's not very actualized, who hasn't trained their will and their concentration, and haven't applied themselves willfully with devotion and surrender and sacrifice to a goal in life, if they haven't ever learned to do that, the power with which they can rest is diminished compared to the entity who has applied themselves over and over and over again, breaking through barriers of self-nonsense. So application of will, application of will, application of contemplation, application of investigation, application of devotion, application of dedication, application of effort, application, application, application. Someone like that, whenever something comes their way, they can solve that. And they can apply that also in the ways of resting, in the way of penetrating the veil. Someone who hasn't done that, who comes from a more lethargic background, who comes from a more quote-unquote lazy background, a more scattered, random background, where there's been less application of will, there's been less dedication to a particular direction in life. There's been more sort of fluttering around, letting life kind of take you here and there, not really knowing why you have the friends that you have or why you do the job that you do. If there's no direction of will, and someone comes to teaching like restless awareness, I'm not saying it cannot cause a lot of breakthrough and it cannot go profound and take you all the way. I'm not saying that's not possible. But I am saying it's very improbable, and it is slowed down significantly from the entity who also trains to apply their will for the proper cause. A cause that's in alignment with the realization of the Creator, the awakening of the Creator to itself. Compare this to, say the goal is for a water droplet to merge in the ocean. Water droplet falls in the mountains, it merges with other droplets, it starts to generate a little bit of momentum because of the gravity, and it starts rolling downhill, and it becomes a little stream. This is you, a little stream of water, knowing that somehow where you come from is ocean, knowing that somehow, someday, what you'll return to is the full experience of being ocean, being fully merged and blended and reunified, so to speak, with ocean. That's this sense that we all have, this inevitable gravitational understanding of what draws us in. Every time we rest this awareness, it's almost like the stream stops for a bit and starts to form a little puddle, mimicking the ocean. It's like forms a little lake. If you just stay there and you never return to reapplying the will and concentrating yourself back into penetrative stream, you're not actually reaching closer to the ocean. You're having a subtle mental container. If you don't have that power to penetrate, then the resting as awareness part, unless application is completely devoted to that, then you can build concentration and application without any of the symbols of goals and challenges and relationships and all that. You could just apply it, at least hypothetically, you could just apply the will to deepen in self and get the same effects, get the same acceleration and crystallization, amass the same amount of free will in that way. You could do that too. But given the nature of our daily interactions, given the nature of the purposeful timing of our transformation here at this point, at this planet, and how many of us have a blueprint that dictates something wanting to be shared, expressed, and accelerated in others as well, wanting to be learned and realized through interaction with other selves. Given that that's the nature of many of you guys' blueprint in this incarnation, you're going to be drawn out into the worldly experience almost inevitably, repeatedly, daily, no? So since that's the case, is that the case for most of you? There's going to be some aspect, some element of applying yourself to a particular direction, a goal, an experience, a relationship, a business, a company, a project, growth, exploring creation. There's going to be some degree of fascination with that, right? It's going to be very, very unrealistic to say that that's not going to happen anymore, and you're going to live the life of a sadhu. Total renunciation, where the entire will is now applied to meditation only, correct? It's improbable that that's true. No? Given the nature of your blueprint, and given the nature of your condition, and given the nature of your excitement and orientation, we have to teach ourselves this capacity also in action in service to others, in engagement with the illusion. That's why I clarify the nature of the illusion, so you can understand the nature of the illusion while you are bound to, at least to some degree, interact and engage with that illusion as if it is real or as if it is relevant. Does that make sense? Since that's the case, since that's something that's given, if I were to teach only resting as awareness right now, and maybe I will someday, but then maybe I'll point people back to the earlier work that I've done. But at this point, using this group as an example and the content of the retreat as it's been going back and forth during this event, just want you to understand some of the reasons why that's the case, and why that's important, and why it's not contradictory but complementary. It's because that lake, that peaceful little undisturbed lake, in order to actually become the ocean, needs to proceed in its journey towards the ocean. It can't just mimic the ocean. You want the individuation to actually dissolve into the ocean, not just to think about it as a concept of oneness and to be a peaceful individual thinking of oneness. That's different than becoming the one infinite creation and finally the one absolute, the source of the manifestation of awareness, love, light, bliss. So it's like that. We rest. We become ocean-like. We get a taste of what it's like to be the ocean, and then we merge and we blend and we gather more energy. We amass more free will. We join up with others. Our stream becomes larger, more powerful. It cuts through greater canyons. And then again, it opens up into a larger body of water. And the restfulness and the stability and the peace and being like the Creator when we're resting as awareness becomes larger and larger. And the sense, the feeling, if you will, or rather the, for lack of a better word, the flavor of resting as awareness or resting as God begins to be more potent. You can begin to sense the body of water, the amassing of spiritual power, free will, is growing. It's increasing in potency, in crystallization, in polarization, in energization. But the more you rest and the more you apply yourself and the more you surrender at the end of a journey of application and challenge and breakthrough, and then you go, you remember, I rest, I surrender it all back to God, and the body of water grows. And the experience and the juice and the love and the bliss that you tap into, the well that you tap into when you rest after a journey of application of will, the surrender now is that much more potent. It becomes more explosive, more like a big bang of release. And the appreciation of resting increases because of the intensity of the journey having increased, the amassing of free will having increased. So now when you surrender, it's a more powerful surrender. It's a more powerful mimicking of the Creator. It's a more powerful blending with the Creator. Because you now have the capacity to take all this free will and accumulate more of the illusion of the individual self, more of your energy, and surrender all of that to the Creator and purify all of that with the Creator. That's why the stream of love and bliss increases the more you practice, the more you rest, and the more you actualize yourself as well. The more you prioritize and apply the will. This is why they're complementary. You'll have moods and modes and periods and phases where the emphasis is on studying self-realization type of work, where you just immerse yourself in that type of retreat, which is what, for example, the Sedona experiment was more focused on, more exclusively. And so you use these types of sessions and videos courses from the academy, and you apply that work. You apply yourself to surrender. And then there's phases where there's an excitement, an inspiration, something draws you out into an experiential, engaged mode of operating. And then you apply the will and everything you've learned to live more sourcefully, more truthfully, in a more clarified, purified state. Applying yourself, purifying your intentions for the greater good of all, identifying with the greater good of all, which equals the vision. When I say become the vision, it equals become the greater good of all, become the hidden desire in the hearts of all men, all of mankind. Hidden desire combined is the greatest benefit. Again, you can either be of service or catering to people's opinions and preferences, or very different. You can apply yourself to be of service to their greatest, highest good, which they often don't have conscious knowledge of what that is. So you'll be an enigma. Your priority is no longer the personal self. You're becoming a shepherd. You're applying your will for the greater good, the right cause, the right direction. And you're accumulating spiritual mass. You're advancing rapidly towards becoming more of the one infinite creator. And then intermittently, you rest this awareness. You begin to bring forth that simultaneous awareness that you're actually in truth already the ocean in the form of a droplet, or in the form of a river, or in the form of a body of water, or in the form of a raging river. You will recognize the oceanness, the source, while you're applying your will in terms of actualization, or crystallization, or polarization, or energization. So the simultaneity also grows. The stream of peaceful bliss is now also experienced in terms of raging justice, or Shiva-like penetration of delusion, or devoting yourself completely to a cause. It becomes more and more the same thing, whether in action or seemingly only reflective of the sourceful nature of it. You start to feel different about what you are. You no longer feel so much you're the body, you more feel like you're a stream of liquid gold. The flavor of your very own presence, consciousness, will start to more and more take on a blissful flavor, a blissful depth. The Creator will become more present in it. The density of sentience of God, the Creator, increases in you, as you. That's what you're doing. Every time you choose devotion over slacking, anytime you choose to apply yourself, whether it is to resting or to crystallizing yourself or making a change, making a difference in the illusion, every time you're purifying yourself, you're shedding all the false alloys out of your system, and you're harnessing the power of the Creator through the application of will. Free will is the original energy of the Creator. You're becoming more identified as the energy of the Creator and less as any of the labels or partial manifestations. If you're not clarifying the self, you can't have free will. You're just conditioned, and you have preferences based on your conditioning. That's not the same as intuitively and directly being in communion with the intelligence of the Creator and being able to discern what's benevolent, what's beneficial, and what is not, and then to apply oneself to that according to one's own free will, one's own assessment, unfazed by feelings and emotions and preferences. Being able to do the right thing. In very human terms, you could say it's very similar to just fucking do the right thing, even if you completely feel like not doing it. Don't be a jackass, don't be a jerk, don't be a liar when you know it's not the right thing to do. I don't care if you're uncomfortable about telling the truth. Just tell that person the truth. Very human example of purifying the gold that you are. Maybe a situation and you're afraid to tell the truth, but you know it's the right thing to do. Devotion over fear. Application of will, crystallization, purification of self. Apply yourself to the just, to the right cause. Now on a less humanized level, it's to be devoted to seek the Creator rather than to seek more thoughts, more emotions, more pleasure, less pain, to become less biased, to become less emotionally charged about things, to have less of a predefined set of definitions and meanings given to experiences, but to be in that fresh, sourceful space of communion and intelligent resonance with the Creator, and from that free will where you're not disturbed by your own preferences and your own wants and your own unclarified, distorted foundation, which is not natural. Just because you're lazy and that's what you like to choose because it's comfortable and familiar to you, doesn't mean it's your natural self. Stop defending your impurities as simply being yourself. You must apply yourself to the purity, to the truth within. Wherever you're at is wherever you're at. And all you need to worry about is the next step for you. I'm just giving you a bigger picture overview of the spiritual evolution as it evolves on a universal level.
Hey guys, in today's video, I am going to show you how to level up your wardrobe without spending $1. So let me start with 5 really quick fashion hacks, but at the end of the video, I'm going to give you the one tip that you need to apply to every single outfit moving forward for spring, for summer, especially when we get back into fall and winter. Jean, the official breakup coach, teaching you how to break up with the old you and step into the new you, teaching you how to use your actual breakups as breakthroughs, and teaching you how to use dating as data to build unbreakable confidence and to never have a bad date again. On this channel, I make everything about you and becoming the better version of yourself. So let's go ahead and jump into the first fashion hack for today's video. Okay, so a big part of leveling up and becoming a high value woman is dressing a little bit more sophisticated. And for some of you guys, you might already be doing that. But for those of us who are not, and we have collected all these really inexpensive mini dresses, there is a way to hold on to some of them when you're leveling up your life and leveling up your wardrobe. So you can see what I did here. I love the long sash that drapes down to the floor, and I love the one arm shoulder. So what I did was I paired it over a pair of slacks, and you can see it completely changes the look of the dress. All right guys, so just to show you this hack, you can do this with all of your dresses. So I'm short enough where if I wanted to, I could even do that. So if you are over the dress as a dress, I would suggest cutting it off and just doing a hem. But for some of my dresses, because they're so short, I can just kind of gather them up and put them on over a fitted slack like this. And then you have a whole new look. Okay, now this next look is very popular. All of these sets became a trend, I think, when Kim Kardashian hit the scene. So there are a lot of these basics that are matching sets. I have a ton of them. I love them. They're so easy to throw on. The great thing is you can put them with sneakers, you can put them with heels, and you really can just grab it and go. However, there is a way to level these up. So I actually got this idea from the Banana Republic. I know that sounds crazy, but they're copying Ralph Lauren right now, and they are effing killing it. So I got this idea from their website. I would never think to put a punchy red with this olive skirt, but it looks amazing. So I got the idea from them. And then I happen to have a belt. I am someone that fully believes on stocking up on accessories, especially high waist belt. You can see how adding not only a pop of color, but also mixing the texture of the fabrics makes it look luxurious, and you don't have to get rid of the things in your closet. So that's why I'm telling you, you probably have a lot of stuff in your closet already. You just have to learn how to mix and match them in a different way. So on that note, moving on, this is a cargo pant that I actually just got from Banana Republic. And just so you guys know, everything I buy is usually pre-owned, the nice stuff, so I don't have links to them. The inexpensive things, obviously, I have links to, but for the really, really good stuff that I have in this video, they're all pre-owned. You can see when you want to go monochromatic and do all one color, so keep this in mind. If you're someone that lives in black, or if you're someone that always wears one color, look at this outfit. There is a combination of a silk. You don't have to have a silk, you can have a rayon. The point is something shiny, something matte, and something with texture. So you can see the cargo pant is more of a matte. The camisole I put on is silk, but basically just something shiny. And then the cardigan I threw over it is knit. So you can apply that rule to everything. But look how much more luxurious this makes the outfit. And then I switched it up one more time, is to add a pop of color. I basically just put a blouse, which is supposed to be buttoned up and tucked in, but I left it open and put the blazer over that. So I'm essentially just doing it to almost make it look like I'm wearing a scarf, even though I'm not. So that's another way to level up your wardrobe, is layer pieces, but using pops of color. Again, this little dress I almost threw away, but I didn't because I absolutely love the color. So these little net dresses with sneakers are great. So you can see I used a waist belt just to create a waist because I don't have one. So I used a waist belt, and pulling your hair back off your face, which is something that I actually don't like, but since I'm leveling up and stepping into the new me, you want to do things that don't feel like you. That's the whole point. You want to think different, you want to talk different, you want to dress different so that you become a better version of yourself. So my hair has always kind of been my armor and something I hide behind. So pulling it off my face, believe it or not, makes me feel very naked, makes me feel very vulnerable, but I'm pushing through because it's something that I'm choosing to do for myself and for my life at this point, is not having to rely so much on the sexy hair and the sexy this and the sexy that. I'm really trying to remove that from my life and really step into a foundation of confidence coming from an internal place. That's just something to think about as yourself as well. When you're trying to level up, do something different. You have to become the new you to become the new you. I love this dress. Believe it or not, you guys, I bought this dress probably over 20 years ago at a consignment sale of some sort. I've only worn it one time. The easy way to level up a dress like this, which is your basic cocktail dress that you would normally pair with heels and really delicate jewelry, is to add boots. Like, I love these boots. I also got these pre-owned. They're like $900 boots. I got them for $200 on Poshmark. Always shop pre-owned. And then again, I added a waist chain belt. And then this is the same blazer that I paired with the cargo pants. So it's really beautiful. I got the idea from Banana Republic, and I'll show you that picture. And I just thought that looks so beautiful. If you guys are interested in any help with styling and leveling up your wardrobe, and again, don't forget about signing up for my Dating for Data Bootcamp. This will make it so that you never have a bad date again, because we make the dates all about you. All right, you guys, now let me just leave you with the final tip for you guys to go into your closets right now. The rule is, that is a really simple way to level up your wardrobe, especially if you're someone that loves to wear all black, which a lot of us do, me, is to have a matte fabric, a shiny fabric, and a knit. Just like I did on the monochromatic cream outfit, which is right here. So there's a lot of stuff in our closets, you guys, that we already have. So pump the brakes on spending money and just try to look at your wardrobe with fresh eyes. All right, hopefully that was helpful. I'll see you guys on Saturday for another video, and I'm putting out a dupe video. I have a new shipment of dupes coming in. If you guys didn't see the first video, it's right there. Same woman, Bags from Henna, is sending me a beautiful batch of bags, so I'm super excited to do another fashion video.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Mindfulness for Happiness and Relapse Prevention. In this presentation, we're going to define mindfulness and mindlessness. We'll differentiate between mindfulness and purposeful action, identify how mindfulness can be used in practice, and explore several different mindfulness techniques and activities that you can use with your clients. So what is mindlessness? We're going to start there. Mindlessness is on autopilot. It's when you get up in the morning, you stagger into the kitchen, you make your coffee, you eat your breakfast, you take a shower, you go to work, you come home, you eat dinner, and you go to bed. And you really didn't check in with yourself to see how you were feeling, what you were needing, and if there was anything that you could do to actually perk up your day. So we don't want to be on autopilot. We need to reduce enough stress in our life, or at least learn to focus and stop and smell the roses, or at least check in, even if we're not going to smell anything. Mindlessness is also going with the flow, being a yes man, just saying, sure, let's do it, go ahead, and not ever identifying what we really want and need. Mindlessness is also doing what has always been done just because it's always been done. And sometimes you need to check in and go, you know what? That's not all that important. If you are one of those people who has to go through and bleach every bathroom every weekend, that's the way you've always done it, and it may still work for you, and you may have a perfectly good reasoning and desire to do it, and that's great. But maybe you're going through and bleaching the bathroom every weekend, and you realize you're the only one living in the house anymore. Your kids have moved out, and 3 out of the 4 bathrooms don't ever get used anymore. So maybe you can not bleach those every week, maybe just once a month. So looking at what you're doing and identifying if it's needed or if you're just doing it because it's always been done that way. Another example of it's always been done that way, from my personal experience, when I come home, and this is total autopilot mindlessness, I come home, I put my purse on the foyer table, I walk into the kitchen, I open up the refrigerator, and I find something to eat. Now, I've never stopped to check in to go, am I really hungry? Am I thirsty? Or is it just because I'm home? It's just what I do. So it's important in mindfulness to identify what you're doing and choose your behaviors, choose how you use your energy purposefully. Other examples of mindlessness, getting home and not remembering the drive. I think all of us have done it. We get in the car and we're kind of on autopilot going home and we're totally thinking about something else. Eating without realizing it, or when you're not hungry. Sometimes people will just kind of meander into the kitchen and get something to eat and sit down and start eating, and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not really even hungry. And having intense feelings or relapses come from, quote, out of the blue. These usually don't come from out of the blue unless there's been some sort of a trauma in your life. Most of the time, relapses, whether it's mental health or substance abuse, started a long time ago, and you weren't paying attention to the fact that you were getting run down, that you were getting stressed out, that you were getting overwhelmed. So you get to this breaking point, and all of a sudden the dam breaks, and you're like, oh, where did that come from? Well, if you were paying attention, it started about 6 weeks ago. Mindfulness is having an awareness in the present. We stop, look, listen, feel, and interpret what's going inside us and what's going on around us. I encourage my clients to do mindfulness check-ins at every meal because we usually eat at least 2 to 3 times a day. So that's a good anchor point for them to go, okay, before I eat, let me just stop, look around, see where I'm at, figure out how am I feeling physically? Am I tired? Am I anxious? Am I stressed out? Am I hurting somewhere? And what's going on around you? How are you thinking? Once you figure out how you're feeling, whether you're comfortable, what the environment is, interpret where you are and what you need. Purposeful action means becoming mindful in the present moment and acting intentionally instead of reacting emotionally. if you are stressed out and you're exhausted and you're in the cafeteria of your office and people keep coming in and talking to you and just bothering you, and you just really want some peace and quiet, mindlessly acting people would likely just continue to sit there until somebody comes up and you bite their head off. If you're being mindful, you realize, preferably before you even go into the cafeteria, that you're stressed out and you need some quiet time. So maybe you need to eat at your desk. So you're acting intentionally instead of reacting when the dam breaks. You want to intentionally choose behaviors and actions that are going to make effective use of your energy and help you achieve your goals. So again, just thinking about biting people's heads off or getting overwhelmed, how can you prevent that from happening? If you're acting intentionally, if you do a mindfulness scan and you go, you know what, I'm really stressed out right now, I'm exhausted, I can't think straight, what do I need versus what do I think I should do? Because what you need is going to lead you towards purposeful action and get you closer to your goals. How did we learn mindlessness? As we were growing up, people have told us things like, do it because I said so, don't ask why. This is always one of my big pet peeves when I'm working with other coaches or I'm working with clinicians in a residential setting or even in an outpatient setting. If they tell their clients to do something because they said so, that's A, not respecting the client's autonomy, but it also doesn't help the client learn why, so they can be mindful and make a purposeful choice about whether they want to do it or not. Suck it up communicates don't feel, just do. You know, some mornings we get up, we don't want to go to work, we don't want to face the traffic, we don't want to take a shower, whatever the case is, maybe all of the above. And sometimes we do have to suck it up. But if you do a mindfulness scan and I go, you know, all of those things are true, I'm not motivated to do anything, I've got to decide in the big scheme of things what works best to help me achieve my goals. Sometimes it means suck it up. But it's important to check in with yourself and feel first, identify what you need, and then make decisions about what's going to get you closer to your goals. Nobody cares, just ignore it. It means don't trust your own instincts and don't trust other people. We don't want to learn this. Again, when you go and tell your boss, I'm overwhelmed, I've got 16 things to do that are due on Friday, and I need to know which is of more of a priority to you. And he says, you know, just go figure it out. He's not giving you any direction for being mindful. Or if he says, I don't want to hear about how stressed you are, that means how you feel doesn't matter. And you need to just go ahead and do it regardless of what's in your best interest. Now, sometimes that's going to happen in the workplace. You know, I'm not saying that we live in a utopia. It is, however, important for people to be aware of their own limits and boundaries to prevent burnout. And finally, that's what everyone does. So don't question it. Everyone else does this, so you need to do it too. And in reality, this is one of the biggest mindfulness trip-ups ever. Always, always, always ask yourself, is whatever I'm getting ready to do getting me closer to or further away from my ultimate goals and where I want to be? Mindfulness can help us transition from reacting to acting. It can help us be proactive and prevent reacting, prevent blowing up, prevent burning out. It makes more efficient and effective use of energy by making the right decisions the first time. So beginning with the end in mind, so to speak. What are my ultimate goals? Let's make the right decision about how to handle this situation to get me closer to my goals. And mindfulness encourages self-awareness and compassion. So we want to seek first to understand ourselves and then to understand others. And when I say understand ourselves, it means what are we good at? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What do we need? What do we want? And what are our ultimate goals? Mindfulness can help reduce inefficiency through planning and prioritizing. Instead of just kind of flying by the seat of your pants, deciding, hey, I want to build a doghouse, driving down to Home Depot, buying a bunch of lumber and a bunch of nails and going, okay, now let's figure out how to put this together. That's kind of inefficient. Whereas you could save time by going online, getting a plan, which will have a list of all the supplies that you need, and then you can follow the plan, put up the doghouse, and bada bing, Fido has a new home. Mindfulness helps balance and renew your resources, energy, and health to create a sustainable, long-term, effective lifestyle, because it encourages you to ask yourself regularly, what do I need right now? And what options do I have to meet those needs in the present while still moving toward future goals? If you can even just ask yourself those two questions at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and actually act on the results, not just go, okay, well, that was a fun exercise. It will help you reduce a lot of stress and free up energy to accomplish the goals that you want to. Mindfulness activities, head, heart, and gut honesty. I talk about this in a lot of presentations. In your head, this is your logic. What do you need? In your heart, this is, how you feel about something. And your gut is kind of your spidey senses. And if something isn't right, your gut's going to go, yeah, this is probably a bad idea. When you're behaving mindfully, your head, heart, and gut are all in alignment. They're going, yep, this is what we need to do. Now, your head may be saying, this is going to be hard, but we can get it done. Or your heart may be saying, this is not the most pleasant thing that I have to do, but it's the right thing to get me to where I want to be. Another activity you can do is the attitude of gratitude, also known as don't crap on the present. So having an attitude of gratitude about yourself, what are you grateful for? About your family, what are you grateful for with them? Your job and your life. Too often, because this is the way we've always been raised, we focus on the negative and forget to identify the positive, when in reality, we should identify 3 positives for every negative. Try that. 3 positives for every negative. Another activity is called the 5-minute focus, and this can be somewhat daunting at first. Go into a room for 5 minutes, and it may seem like an eternity. Write down on a piece of paper everything you see, what you smell, what you hear, and how you feel emotionally and physically. This gets you into the habit or practice of being more attuned to your surroundings and being more aware of not only what's going on inside, but also what's going on around you. Smells are the strongest trigger for memories. So if you walk into a room and, every time you walk in there, you just kind of feel chills go up your spine, think to yourself, what does this smell like that is reminding me of something in my past? Or is the paint on the walls a color that reminds me of something? Am I triggering a memory? Being aware of what's going on around and inside is important because they work together. Vulnerability checklist. This is something I encourage people do every single morning. Vulnerabilities are things that, when unchecked, can cause low-grade stress, making you more vulnerable to stronger reactions. So if you're under stress, if you're not getting proper nutrition, if you're not getting enough sleep, if you're in pain, if you're not sleeping well, when something happens, your emotional reaction, which would normally maybe be a 2, may be an 8, because you're just you're over it. Your physical reactions can also be a lot stronger. Instead of just being a mild annoyance where you have a brief little adrenaline rush, you may get completely flushed and go into a full-grade panic attack. Socially, your reactions can be a lot stronger, and you can be either a lot more needy and a lot more seeking of external validation, or on the contrary, you might be a lot more withdrawing. When stress starts to build up, it affects your relationships. And when stress starts to build up and you start to become vulnerable, environmental things can also be a lot more powerful in triggering relapses and negative mood states. Yet another activity is called 3-minute thoughts. Take 3 minutes and write down or record on a voice recorder all of the thoughts that you have. Then review what you wrote down. How many of those thoughts were negative? How many were about the past, the future, and the present? And how many were just totally irrelevant? This will help you identify what your sort of automatic thoughts are that are constantly buzzing around in your head. We want these thoughts to be positive and about the present and hopeful about the future. Irrelevant thoughts happen. You know, you may be driving down the road and you're like, ooh, bunny rabbit. Totally irrelevant, but it's a thought. So it's something that you would want to record. Colors of emotion. Most colors evoke emotion in people. Most of the emotions are learned because color reminds you of a memory. So get a big crayon box and identify how different colors make you feel. Now, certain colors, they've done research. Yellows, reds, and browns tend to make people hungry. So when you go into restaurants, you'll see a lot more yellow, red, and brown. Blue, certain blues can be calming, but certain blues can also feel institutional, like a blue-gray or kind of a pea soup green. That may not be true for every single person, though. So look at colors, look at swatches, and just see, how does that make you feel? Does it make you feel calm, indifferent, or sad? Increase the colors in your environment that make you happy. I like purple and blues and, you know, some of the bright, cheery colors. But I love just about every shade of purple and blue. So that's what I would use for accessories in whatever environment that I'm in. But I also like white because it's blank. And that gives me a place, something that I can look at that's not overstimulating or understimulating. It's just blank. Smells are one of the strongest memory triggers, so know your nose. What smells to you are calming and maybe nostalgic at the same time? It's getting to be fall right now where I'm at, and the fall smells and the fall air fresheners are coming out. And I love the smell of cinnamon and cloves and all of those things that you associate with campfires and apple cider and all that kind of stuff. It makes me nostalgic, and it's also calming. There's not really a whole lot of smells that make me angry, except for maybe the smell of dog poop, because then I know I've got to clean it up. But, you know, some smells may trigger a memory of something, maybe a bad situation in your past, and it will make you angry. So be aware of those smells. Are there smells that make you stressed? And are there smells that make you energetic? Now, you can do all kinds of research on aromatherapy and see what scents are typically associated with certain feelings. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be associated with that feeling for you. So you still want to test it out personally. When I use aromatherapy with my animals that are on my farm, I take down an array of different essential oils and I let them sniff them. And if they like it, they'll sniff it again. If they don't like it, they'll walk away. My donkeys don't like lavender. They have no use for lavender at all. Now, valerian, on the other hand, they tend to flock to a little bit more. So before the farrier comes out, I put a little valerian oil on their halter, which helps them be a little bit calmer when he's there. The ABCs. ABCs help you identify why you're getting upset about something. So the activating event, something happens. The consequence is that you get upset or you get angry. But between those two things, which are like a split second, you have all these automatic beliefs. So something happened, and you tap into schemas about this event, which are all your automatic beliefs, and it results in an emotion. Now, what you can do is dispute these beliefs and say, that doesn't really apply to this situation. Sometimes your beliefs are spot on accurate, though. So then you've got to evaluate, is this worth my energy? Is my reaction useful? If you get cut off in traffic, and this is my favorite one to use because everybody gets cut off in traffic occasionally. If you get cut off in traffic, was it dangerous? Yeah, that's probably a very valid belief. But when I evaluate the consequence, is my getting angry about it and, trying to convince the other person how wrong they were, is that useful? My answer is no. The other person may not even know they cut me off, but even if they do, they may not care, and likely they don't. So is it worth my energy and effort to follow up on that, or do I just need to go, okay, deep breath, need to be a little bit more alert? Relapse warning signs checklist, or the black swan. Relapses don't come from out of the blue. A black swan is something that is an unexpected event to occur. Part of mindfulness is learning about yourself from past experiences. In the past, what has led up to a relapse? In the past, what has triggered my depression? Relapse prevention means being aware of your status, how you're feeling, your vulnerabilities, and your wants and needs. So being aware of that, being aware of your swan, will help you prevent the black swan. It will help you prevent a relapse from just showing up out of the blue. Developing a checklist of your relapse warning signs and reviewing it daily can also assist in preventing relapse. A functional analysis: what, whys, and hows. I like this one just because I tend to be more cognitive in my approach. What makes you angry, resentful, or guilty? Anger is a protective feeling. It pushes people away or gives you power over them. Resentment is just another form of anger. Guilt, interestingly, a lot of people don't loop it in here, but guilt is often anger at yourself for something you did or didn't do. So we're still dealing with anger. So what triggers your anger? What are you angry about? Why are you angry about it? And how can you get rid of this anger? Because being angry doesn't do anybody any good. So figuring out how to deal with that anger and let it go. Fear, again, what's causing it? If you've got fear going on, what's causing it? Why are you afraid of this? And how can you deal with it? Being stressed out or overwhelmed. Same basic principle. Now, happiness, here's one that we don't usually question. Why would we question happiness? Why would we do a functional analysis on it? Because you can't be happy and miserable at the same exact time. So what makes you happy? Why does it make you happy? And how can you increase that in your life? Denial. Sometimes we have to look at, somebody tells me I'm in denial about something. So what is it they're telling me I'm in denial about? Why do they think I'm in denial about it? And how can I address it? And depression and isolation follows the same pattern. What is it that's causing it? Why do I feel this way? And how can I deal with it? A daily planner can also be helpful. Each morning, spend 10 minutes being mindful of how you're feeling. 10 minutes can feel like an eternity, but do it while you're drinking your coffee. Maybe drink your coffee on the porch and watch the birds or listen to the frogs, whatever it is that you do in the morning. Identify all the things that need to happen or get done that day. Not that you want to happen or get done, that need to. These absolutely positively have to happen. Go through the list and highlight the ones that must get done today. Maybe your electric bill is due today, so that's got to be done today. Identify anybody that can assist with the must-dos, and then get going. You can only sit there and think about it and dread it and ponder it and feel overwhelmed for so long before you just exhaust yourself. So you might as well use that energy to get going and start knocking things off of your list. Our culture promotes automation and mindlessness. Mindfulness means taking time to think before you act. Stopping to think takes time, though, but it usually takes less time than making needless errors. So, do you have time to do it twice, or is it better to do it right the first time? Mindfulness means understanding your swan, your status, your wants and needs, and the what's, whys, and how's of your vulnerabilities so you can make the best choice of action to get you closer to where you want to be. Here are some mindfulness-related resources that you can take a look at. They're all workbooks. They are very good. If you want to go to newharbinger.com and use coupon code 1168SNIPES, you'll get a 25.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone, depending on where you're joining us from today. Welcome to Engineering for Change, or E4C for short. Today we're pleased to bring you our monthly E4C seminar series, which is spearheaded by ASME's Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, with a purpose to intellectually develop the field of engineering for global development. Each month, we have been hosting new research institutions to learn more about their work in advancing United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and global development more broadly. Today's seminar is with Dr. Evan Thomas, and we'll hear a little bit more about him, his group's work, later in the seminar. The seminar you're participating in will be archived on the E4C website, as well as our YouTube channel. Both of the URLs where you can access the recordings are listed on the slide in front of you. Information on upcoming seminars is available on our seminars page, and E4C members will receive invitations to upcoming seminars directly. If you have any questions, comments, and recommendations for future topics and speakers, please feel free to contact our team at research@engineeringforchange.org. And if you're following us on Twitter today, please join our conversation with a dedicated hashtag, #E4C seminar series. Before we move to our presenters, I would like to share with you a little bit of information about E4C. E4C is a knowledge organization, digital platform, and global community of over 1 million engineers, designers, development practitioners, and social scientists who are leveraging technology to solve quality of life challenges faced by underserved communities around the globe. Some of these may include access to clean water and sanitation, sustainable energy, information and communication technology, agriculture, and more. We invite all of you to become E4C members. Membership is free and provides access to news, thought leadership, insights on hundreds of essential technologies, professional development, and current opportunities such as funding, calls, jobs, fellowships, and more. And E4C members also receive exclusive invitations to online and regional events, as well as access to resources aligned to their needs. We invite you to visit our website to learn more and sign up. Our research work cuts across geographies and sectors to deliver an ecosystem view of technology for good. Original research is conducted by E4C's research fellows annually on behalf of our partners and clients and delivered as digestible insights. We invite you to visit our research page, the URL is listed on the slide, to explore field insights, research collaborations, and review of the State of Engineering for Global Development, a compilation of academic programs and institutions offering training in this sector. If you have a research question or want to work with us on a research project as a fellow, please contact us at research@engineeringforchange.org. And we're also pleased to share news about our current challenge on E4C, focused on expediting solutions related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of zero hunger and clean water. The Innovate for Impact Siemens Design Challenge aims to nurture breakthrough ideas and apply human-centered design to engineer innovative hardware solutions that help achieve SDGs 2 and 6 by 2030. Learn more and sign up on our website. The URL is listed. Applications are open now to all E4C members. Given the current pandemic, the deadline for submissions has been extended through May 4th. I encourage all of you to apply. Now, with that, just a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. As always, we like to take a practice round with using our WebEx platform. So we invite you now to type in your location into the chat window. As some of you have already done this, obviously have been part of these seminars before. We have folks from Cameroon, from Sweden. I see folks from New Jersey, a little closer to home, North Carolina, New York City, Barcelona, Portugal, Alaska. Oh, that's the first one. Welcome, Alaska. Kathmandu, the Rockaways in New York, Kenya, Ghana, a Ghanaian from Turkey, Nigeria, Dayton, Ohio. Welcome, everyone. We're so pleased to have you here. Welcome, Ann Arbor. Welcome. So with that in mind, do please put your questions into the Q&A window, which is right below the chat window. If you do not see the chat or the Q&A windows, please take a look for the two icons that are located in the bottom in the middle of the slides to have those open up for you. I see some answers coming up in the Q&A window. Welcome, friends. If you have any comments that you would like to share with your fellow attendees, please use the chat window for that purpose. Questions for our speakers today, we invite you to please put them into the Q&A window so we can keep track of those. If you have any issues with WebEx during this time, please make sure to email our admin. The Engineering for Change admin can be directly IM'd in the chat window. And if you're listening to the audio broadcast and you encounter any trouble, try hitting stop and then start. And you may also want to try opening up WebEx in a different browser. So with that and those instructions, and again, welcome everyone from Mombasa to Pakistan to Montreal. We're very pleased to have you here. I am pleased to introduce our presenter today, Dr. Evan Thomas, who is the director of the Mortensen Center in Global Engineering and holds the Mortensen Endowed Chair in Global Engineering at the University of Colorado Boulder. He's a tenured associate professor, jointly appointed in the Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering and the Aerospace Engineering Sciences departments, and an affiliate faculty in the Environmental and Occupational Health at the Colorado School of Public Health. Evan is currently a member of the NASA and USAID Surveyor Applied Sciences team. He has a PhD in Aerospace Engineering Sciences from the University of Colorado Boulder and is a registered professional engineer, as well as having a master's in public health from the Oregon Health and Science University. We're honored that he is also the co-chair of the ASME Engineering for Global Development Research Committee, and really thrilled to turn it over to Evan to share his insights. All right, Evan, I'm going to pass over controls to you. And then I also want to introduce today's moderator, Dr. Jesse Austin Brenneman. If you've joined the series before, you would have heard his bio, and I will spare you from reading it. It is also equally extensive and illustrious, and you can see it on the slide right now. Jesse is going to take us through the Q&A session and provide his insights as well. So with that, I turn it over to Evan.
Thanks, Yana, and thanks, Jesse. It's a pleasure to work with both of you and to speak with all of our attendees today virtually. I'm going to share a little bit today about how do we measure impact in global engineering, and even before that, what is global engineering? What does it mean to be an engineer working to address global challenges of poverty reduction, both these persistent challenges of access to safe water, safe sanitation, safe infrastructure, safe energy, but then also how some of these global changes, including climate change and COVID-19, are impacting some of these communities around the world, and what's our role as engineers in trying to assist with solutions. This is our world. I'm sure this looks very familiar to everyone. What's neat about this is it's not a graphic. It kind of looks like a graphic. It's actually a picture. It's a bunch of stitched satellite imagery of everywhere on Earth on a cloud-free day. But we all can see where each of you are around the world on this map. Here's another way of looking at the planet. So you see two different images here. One is electricity, lights. So you see in North America and in Europe, and you can see the Nile lit up in North Africa. You can see India and China outlined. That's where there's electricity use, and it's contributing to light that you can see from space. But then the more orange colors, or the more red colors, those are biomass fires. So some of those are forest fires, but most of what you see there are people cooking with wood fuel and charcoal. We still today, even in 2020, about half the world's population still uses firewood for their daily energy needs. And many of those people live in the global south, and in particular sub-Saharan Africa. And this contributes to some of the leading persistent causes of illness and death globally. We have One of the leading causes of illness and death is respiratory disease, which is tied to both indoor and outdoor air pollution. We still have over 1 billion people in the world that lack access to safe drinking water, 2 billion people that don't have safe sanitation. And many of these people live in areas of the world where climate change is making these problems worse. So in sub-Saharan Africa, you're seeing early effects of climate change. You're seeing increased variability in rainfall. So wet places are getting wetter, but dry places are also getting drier. So drought that used to happen in East Africa maybe every 5 or 10 years is now effectively every single year. We also have rainfall variability. So rain's coming at different times of the year, which impacts crop yields. So crop failure is increasing, and risk of famine and food insecurity is increasing, and water insecurity is increasing. Climate change is also impacting disease. Malaria has killed more people in human history than any other single cause. And the one saving grace of malaria is that the parasite, which lives inside mosquitoes, couldn't live above about 5,000 feet. So population centers like Nairobi, Kenya, actually evolved, came into being because people realized they weren't sick from malaria. And now, just within the past few years, as the average mean surface temperature warms, there's now persistent and chronic malaria in Nairobi and other major cities around the world. So we're actually seeing disease patterns being resurgent and changing. This is another way of looking at the planet. These are aerosols. So you see here in Africa, a lot of these aerosols are associated with biomass cook stoves and charcoal stoves. In North America, a lot of those will be forest fires. In North Africa, those are dust storms. And out in the ocean, you see typhoons and hurricanes. So one question that we have often as engineers and as development practitioners is simple. Is development working? Is the entire field of global development, which includes nonprofit organizations like Engineers Without Borders, all the way up to multilaterals like the World Bank and UNICEF, or national entities like USAID, all of this energy and activity and professional work poured into poverty reduction, is it working? Are people getting healthier? Are they getting wealthier? Are we strengthening economies? So one thing you look at is disease and morbidity and mortality. So this chart here is global mortality among children under 5 over the past basically 25 years. And you can see that for every cause, mortality has decreased over the past 25 years. So respiratory infections have dropped precipitously. Diarrhea diseases, neonatal and preterm issues, malaria, HIV and AIDS, even though there's some bumps in the 2000s, overall, those major causes of mortality among children are decreasing. So often you can look at this kind of data and say development is working. But the benefits are disproportionate. And I want to highlight that here up front because, while it's important to be optimistic and it's important to want to contribute to some of the solutions, it's also important to be realistic about where these changes are actually happening and where chronic poverty is not necessarily being addressed. So here's another way of looking at the planet. These are CO2 emissions per capita. So you can see that the United States, even though China recently passed the United States as the biggest single emitter globally, by far the United States is the single greatest emitter per capita. Here in the United States, we use more CO2 and energy per person than anywhere else in the United States, in the world. Plus, we've used more energy and had more CO2 emissions as a country in aggregate of any country in the world. But you can see that China, Russia, Europe, North Africa, North America, Australia are big users of energy and the associated emissions per capita. And sub-Saharan Africa has practically no emissions per capita. So this is energy use. Here's another map. This is the global burden of disease today. So these are the people in the world that have the greatest burden of disease per capita. And a lot of that disease burden, which is still environmentally, a lot of environmental hazards like air quality and water quality and sanitation and malaria and other diseases, is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. Most of the least developed countries in the world, about 50 out of the 70 least developed countries, are in sub-Saharan Africa. So you still see that there's a concentration of poverty and disease and a lack of economic activity is reflected in energy use in sub-Saharan Africa. This is the proportion of populations with access to basic hand washing facilities. Now, we don't have data for Europe or for North America or for much of South America. So the gray is an indication of no data. So just look at where you see the color bars. This is data from the Joint Monitoring Program indicating the proportion of households that have soap and water. In Kenya, about 10% of rural households have soap and water. In Ethiopia, 4% of rural households have soap and water. This is relevant right now. The main advice from the World Health Organization, the main advice from the CDC, the main advice from UNICEF on how we can slow and stop the spread of COVID-19 everywhere in the world is with regular hand washing with soap and water. And that is especially evident as the main intervention that is promoted in low and middle income countries. And yet people don't have soap and they don't have water. So there's emerging concern that if COVID does spread in sub-Saharan Africa, it's going to spread very quickly without access to soap and water. 4% of rural Ethiopians have soap and water. 10% of rural Kenyans have soap and water. So this is morbidity, disease burden among all people in high-income countries. So this is the top chart here is high-income countries, and the bottom chart is low-income countries. And I just want to point out that if you live in a high-income country, the burden of disease are going to be things like heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, even things like back and neck pains. In low-income countries, the burden of disease is highly skewed to environmental hazards, lower respiratory infections, which are correlated to air pollution, diarrhea, and malaria. And we're going to look at a similar chart, but only for deaths among children under 5. So if a baby is born in a high-income country and he dies, it's likely going to be a neonatal, a preterm issue, or a congenital defect. If a baby is born and dies in a low-income country, she likely is going to die of a respiratory disease or diarrhea or malaria again. And 99% of the deaths among children under 5 are in low-income countries. So is development working? On one hand, we can say that people are getting healthier, but on the other hand, you can say that we're not necessarily making progress among the lowest income countries. This is, again, 25 years of data of all the people in extreme poverty, which is living on less than $1.90 per person per day in equivalent purchasing power parity, which, by the way, is an extremely low number. Other statistics like to use numbers of less than $5 a day, and you suddenly start seeing that billions of people are still living on less than $5 a day. But still, this illustrates something. So the number of people living on less than $1.90 a day has dropped from 2 billion people in 1990 to projected about 500 million people by 2030. But where's that progress happening? It's happening in India and China. India and China each have 1 billion people. For the vast majority of that progress are national economic activity and economic policies which have brought people into the middle class and has been reflected in decreasing disease burden and increasing wealth. Sub-Saharan Africa is increasing in the number of people in extreme poverty, and is projected to continue to increase over the next 10 years. So I think it's very important that as development practitioners, we focus specifically on the question of whether or not our interventions are directly impacting poverty reduction. While as a world, as a planet, the number of people in poverty has been decreasing and wealth has been increasing, the focus of development priorities in large part remains in sub-Saharan Africa, where we have a stubborn 500,000 people living in extreme poverty. So this is the world today. Some of you might have seen this chart before from Gapminder. We've used terms like low and middle income countries, or global north and global south, or an old term was third world countries. Of course, we don't use that anymore. None of those terms really make a lot of sense when you look at the spread of income and life expectancy in the world. So on the bottom is a log scale of income, per capita income, and on the X scale, or on the Y scale, sorry, is life expectancy. And if you've seen Hans Rosling's animation of this data, the main case that he makes is that 200 years ago, everybody in the world and every country in the world was clustered in that lower left-hand corner, that everybody is poor and died young. And that over 200 years, everyone has moved up to that level 4 area where you have high income and high life expectancy. But I want to point out in particular, look in that level 1 category and level 1 and 2. It's sub-Saharan Africa again. You still have that stubborn cluster of Sub-Saharan African countries that are stuck in poverty. And again, this has been such the target of development policy and development practice that I think we need to evaluate if these interventions are contributing to this overall goal of increased health and wealth. One way of looking at this question is how much money is actually going into sub-Saharan Africa. So this is data of financial flows into and out of sub-Saharan Africa over the past 10 years. And up in this top chart, everything above 0 are the total added up sources of money. So you can see in purple, it's remittances. These are people living outside of their home country, sending money home. In that lighter blue, it's foreign aid. So this would be the World Bank and UNICEF and USAID. In darker blue, it's foreign investments. So it's corporations investing in industry and in economies. And then you can barely see it. That little green bar on the top, that's philanthropy. That's the Gates Foundation and everybody else like the Gates Foundation giving direct philanthropy to initiatives in Africa. I think there's a couple things that are striking about this chart. Remittances are just as big as foreign aid, and philanthropy is actually pretty small. So even though foundations like the Gates Foundation have enormous influence in the development sector, their contribution is actually a tiny fraction of the financial flows into Africa. But that's flows of money into sub-Saharan Africa. On the bottom, the below 0 in orange, this is debt interest payments. These are just interest on debt, not capital repayments, but just interest on largely World Bank debt repaid, getting repaid based on debts incurred in the 70s and 80s in Africa. So it almost basically wipes out foreign aid, is having to send money back to the World Bank again. And then you have trade misinvoicing. That's in red. Trade misinvoicing and tax avoidance. These are those foreign corporations using tricks of the tax code to avoid paying taxes in these countries. And the overall effect of that is that while there might be a lot of economic activity, a lot of that activity is not being translated into income to national governments to provide basic services. So government's not able to provide water, sanitation, energy, infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, education without a tax base. And that tax base is minimized through tax avoidance and trade misinvoicing. So if you take the net of all of these inflows and outflows, you get to about $20 billion a year going into Africa. Now that might sound like a lot of money. It's a lot more money than I have, but $20 billion a year is about $20 per person per year as the net investment of the rest of the world in Africa. It's really not very much money. It's about the budget of NASA or the EPA or USAID. So in aggregate, even though there's a lot of heat, there's not necessarily a lot of fire around economic development and investment in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a little bit of context setting. That's the world that we live in today. So what is the role of engineers in trying to address these chronic challenges? Historically, engineers have liked to work on a project or a product level. We like to invent a new water filter or invent a new cook stove or do a project in a village like rainwater catchment. And that's been our contribution, at least over the past 20, 30, 40 years, is project and product level focus. But these are not solving these chronic underlying problems. A product is not solving the root cause of poverty in a village. And inventing another water filter does not address the reason why people don't have clean water. So as engineers, we need to elevate our contribution. We need to be more concerned with the determinants and causes and ultimately try to address solutions to global poverty. So what do we mean by that? This is a non-comprehensive list, just a list of examples of where engineers can contribute. One is standards development, something that the professional societies like ASME have a really great history in, is engineers coming together and saying, this is the criteria for water treatment. We're not going to let everybody invent a new way of doing this. We have to have certain standards for water quality, certain standards for air quality, certain standards for structures. System science, looking at systems level interventions, not just is a water filter working or is a water pump working, but what is the entire system behind water service delivery? Impact evaluation. Impact evaluation has been big in the past 15 years in the development sector, led by economists and by public health professionals. Engineers also have a role in designing experimentally rigorous evaluations to see if technologies and interventions are actually addressing problems on a long-term basis. Another example is instrumentation and remote sensing. Our team in particular focuses on this work. How can we use satellite data and sensor data to monitor food security, to monitor water security, and to use that information so that people can act on it to improve water and food security? Pay for performance contracting. This might sound a little arcane, but a big area of emphasis today is how do we actually incentivize services? Let's not give money to a nonprofit to install another water pump. Let's incentivize delivery of water services and use contracting and monitoring mechanisms to ensure long-term support of service delivery. Professional and graduate education, of course, this is what Engineering for Change does in part, and what our program here at the University of Colorado does, and along with a lot of other universities, trying to train engineers to contribute to these global challenges. Of course, environmental health, those hazards of dirty air, and dirty water and sanitation are not going away yet. We need to continue to innovate in that space. And structures and settlements. As engineers, how do we build safe housing, safe transportation for both developing areas as well as in emergency response? So how does this all come together in terms of actual interventions? This is a little infographic of how foreign aid flows today. Money often comes in, as indicated on the left, through organizations all the way from Engineers Without Borders to the World Bank to go into projects that often have a technology component, a water project, a cook stove project, an off-grid energy project that's designed to try to address a symptom of poverty: dirty water, dirty air, unsafe sanitation. But the lasting impact is often not there. About half of water and sanitation programs installed every year with foreign aid are broken within the first 18 months, and they often never get fixed. Now, an engineer might say, well, I need to build a better water pump. But the economists and the public health people and the public policy people will say, we need to look at that entire system. We need to look at who's paying for water, where are the subsidies, how do you professionalize this service, what are the supply chains? It goes way beyond training a local technician to fix a water pump. So how do we close this loop? How do we actually make sure that the impact, the long-term service delivery, is tied to the payments and to the performance of the service? This is the positive feedback loop we're trying to create, where you have a water pump or a water service, you monitor that service, you use that monitoring data to enable maintenance activities. So you go out and fix a water pump, and you tie that fix to payment. So you actually incentivize using money payments for basic services and not for just coverage. So I'm going to give you a few examples of how our team is trying to operationalize this. There's a number of different ways that we can measure things. So if we just look at water and sanitation, the goal is improved health. The mechanisms for improved health is better water, better hygiene, better nutrition, better sanitation. The way we measure that is whether or not people have soap, whether or not people have access to water, what the quality of that water is, what the cost of that water is. But way out here, way outside these rings, are how we actually measure this today. We use surveys and observations and sensors and test kits. And these are really not sufficient. In many ways, we're not directly measuring the impact of a service on health, which is the actual goal. So this is Rwanda. I'm going to give a brief overview of one program that we have in Rwanda. Rwanda is still about 80% of people live outside of urban centers and are subsistence farmers using biomass, wood primarily, for their daily energy needs. And that wood contributes to these emissions that you can see. Now, some people cook outside, as in this picture, but many people will cook indoors and be exposed directly to that indoor air pollution. We ran a program over the past, well, I've personally been working in Rwanda for the past 16 years, starting with Engineers Without Borders all the way to a national health program that we ran over the past few years, where we provided interventions and behavior change messaging to address the two leading environmental health hazards, dirty water and dirty air. So we provided cook stoves and water filters covering about 2 million people in Rwanda, combined that with public health behavior change messaging, continuous engagement with households, and a financing model that let us pay for this using private finance, and we were incentivized to continue upkeep and monitoring of the program through revenues that were earned under carbon finance, which I won't spend too much time on today. I'll spend more time just talking about the intervention itself. So this is Rwanda. Over on the left side in yellow and blue, you see the western province of Rwanda, and on the green side, a couple of northern districts and the eastern province. In 2014 through 2016, we reached about 2 million people with water filters and cook stoves, covering the entire western province of Rwanda and the eastern province of Rwanda, the poorest households in each of those regions. And we ran a randomized control trial to evaluate if the program impacted water quality, air quality, and health. So over in the western province, the districts in yellow didn't receive the interventions at first, and we compared environmental health in both, compared between the yellow areas and the blue areas. So this is a cook stove. It's the EcoZoom Dura. It's a biomass cook stove that reduces wood fuel use by about 50%, reduces indoor air pollution by about the same amount. By itself, that's not enough. The cook stove by itself actually doesn't reduce emissions enough to have a health benefit, nor is it viable if you don't combine it with behavioral messaging to discontinue use of the previous stove. So even something as simple as a stove actually needs regular engagement with households so that you don't accidentally or unwittingly increase emissions and increase fuel use. Many people will get a new stove like this and use it in addition to their baseline stove, which can have the effect of increasing emissions, increasing fuel use. Plus, if you use the stove indoors, you don't really reduce indoor air pollution enough to have a health benefit. So we had to do a lot of messaging to get people to use the stove exclusively and to get them to use it outdoors. And this is the water filter, the LifeStraw Family 2.0. Great water filter. It eliminates microbial contamination to the highly protective rating of the WHO. But by itself, that's not enough. It needs maintenance. It needs regular cleaning. It also needs to be used exclusively. If people combine use of clean water from the LifeStraw with dirty water that they're getting from other sources, you can actually lower a natural or an acquired immune response and make people sicker. So again, a water filter by itself is not necessarily a break-even proposition. It can cause problems if you're not careful. So this is how we ran the distributions. This is a partnership between us and the Ministry of Health in Rwanda. It was called Tebeo Neza. It means to live well. We had about 900 community health workers working with us across 7,500 villages, distributing these products and engaging in households. We had a radio signal on the radio stations that everybody knew across Rwanda for a couple of years. So this was all part of our behavior change messaging. We also provided messaging directly in homes. Every one of our community health workers went door to door repeatedly over a couple of years to train people in the use of the stove and water filter, to maintain and fix and replace if necessary the products, and to customize the use for that particular household. So on the right, this is a poster that was provided that was customized. A community health worker took a Sharpie and would fill out the poster to customize it for that particular home. And the home signed a contract between themselves and their local elected cell secretary, agreeing to participate in the program and to use the products and to not sell them or give them away. We also measured use using innovative methods. So this is one of our sensors that we installed directly inside both the stoves and water filters. And what we were interested in doing is measuring if people actually use the stoves and filters. Plus, we wanted to know if the sensors themselves caused any reaction among households. And for the water filters, we saw a pretty dramatic impact. Using survey data, which is currently the most common and most widely used method for evaluating things like water filter interventions, people report using about 1.5 liters per person per day, which is also exactly the right answer. When people know a sensor is watching them or is in their water filter, they're using about 1 liter a day. And when people don't know that a sensor is there, which is our best estimate of actual behavior, it's only about half a liter a day. So we see big reactivity. We see a disparity between survey data and what people actually do, but we also see a big difference between what happens when people know a sensor's there versus when they don't know a sensor's there. So we've expanded on this recently. This is an ongoing study applied to cook stoves in Rwanda, where we took advantage of the fact that we'd actually used sensors to cause people to engage in healthier behaviors and adapted it for monitoring indoor air pollution. This on the right is a indoor air pollution sensor, a PM 2.5 sensor that monitors air quality, and it shows that air quality as a kind of a barometer in the child's lungs here on a scale that goes up to the WHO 24-hour mean exposure for particulate matter. Then when we detect a cooking event, if we detect people using an indoor cook stove, a biomass cook stove, it plays an alarm. Now it's not like this is basically a smoke detector, but it's not a smoke detector alarm. It's some Rwandan drums that were recorded. It's a behavioral reminder, a nudge to use a clean cook stove indoors. So in aggregate, this program had a big effect on health in Rwanda. We nearly doubled the number of households with clean water. We reduced indoor air pollution by 73%. We reduced diarrhea among children under 5 by 30% and respiratory disease by 25%. And in aggregate, we're able to estimate that about 90 children, we avoid their death every year that the program is running, and we save 7,500 disability-adjusted life years. So 7,500 years of avoided illness in aggregate across the program. So there's a few other mechanisms that I'm going to explain now that we've used in other contexts. So we've tied things like interventions, environmental health interventions, to payment systems, carbon credits, health credits, pay-for-performance impact bonds, as well as instrumentation, using things like sensors to monitor an intervention and to try to create that closed loop where service delivery is incentivized. I'm going to go through just a couple other quick examples of where we've done this. We've used sensors to monitor latrines. This is Sanergy's operation in Kenya. They're a franchise-based sanitation model in urban areas in Nairobi. We put sensors in these franchise toilets to monitor fill rates of the toilets and to help franchise operators communicate with Sanergy to ask them to come and service the latrines. We've used these same sensors in India to try to monitor behavior and to try to correlate that to health outcomes. And we found over and over again that what people actually tell us they do is not really what they do with sanitation behaviors. We've also linked this type of data to sanitary inspections. Sanitary inspections are a survey tool to monitor, to estimate risk of exposure to microbial contamination at water points or at other kinds of wash interventions. We've actually shown that sanitary inspections have almost no predictive power for water contamination. So we're trying to influence the measurement tools that are used in the sector today. And we're using this across infrastructure as well, not just environmental health, but environmental resilience. This is a program where we are evaluating, run by Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity puts in pedestrian footbridges that link isolated communities to things like clinics and schools and hospitals, and most importantly, markets. And we are running the impact evaluation where we're looking at things like health. So we're measuring health in homes, we're measuring market access, we're measuring livelihoods like increased wage earnings. We're even measuring bridge use. So we have cameras monitoring bridge use, and we're correlating that to these health and livelihood outcomes. And then one of our biggest initiatives now is DRIP. It's called the Drought Resilience Impact Platform, where we're trying to help reduce and ultimately end drought emergencies in East Africa. About a quarter of the world's population is facing increased water insecurity, and as I mentioned earlier at the top of the presentation, in East Africa in particular, drought is essentially an annual occurrence now, and they're becoming more severe and more frequent in part thanks to climate change. This is a very arid region of the world where people used to use surface water, but are now increasingly reliant on groundwater sources. So they're drilling holes in the ground to extract water as a resilience effort during times of extreme drought. So that's what you see here. These are from northern Kenya. We're operating across northern Kenya and across northern and eastern Ethiopia, monitoring groundwater supplies and trying to improve drought resilience through the maintenance of these water systems. So what happens is, during the rainy seasons, people will get water from streams and rivers and holding ponds and other rainwater catchment methods. During the dry season, people will migrate to these groundwater sources and access water from these pumps and these storage tanks. But often these systems are broken. About 40% of them are broken in the middle of the drought. And it's not necessarily because the groundwater supply runs dry. A lot of these are deep aquifers, they're ancient water. So it's actually the infrastructure itself that breaks. And that can lead to a drought emergency where people are displaced, livestock die, and crops fail. So our effort, I'm just going to skip ahead because I just mentioned this piece. Our effort is trying to link groundwater management to drought resilience. Sorry, I'm just going to jump ahead here to our theory of change. We link monitoring of food and water security. So we have sensors monitoring groundwater pumps. We have satellites monitoring food security and rainfall. And we create models that can forecast groundwater demand and forecast drought. Our partners include the Famine Early Warning System, the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development in Nairobi, and we're part of the NASA and USAID SEVERE program, which is about linking satellite data to decision aids in low and middle income settings. So we're taking all of our sensor data and the satellite data, creating models that forecast food security and water security, and then engage in pay-for-performance contracting, where we pinpoint activities where we need to go and fix water pumps before the drought happens. We've done this before. These systems that we're currently monitoring are big borehole systems, but we've done this across examples like hand pumps. These are hand pumps in Kenya and Ethiopia, where we installed sensors to monitor those hand pumps and actually tell us when a hand pump is broken so you can go out and fix it. The idea is the sensor is monitoring the pumps, it identifies that a pump is broken, and you deploy a technician to go and fix it. We've seen a huge impact on water point functionality. Typically, these hand pumps are broken about half the year. They're broken for about 200 days, any given failure, and on average, a group of pumps, only about 50% of them are working. We were able to get about 90% functionality and get repair intervals from 200 days down to 20 days, proactively using sensor data to go out there and make a repair. So now we're doing this at scale. This is a map of the Horn of Africa. Every one of these dots is a groundwater supply serving on average about 5,000 people each. And we have a satellite connected sensor monitoring every single one of those water points on a continuous basis. And we're linking that data to local operators, local governments, local ministries of water, but also national entities like the National Drought Management Authority and international entities like UNICEF and USAID, who can collectively act to try to improve water security. This is not some simple story of a local community locally maintaining a water pump. Water is subsidized for everybody in the world, including everybody on this phone call. And this area of the world is some of the most resource constrained and feeling the earliest impacts of climate change. So this isn't about making a local community fully maintain their water supply. It's about aligning incentives and responsibility and accountability collectively to make sure that people have access to water during drought. The colors that are underneath the map are the Famine Early Warning System's food security classification for the same region. So we also see the direct relationship between climate change, rainfall, and groundwater demand. We've seen this across the region. We're currently monitoring about 3 million people's water supplies on a daily basis for the past 4 years. We have about 250,000 site days of data over the past 4 years. It's a big data set, and we're able to compare the use and function of those groundwater pumps to climate variability like rainfall. And we see that as rainfall decreases, there's increasing demand on groundwater resources. So that's where we are putting our focus. So just in conclusion, so we have time for questions. The point of measurement, and improved and continuous measurement, doesn't exist in a vacuum. You know, data by itself is not that interesting unless it's actionable, unless it's acted upon. And for it to be acted upon, you also have to care about the incentives. So I am an engineer, and I like working on things like sensors, but I have to know about contracting. I have to know about policy. Our team has to be engaged in those conversations We don't just throw it over the fence to an economist or throw it over the fence to a policy person, who, by the way, are also domain experts. This idea that engineers should stay in our engineering lane is kind of silly when the economists like to talk about engineering and the public policy people like to talk about public health. We need to be at those same conversations, at those same tables, bringing in our expertise, but also calibrating our contribution against what is actually needed to address the underlying causes of poverty, not just the symptoms. All right, thanks. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Evan. It's very valuable. Jesse, I invite you to take us to our discussion.
So just as a note, I've been taking some notes on the questions that have been coming in the Q&A. As I'm asking, so I'm going to try and synthesize those into a few questions for Evan right now. Evan, thanks again for really an inspiring talk. I always read your papers, and then just to see it all in this one sort of comprehensive, bigger picture view is really great, especially within the context you said at the beginning. A lot of the questions, so as I'm asking, please continue to write in the Q&A, and I'll try and address those as we move forward. A lot of the questions come up around building this team. You've just talked about in your conclusion, having all of these ministries. It's a large cost to be able to do this sensor and evaluation over years, multiple years as you're talking about. How do you build that team and convince that team, or at least get consensus among the team that this type of evaluation is necessary, or what is the best way to do it, right? So you talked about both disciplines, but also across organizations, right, and countries. So what does that process look like for you?
So everything I described today is our consortium efforts. Each of the examples I provided have many different organizations involved. You know, I'm just speaking about some of those projects, but you know, we're not doing all of that work as just our organization. If I just use DRIP as an example, DRIP itself as a concept is a number of different USAID programs funded through a number of different implementers, including the Millennium Water Alliance in Kenya and Lowland Wash in Ethiopia. We have NASA funding some of the technical work. We have the National Science Foundation funding some of the instrumentation work. So a lot of this is about putting the pieces together from different funding sources and with different organizations towards a common goal. In terms of you know, convincing anybody, you know, generally people don't need much convincing that we should increase our focus on service delivery. The big challenge has been changing the incentives. When historically big funding agencies fund infrastructure, you'll have smart professionals and engineers who are there saying, yeah, I know I'm building a pump that's going to break in 2 years, but you know, that's the contracting mechanism. So it's less about convincing people that these are challenges and more about trying to offer collaborative ways to change the status quo. So introducing new ideas, introducing instrumentation, introducing pay-for-performance contracting. And, you know, while we have had some successes in our team and there's lots of great promising work out there, everything here is a work in progress. We have not ended drought emergencies in the Horn of Africa. We're monitoring a lot of water supplies right now. I can't prove to you that we've improved water security yet. So these are long-term efforts that require some, frankly, some courage on the part of the implementers and funders to support. And I think the other thing that's challenging, Jesse, is this balance between wanting to be innovative and the rewards we get in our sector around innovation, and also not being too fickle. And you know, we also know how to deliver water, and it doesn't take another invention to do that. So how do I resolve that in my head? Our sensors, while being innovative and are introducing this technology into the sector, the purpose of them is to help get the water pumps fixed. By themselves, they don't do anything. So you know, there's a tricky balance there between innovation and doing the hard, long, expensive work of delivering basic services. We've looked for gimmicks and products and innovations for a long time to solve poverty, and we've avoided making the expensive, necessary investments to ensure service delivery in the same way that we do in higher income countries.
Sure, great. Yeah, I think that you rephrased my question exactly in the direction I was looking for. Could you speak a little bit more? Someone who, let's say, is a researcher in a university or somewhere else, how do they go about building this? So you guys have a whole center, you have a whole group of people, these consortiums, you have past relationships with. I guess, could you talk us through sort of the trajectory of someone wanting to build something that ends up, you know, several years from now looking like Drip, looking like one of these projects? How do they start and get on this process working with their local partners? They're working right now, as you said, in the status quo of I'm working with a village, I'm working with a community, I have one NGO I work with, right? How do they then, if we want to move everybody towards this more system level impact and evaluation, what's the trajectory, what has the trajectory look like for you? And what would you suggest it to be for other people? I think that's what a lot of these questions have been asking.
Yeah, I think I wish I had a simple answer. You know, I think that there's a few different things that come to mind. One is different institutions are good at different things. So, you know, in our program, sometimes we are the university, sometimes we're a small company, sometimes we're a nonprofit, sometimes we're partnered directly with government. So each of those types of institutions have different value and different skill sets they bring to the table. But it's also not necessary to, again, only stay in your lane. You know, if you're an academic, it's okay to also be an entrepreneur and also work with a nonprofit. And in fact, you know, the counterpoint is that it can be quite limiting to only stay within your domain. You know, if you're only going to stay in your world, you're not adding a lot to those other worlds. So it's important to not necessarily be a dilettante, but at least be conversant and have relationships in those other areas and be able to work with them. The other thing is that it takes a long time. I mean, any entrepreneur will tell you this. Like, you come up with an idea, the starting point of an idea to address a problem in an actual product or a solution is way longer than anybody thinks. It's not one cycle of the iShow. It's not one cycle of an SBIR from the government. It's not one funding round. It's not one project. It takes a long time. SweetSense is our sensor spin-off company. We founded it in 2012. It's now been 8 years that this company is still in startup mode. It might be because we're terrible at it, and it might also be because this stuff is kind of hard, and it takes a long time. And that iterative process sometimes also bumps up against the other modalities of foreign aid development, where, you know, USAID wants you to write down your 30-step milestone Gantt chart 2 years before you start a 5-year project. And that's not really how innovation and iteration works. Both of them have strengths and weaknesses, and they're both appropriate in different places, but sometimes you have to figure out how to play that game a little bit of different types of organizations contributing in different places. Now I'm forgetting the question, but hopefully it addressed part of this.
No, that's good. I think that, I think when I said convincing before, and then you took it in the direction I actually wanted to go in, was this idea of building this team of different organizations. How do you, as someone in a particular lane, go about getting to that 7-year time horizon where we now have a consortium of everybody that's all working together towards this objective? I agree that everyone has the same objective. I think that you guys have been very successful in building these teams. And I think that that is a little bit unusual when you look at the other players in these spaces, right, that are very much sort of in their own lanes as you're talking about. So breaking out of that, having the skills to be able to break out of that. One of the things I wanted to ask you was across disciplines, you were just talking about being conversant in other things. You talked about public health. You talked about development economics. How does someone who's a research engineer, let's say myself, and wants to work with these other groups, they're asking different questions, they use different methods. How do I begin to become conversant in those other ways? What is the way you have found to be able to get these teams to work effectively together?
So I think, in our program in the Mortensen Center in Global Engineering, we are trying to be very explicit up front that our body of knowledge includes engineers knowing about development economics, knowing about public policy, public health, history, the history of colonialism all the way through the SDGs, and not only jumping straight to, I'm going to build something. We still think it's good to build things and to invent and innovate and test and iterate, but they should be done in the context of solving underlying problems or generating new knowledge, and not just symptoms. And if your symptoms are easy, it's easy to say this village doesn't have clean water. It's harder to talk about why, and what can we really be done about the why. So in my career, I started as an engineer, working on the symptom side. And we realized quickly that that wasn't enough, that what really mattered was the health world. And the public health and the global health community is a lot more sophisticated than the engineering community in terms of thinking about how they contribute to global poverty reduction. So our team started working closely with the public health world and doing a lot of our work within public health. But more recently, we've also been working with economists and with public policy people as well, and of course government, and teaching our students about those topics. We have a World Bank economist who teaches a class called Introduction to Development Economics for engineers. You know, I got an MPH after my PhD in engineering so that I could talk with you know, some legitimacy about how engineering and public health intersect with each other.
Oh, that's great. And I think you've also touched on some of the questions on pedagogy and how do we have students be incorporated in this, because we know there's a lot of energy and effort being with what you're talking about there at the Mortensen Center. Could you maybe plug some of the things you guys are talking about? There's a lot of questions here about, I'm an engineering teacher or professor and I want to raise my students' awareness. I want to move towards more of a model where we're talking about some of these other topics and concepts. Maybe you could talk about some of those efforts just briefly so that other people can connect with you on that topic.
Yeah, and you know, for us, this has been evolving too over the years. Engineers Without Borders USA was started here at the University of Colorado, and I think many of you probably on this line are involved with EWB or have been in the past. It's how I got started too. EWB is a great entry point for becoming aware of some of these issues, but we also need to not just work on a project level. And we've been moving our pedagogy and our curriculum away from projects to trying to address the longer term issues, as I mentioned before. So how do we actually do that with a student experience? You know, you don't just get to go play doctor in Africa on spring break as an undergrad. And we really shouldn't go play engineer in Africa on spring break either. You know, we need to have gates, we need to have training, we need to have vetting, we need to have professionalization of acting as engineers in global poverty reduction, because messing with somebody's water system is just as important, is just as risky as messing with somebody's health clinic. To do that, we embed our graduate students with development agencies. So at the graduate level, a requirement of our program is a field practicum where all of our students, or nearly all of our students, are embedded with an international NGO or social enterprise or multilateral, usually for 3 to 6 months, to actually get work experience. And on the one hand, it kind of looks like an internship. On the other hand, it's a field experience. And it's very different than designing and running your own project. You know, before you're ready for that, we need to actually understand the state of the art and best practices in the sector. So that's a piece of what we're trying to do. Now, at the same time, we don't want to run off students. You know, we're taking over here at the University of Colorado a freshman level residential program next year. We're going to have about 150 freshmen who are learning about these things for the first time. And the goal is not to say, you know, to scare them into not doing anything. It's to try to put them on a track where they can best use their privilege and their technical skills towards addressing these long-term problems we have as a planet.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. Yana, I think we're approaching the end here.
We are.
I'd like to thank myself again for your answers to the question, and I'll switch it over to Yana for the response.
I'm actually going to, if you allow me the liberty, there is one question that came in that I think is a tricky one, and you addressed to some extent, Evan, but this particular listener asks, for nonprofits, how do you balance this long-term process of change with the need to show supporters that progress toward impact is being made? I think that is such a difficult balance. And Evan, any reflections for us to close out the seminar on that particular front?
Yeah, let me give 3 quick examples. One is Bridges Prosperity. Bridges Prosperity is one of our partners. They install pedestrian footbridges, and they used to do a lot of this through volunteer organizations, student chapters, professionals coming from industry, and they still do some of that. But they've been taking donations to build bridges all over the world. Avery Bang, who's the CEO of British Prosperity, and Christina Barstow, the Chief Operating Officer, they pivoted in the past couple of years to try to focus on pay by results, pay for performance contracting in a narrower geography so that they can go to scale. So today they're trying to go to scale in Rwanda, putting in 300 pedestrian footbridges across Rwanda, with the government paying for 40% of those costs, investors paying for some of those costs, and donors paying only after the bridges are not only completed, but have been proven to have an impact. So actually paying for the impact and the performance of those bridges. And for Avery and Christina and the rest of the British Prosperity team, they had to bring their donors along with that. They had to bring their volunteers along with that story. A harder story, a longer story, a more uncertain story, but one that seems to have a much more significant impact longer term. So that takes leadership, and it takes commitment to doing it the hard way. Another example is Water for People. Eleanor Allen at Water for People, and even in the recent history of that organization, pivoted from the same thing, projects all over the place that were focused on technical solutions to focusing on district level sustained water services. So they're working in fewer geographies, fewer places, with longer term commitments to make sure that there's district scale water access. And so they also had to convince their donors that this was the better way of doing it.
Those are excellent examples, and I think it's actually part of kind of the golden rules for social entrepreneurship as well, is to be laser focused and really bound the scope in concrete terms like these. So I want to thank you, Evan. I know we're all at time. Thank you to Jesse. And I want to give a shout out to our upcoming seminar. Next month, we'll be joined by Professor Amy Bilton from the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering at the University of Toronto. She'll be sharing some of the insights from their research group. They are also doing phenomenal work in this space, and I encourage all of you to join us for that presentation. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today from all around the globe. I know there's many questions that we didn't get to address directly. We will share them with our presenters, and certainly feel free to reach out to us or to the presenters. They shared their contact information. And with that, I'd like to wish you a good morning, good evening, or good afternoon. Please stay safe, wash those hands, get access to soap if you're in a region where there is lacking, to stop the spread of COVID. And
Welcome to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production between the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. My name is Mark Bonica, and I am an assistant professor in the University of New Hampshire's Department of Health Management and Policy. Today's guest is my colleague, Dr. Vanessa Druskett, Associate Professor of Organizational Behavior and Management here at the University of New Hampshire. Vanessa studies and teaches about team emotional intelligence, helping organizations develop more effective norms and behaviors. In the full version of the interview, we go through Vanessa's intellectual journey from an early interest in social work to work on leadership, teams, and emotional intelligence. We talk in detail about a few of her papers, particularly a Harvard Business Review paper she co-authored called Building the Emotional Intelligence of Teams, which has been cited over 1,000 times. I have included a ungated version in the show notes, so you can click through there and download it for free and follow along if you'd like with the conversation. I hope you enjoy my conversation with Vanessa, and if you do, won't you leave us a review on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, or wherever you might be listening to this podcast? It helps other people find us. Thanks for listening, and here is Dr. Vanessa Druskett. Welcome to the podcast, Vanessa.
Thank you, Mark. It's great to be here with you and your listeners.
I want to start with your academic journey and your education. So you started out, got a BA in psychology at Indiana University. Mm-hmm. What drew you to psychology?
Well, actually, I started out, I grew up in Massachusetts, and I decided I was interested in social work. And there were very few schools that had social work as an undergraduate major. One of them was Boston University, which is, you'll see that's pre-ession for later, but the other one was Indiana University. So I picked Indiana, went down and started studying social work, and decided that it wasn't for me. I was too opinionated. Okay. The idea was that I was going to have to go in and not take all my liberal values and all my values, and I was going to have to go in and work with people and not have values, my values orientation get in the way. And so I was at a loss for what to do. My roommate said, let's become business majors. I said, sure. What else? So I became a business major for a semester. And that's what introduced me to organizational psychology, organizational behavior. So just to give you that lead, I hated business. Again, once again, my values got in the way. I went from a 3.9 GPA to 2.4 or something like this in one semester.
Oh, wow.
I hated classes.
Okay.
So anyway, at the time I was taking psychology courses. I started taking more and I fell in love with psychology, but I could never see myself doing clinical psychology because it was way too similar to the social work issue, right? But since I now had the business minor, I could see, marrying psychology with the workplace. And so that's what I ended up getting interested in.
Okay. So you went from Indiana to Columbia, where you earned a master's in organizational psychology. Was that right away, or did you have some work time in between?
I did a lot of things in between. I traveled. Okay. I was a ski bum for a while. But one of the things that becomes really important is during my journey at that time, I worked, well, in my lifetime at this point, 31 different jobs. Wow. So I'm not talking about different consulting jobs. I would consider consulting one job, right? But I was an explorer. I was always a little bit of an explorer, and I traveled and I worked in different places. For example, I worked on a kibbutz in Israel, and I was working in the laundry for 4 months. That was one of my jobs. And so I got kind of a really good sense of who I was in relation to these different jobs. And what I found was that every job I had, I was a little bit of a different person. So there was something about the context that either turned me on and got me engaged and I was a great employee, or something that alienated me and I just wasn't that engaged. And so I got back from traveling, always knowing I was going to go on in school, and decided that I was going to follow that business, that interest, the marrying between psychology and business. And specifically, I got interested in group dynamics. I started thinking about group cultures or team cultures based on the different places I'd worked. And so I picked Teachers College, Columbia Teachers College, because it had some group dynamics information there. And I had some really good faculty at the time, and moved to New York, and that was fun. So it was a great experience there. Great experience.
And were you thinking, at that point, I'm going to go on, get a PhD, become an academic, or were you thinking, I don't know, stop at the master's and maybe become a consultant or something like that?
I always thought I'd go on, but I wasn't quite sure. I was going to see what happened. But I did get involved in research at Teachers College, and I did a bunch of research, fascinating research with some of the faculty there, and that really launched me. At the time, I met my husband, and he was in Boston. And so I couldn't stay on. I decided not to stay on at Teachers College, but I had to go back to Boston if I was going to go on. And so I took a year kind of moving back to Boston with him, and then went back for the doctorate a year later.
Okay. And you did the doctorate at Boston University.
Yes.
Yes. And at that point, social psychology. So what is the field of social psychology?
Okay, so first let me say a tough question for me was, do I go into social psychology or do I go into a business school? Okay. And everybody said to me, look, all the theories are in psychology. Business is just stealing the great theories, or organizational behavior is stealing the great theories. So get grounded in the theories within psychology. And at the time, Boston University also had an amazing OB department, and it still does. And so I decided social psychology basically is the study of how the situation impacts behavior. All right. So this is, again, comes back to my interest in why I was so different in all these situations. Here's Vanessa, She goes from one job as the in the laundry at the kibbutz, and she's on fire, and I'm so good at it. They leave me alone and let me run the laundry all on my own, to another jobs where I just didn't want to get out of bed in the morning. And I found that a lot of it was the situation with the people, the way they treated me, the way they appreciated me, the way I got to have some control. And so all were things that I picked up on later in my future research. And I wanted to delve into the situation. And so I picked social psychology.
It's funny that you said that, because I had a kind of similar experience. When I was doing my MBA, and I had transitioned from being a philosophy major to being into business, and I was at my MBA. And the thing that I really liked about the business school was how they stole from everybody.
Yes.
To me, that seemed like a cool thing, actually.
Yes.
And I thought I would go. I thought that would be my, that I would wind up doing a PhD in business. I wound up doing economics, which kind of steals from everybody too, but in a different way. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, well, let me say, that's why I teach in a business school now. Psychology ended up being too narrow, whereas business school was just, come on, any theories, we're really interested in the outcome. And that was what was exciting to me. What were you taking, how you influence the business world or the people in the business world. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So did you have this idea that you wanted to, you saw how the environment changed you and how you interact with the environment? Did you have an idea that you maybe wanted to help people figure that out or change it, or what were your kind of thinking? Like, what do I want to do with this at that time?
Yeah, at that time, I hadn't yet come to that conclusion. I was just so in love with psychology, with applying psychology to the workplace. I was so in love with every class I took at Teachers College. I was just enamored with the whole thing. And for me at the time, I knew I was interested in group dynamics. By the way, when I was at Teachers College, I got an A in every course except for my group dynamics course, which I got a B.
Oh, well.
Again, too opinionated. I had too many, didn't quite fit what the teacher was thinking. But still, that was my love coming out of that. My essay to get into the doctoral program was all about group dynamics, but I was very open-minded about what I would look at within that realm.
That's neat. Well, so I want to talk about, I've got a couple of papers that I've pulled that I mentioned to you before we got started that I've pulled that you had written. One of which must have been one of your earliest papers, the 1994 piece, Gender and Leadership Style, Transformational and Transactional Leadership in the Roman Catholic Church. This must have been was this something you were working on in your PhD, or did you do it shortly afterward?
I had the opportunity to work with a faculty member at Boston University who was a former priest, and he received a huge grant from the Lilly Foundation to study the Catholic Church, essentially, and especially of the schools and the hospitals and the churches and the leadership within the Catholic Church and all those places. And so he pulled me in to help him with that. It was, I got some funding from it. And one of his interests was in transformational leadership. And so he had thrown in to his survey lots of questions about transformational leadership. So I took an interest in that area, and that was the impetus of that paper. Okay.
So transformational leadership, I think, comes out of the 80s.
Yeah.
I know the precedents were probably date back into the 50s, and I don't know, X and theory Y and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was like the term was coined like in the 80s, right?
Yes.
So it's still a relatively new idea.
Yes.
At that point.
It's still hot right now. It is a very hot idea. It's continued to be hot. The idea is that leadership is about change. And so transformational leadership theory basically says leadership and change are synonymous. You don't go into a leadership role and say, oh, status quo is fine. You go in with the idea of transforming the organization. But the theory says that in order to do that, you have to really inspire people. You have to get to know them individually. You have to touch them individually, convince people that they need to do more than they think that they can possibly do. And so you get to know people, and it's got a lot of, sort of a lot of values that are consistent with my own, these values that got in my way when I was studying social work. But it's a really brilliant theory. And so I fell in love with the theory. And then what I found, I think, I don't know if you want me to talk about.
Yeah. So, well, let's talk. I mean,
you go.
Let me throw a couple of thoughts out there. One is you did this huge survey. You had, I think you had something like over 8,000 responses. So this is really robust.
Yes. And by the way, I was in that grant that I was part of. Someone had to call all those people and make sure that the response rate was high. And I was one of the doobies on the phone helping get that response rate. And, the basics of research when you're a graduate student.
Yeah. Paying your dues.
Dues, right.
Yeah. So, all right. So you studied, I think this one specifically drew on to all male and all female orders.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about kind of how you got, what were you looking for and what did you actually find?
Well, these nuns run the schools and a lot of the hospitals, and priests run a lot of boys' schools and churches, and they don't mix all that much. And so we were able to really look at how the followers, or I don't know what you want to call it. You can't really call them employees, but you've got your leaders and your followers. How the followers of these leaders of these organizations rated their leaders, and whether or not they rated them to be transformational and inspirational, and inspiring them to people to go on to do more than they ever thought they could do, or whether they were simply what we call transactional leaders, which is that you do this, I'll do that for you. Basically leadership as a transaction, which is get this done and then we'll promote you to that, as opposed to inspiring. And what we found was huge, significant difference, that the women were much more transformational than the men. And that was quite controversial at the time. A lot of research had been coming out about, hey, women can be leaders too. There's women's ways of knowing. And, women are different, but they can also be good leaders. And so it was kind of at the edge of that period of time where there was a lot being written about whatever happened to women leaders. Right?
Okay. And so I think one of the surprises that I took away, that I think one of the things that surprised you, I think, as well from reading the article, was that there was more transformational leadership kind of between both men and women than I think you expected.
Yes.
But even so, women showed more transformational leadership than men.
Yes. Thanks for reminding me of that. The only thing that I remember really was that.
Yeah. So it was only 35 years ago.
Yeah.
30.
Well, I think you would expect it. Yeah, you'd expect it with the Catholic Church. There's a lot of reason for inspiration, right?
Right. Sure. I mean, people presumably are in these organizations because they, are inspired or want to be inspired, right?
Yes.
To do what they do. So one of the things you talked about in the article I thought was interesting, and you kind of just raised it a second ago, is about the industry's perspective on women and women in leadership roles. And one of the things you discussed, and in the article I thought was interesting, was, women in mixed gender organizations might have less power because of their status as women, but this study controls for that.
Yes. Yeah.
And so one argument could be, well, women show more transformational leadership when they're in mixed gender environments, because they don't have as much, they can't draw on as a power base that would allow them to be transactional.
Yeah.
I think, is that the correct?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I mean, I would say that that's true today too. continues to be true, I think. Yeah.
But the conclusion of the paper really is women just do it more, even when they're, I mean, this is the interest, I think is kind of one of the interesting things is about that paper was even when it was an all women organization, they still engaged in more transformational leadership than their male counterparts.
Yes. It's interesting to think about transformational leadership as being sort of a feminine way of leading. So it's basically getting to know people, helping them to develop, right? And it just feels a little, you talked about theory X, theory Y. I mean, it feels very theory Y. And I started really thinking about it as I started delving into a lot of the literature on what differentiates men from women's values and things like that. And nobody had ever really talked about how this transformational leadership theory that was touted as so great really was consistent with women's values. And so that was an epiphany for me. And
okay.
Yeah. And so the paper continues to get cited quite often. Which I guess, I think, it's attractive to people who are interested in religion and people who are interested in gender issues in general. So, yeah. But let me say one more thing about the paper.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't have been a solo authored paper, but what happened was at the time, I saw my supervisor, David Nygren, who was the faculty member, who was the priest that was leading all this, found something that was a kind of a competition at the Center for Creative Leadership. And it was a competition of graduate students, graduate student written papers on leadership. So he encouraged me to finish up the paper. It forced me to finish it quickly and to submit it for that award. And I got the award. So nice. I came in first place for this graduate student award at the Center for Creative Leadership. I got to fly out to that think tank and present the paper. And in retrospect, it really feels badly that David Nygren wasn't a co-author on that, since he was the PI on this. So it really should have been. I had a lot of support from him. But it really kind of launched my career, being able to have that award and the contacts I made through it and things like that.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, and it taught me a lot. So since I did have to write the paper on my own, so that was one of the stipulations. Yeah.
Well, as I read that paper, it struck me that, and I said this to you a minute ago before we got started. It struck me that I could see, doing my little retrospective look at your intellectual career, that you could see the germs of kind of a lot of what you did after, both in terms of kind of leadership and specifically self-managing teams, and also this kind of the importance of emotional intelligence, which in emotionally intelligent teams, which we'll come to in a minute. So through the 90s, I saw in your publications that you did a lot with self-managing teams. So how did the self-managing teams theme, how did you get involved in that? And how was that kind of an outgrowth of what you'd been doing at BU?
Okay, so, I went in there knowing I was interested in teams, but trying to figure out, well, what was I going to do with my dissertation? And we had the good fortune to be connected with Polaroid, which was in Cambridge, and which was very close to Boston University. And they had created self-managing teams at Polaroid. And so we had a representative come in and talk to one of my classes on group dynamics. It was talking all about self-managing teams. And it just clicked. I mean, he basically said, look, we have these people on the shop floors in self-managing teams. They no longer have to ask permission to use the restroom. They can decide on their own. Okay, so all of this just hit me like, what? They don't have permission? So all of my, social justice stuff all came in, and I just fell in love with that idea, and so that became a big interest at that time. And
okay. Yeah. So talk about a self-managing team a little more. Aside from being able to decide when you want to go to the bathroom, what's the difference between a self-managing team and I guess a traditional team, if that's the
You bet,
right
you bet.
word.
So a traditional team has a leader on it, and the leader can be as hierarchical and controlling, or as empowering as they want, but primarily the leader runs the ship. And so the team members do what the leader wants. All right. But self-managing team basically said the philosophy is, why do you need a leader? If you can get them to interact, and these are smart people to begin with that know the work, if we put them in self-managing teams where they share leadership, and typically the teams, especially the teams that I started studying for my dissertation, they would rotate this position of kind of facilitator, right? And so you would always have somebody who was, filling out the schedule and doing kind of the paperwork for the team, but it would rotate, or, whether it rotated weekly or every 6 months. And then you wouldn't have to have someone telling you when to do things, and you could decide things on your own. And so it obviously cut out a layer of management. So it was, economically feasible. You'd have one leader in charge of, say 10 teams, right? And so you would still report to someone, but the teams were semi-autonomous,
Okay.
And that's the idea. You still always have a leader. So that's the idea, essentially.
How popular is this idea? I mean, like, I've read about Gore and some other organizations, but I'm curious, how popular is this idea out in the world based on your research?
Okay. Well, it waxes and wanes. All right. At the time, I did my literature review for my dissertation on it, and there had been pockets of places. Gaines Dog Food had done it for a while. There had been over in the UK, they had done it in mining teams. And it was always really successful. Motivation went up, team members loved it. But then it would last for a while, and then a new leader would come in and say, I don't want to work this way. So it was always, at the behest of whoever was running the ship at the time, could decide whether they were going to keep it or trash it, whether they were willing to share control or wanted control. And so a lot of it really depended on that. And so my dissertation, basically, the whole literature review basically said, look, it's a great idea. By all accounts, it works well. All the studies that have been done on it show, but don't count on leaders to continue to support it, which is essentially what happened at the plant where I worked. It happens all the time. So it's waxing and waning. Right now, it's coming back under a new term, which is called shared leadership, which is a very big deal right now. And people are trying to figure out, well, what exactly is that? But it always comes down to how much control management really wants to give to the people that they're responsible for.
Okay. How much do you, I saw some references to self-leadership, Chuck Mann's work. How much do you do with, how important is that literature in understanding effective self-managing teams? So kind of, is the self-leadership piece important in understanding how a team then is able to build on those units, or can you deal with it at the more macro team level?
So, Chuck Mans was one of the first people to start studying self-managing teams. And he got very interested in the idea of self-leadership mattering, in self-managing teams. But you have to remember that I took a social psychological lens to teams. And so my idea was always, what matters more is the culture you create in a team than in the skills you develop in any one individual. So my idea was, coming back to my own self, I was a perfectly capable individual with a lot of different skills, but in some environments I'd use them and in some environments I wouldn't. So so my lens was just very different. So I never used Chuck Mann's, I'm sure I referred to it. It was very popular for a while. And of course his research, he was a real starter, led a movement, I felt.
Yeah. Well, he was also one of my professors from when I did my MBA.
Yes, so that's so cool.
Yeah.
He's been at UMass Amherst now for ages. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. Okay. So what did you learn that made self-managing teams effective?
Yeah. So just a slight background. I went for my dissertation to a plant that had 300 self-managing work teams. and I studied the teams there. And I went down and basically lived with these teams for 2 months, and then came back a few times after I did my collection over time. And I collected all kinds of information from them. But primarily what I ended up using for my dissertation was this information about the norms, the culture that the team would develop. So some teams would just develop a culture. Okay, they'd have rules that sort of engaged them. So let me give you an example. One rule was focused on for sort of feedback and what I called team self-evaluation. So periodically they'd step back and they'd say, okay, how are we doing? What needs to be tweaked? This kind of thing. Another rule that ended up being really powerful was they actually got to know each other at a level, so they could predict one another's behavior. So they would say, well, you're not going to want to do this, you're going to want to do that. And so they knew each other at this level. And some teams just didn't have those kind of rules. They didn't know each other. They never stepped back and looked at. And so what I found was, in the end, a set of norms that I felt differentiated those teams that were really great from those teams that were not so great. And that was the outcome of my dissertation. By the way, another thing that affected my dissertation was that I had handed my survey data, most of my survey data, over to a company that was going to be scanning. It was like early in the scanning technology, right? But we used to have to enter the data one by one, every survey, every time. Right. And I gave it to the scanning, and they lost the data. They moved offices, and they lost the data. You cannot believe it. So I think I was the first graduate in a psychology department that produced a dissertation that was primarily qualitative. I did have some surveys. There was one survey in particular that I did not use scanning technology for that I had, but anyway, that's a whole other story. So it was a panic moment.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was but so anyway, it ended up being great data, and I delved in, and it was fascinating to look at. Interviews. I did 3-hour interviews, individuals with teams, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Just as kind of an aside, what kind of, do you see yourself as a qualitative researcher or primarily a quantitative researcher at this point? How do you approach problems, or do you do a little bit of both? Do you dabble in both?
I dabble in both, but I prefer qualitative research. So that kind of set me on. I mean, I'd never taken a course in qualitative research, but that's what I had. I had to figure it out on the fly. I just love the richness of it. And so I do both. I've done both, but I really feel like you can dig deeply and hear the stories that aren't.
Yeah, I'm the same. So I think so. So some of the things you're talking about with the getting to know people, this is where that resonates back to the transformational leadership that you talked about, right? And it kind of leads to the other stream of your research, which is more in the emotional intelligence resident at the team level. Mm-hmm. EI, EQ, emotional quotient, those also are kind of buzzwords out of the 80s, right?
90s.
Was it 90s? Or 90s? That was actually early 90s, right? Goldman published his big popular book in the 90s. But that research had been going on in one shape or another for a while.
Not really. First paper, I think, the first academic paper was published by Peter Salovey and Jack Mayer. Jack Mayer is in the psychology department here at UN.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
And Peter Salovey, he was doing a postdoc with Peter Salovey at Yale. And Peter Salovey at the time was famous for his research on envy, jealousy, things like that. So he was in emotion research. But 1991, I think, was the first year that their first paper came out on that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So when did you become aware of that?
Okay. Good question. Great question.
And how did you kind of make that link between emotional intelligence and transformational leadership, which you had already been working with?
Sure. So when I was in graduate school, I was so interested in teams that I took a bunch of well, first of all, I took some clinical psychology courses on group therapy since I was in the psych department. But I also took a 2-year program with a educational institution called National Training Laboratories. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm not.
Okay, so they are quite famous for training people in, basically psychology of groups. And they use what's called T-group methodology, where you put people in a group, and and it's one way of for people to sort of learn about themselves relative to groups. There are 3 main traditions in that. There's the Tavistock method, which is big with in the United Kingdom. There's the Gestalt method, which was when I was in Cleveland, I was able to learn the Gestalt method. But National Training Laboratories, which is out of Maine, has this T-group methodology. So anyway, long story short, they put you in a group, and you study the group, and you study each other, you study how the group culture emerges. And what I learned in that was that the primary way to find out what the issues were in a group was to pay attention to the emotion on people's faces. So I did a 2-year program with them. And basically, what I learned was anything you wanted to know about a group was in the emotion that you were catching from the others in the group. Emotion is contagious. You could see it on the faces. So people's frustration, what are they frustrated about? So everything you needed to know about facilitating a group or what the problems currently were would emerge out of the emotion that was being experienced by group members and that was contagious within the group. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I first learned about the power of emotion in groups. It's powerful, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then how did you tie that to leadership and take it to that next level?
Sure. So I had been talking about emotion in groups and, writing about my self-managing team stuff. And I was at Case Western Reserve for 8 years, where Richard Boyatzis is. I don't know if you recognize that name. He's one of the authors.
I recognize, but
yeah. So he's one of the authors in emotional intelligence. He was Daniel Goleman's roommate at Harvard during their PhD program.
Oh, that's neat.
Yep.
Okay.
And furthermore, the reason I got to know Richard Boyatzis is because Richard Boyatzis, Daniel Goleman, and I all had the same mentor. We all studied under David McClelland. They had studied at Harvard, and Harvard had required McClelland to retire at a certain age, and McClelland came over to Boston University where I was. And so he was my dissertation chair. And so we all knew each other through that connection. And so when they were writing a book on, it was an edited book, and they wanted someone to write a chapter on emotional intelligence in teams. They asked me to do that. And that's how that started to emerge. I contacted a good friend of mine from graduate school, Stephen Wolf, and we wrote a book chapter on what would an emotionally intelligent team look like.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a little bit talk a little bit about emotional intelligence as a construct first, and then we can, and hopefully this actually makes sense this time, to go from individual emotional intelligence to group emotional intelligence. Or or am I getting that wrong, like I did with self-leadership and self-leading teams?
No.
Do you think there's a connection? So in that case, you do see scaling kind of important.
But again, I come back to norms rather than individuals. So rather than looking at individual emotional intelligence, which I'll explain in a second, rather than that building an emotionally intelligent team, I look at how do you create an emotionally intelligent culture? Okay. And so that's what's different.
Well, let's talk about emotional intelligence for a minute, because that is of interest to leaders, I think, in general. And then let's talk about how that kind of all fits together with your larger theory.
Yeah. So it's a complicated topic that it's hard to say in a soundbite, but I'll do my best. Basically, the idea is that our brain is, I'll explain it the way that, who's that guy that I always talk about all the time? I can't think of his name. The Nobel Prize winner.
You think of Kahneman?
Yeah, Dan Kahneman. I love that.
Kahneman?
He's just amazing.
Yeah.
He talks about system 1, system 2. This is what I like to,
right.
Because it's so logical. System 1 essentially is our old brain. It's really the bottom of the brain. Some people talk about left, right, but it's really the bottom of the brain, close to the brainstem. It was the first part of the brain to evolve, and it picks up everything from emotion. So we didn't have, a verbal cortex in those days. We didn't have language. Everything came from instinct and emotion. All right. And then our ancestors developed what we call the prefrontal cortex, which is the analytical part of the brain, which is how we solve math problems, and we're logical thinkers and things like that. But what a little known fact is that the emotion part of the brain never shuts off. And so we used to think that they were two different things. Leave your emotion at the door. You're not going to use your logical brain. Turns out that that's just not true. We never turn off the emotion part of the brain. And so what the emotion part of the brain does is it provides us with valuable information about the social situation or the situation in general. All right.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So it works super fast. The emotion part of our brain takes in, and I'm going to say this slowly because it's going to be shocking to you, 11 million bits of information per second.
Wow.
And I've seen the research paper that discovered that. 11 million bits of information per second, 10 million of which comes from our eyes. All right. So what this means is that a lot of the emotion part of our brain is working at an unconscious level. It's involuntary. This is not something we have to turn on. It's taken care of. It's why when you're driving a car and all of a sudden you quickly swerve to get out of the way of something, you didn't have to think about that. Your emotion brain was picking up information way before it was part of your conscious awareness. Well, it turns out that social situations today, some of the most nerve-wracking, dangerous situations that we're in are social situations. It used to be fight or flight, blah, 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 run from the woolly mammoths. But if you and I were in a tribe together and you saw the woolly mammoth, I could see your face. I wouldn't have to see the woolly mammoth.
Right.
You would telegraph to me and we would run unless I had the spear in my hand, and then I'd get the spear out and we'd win the battle, right?
Right.
So we have this capacity not just to have this emotion system that is constantly giving us information. We have a capacity to read the emotion on other people's faces, so that we have what are called mirror neurons that pick up on other people's emotions, and we literally catch that. So we think about emotional intelligence as information that comes from two sources: yourself and your own awareness of the situation, and the people around you and what you pick up from them. So that's part of it. But basically, emotion is information, and it is affecting your behavior constantly. If you're not aware that emotion is affecting your decisions, then you're letting emotion get in the way of your decisions. There's no such thing as making a decision unless it's a math problem without involving emotion. And if it's a math problem, you have to control your emotion and turn it off as best you can so that you can focus on just the logic of the math. People who can't turn off their emotion, they're scanning, do really poorly on math.
Yeah. Well, Kahneman, so I mean, you brought up Kahneman, so, and his system 1, system 2. So system 1 is the, a lot of the fight or flight, woolly mammoth. I see your eyes go wide, and so I know I'm activated to action kind of thing. And what you just said about being able to turn the emotions off and do something more logical seems to fit with his system 2 argument that I've got to stop the immediate emotion and think a longer term, make some sort of plan, analyze and think through.
Yes. And but the way to do that is to recognize that the emotion is there.
Okay.
It's the best way to do it. I mean, that's what everybody recommends these days, is if you can say, all right, I know the emotion's there, I'm going to push it aside, or I'm going to push it out of the way. And so this is where emotional intelligence becomes important. It allows you to push aside the emotion that's not constructive, or it allows you to tune into the emotion that is something like, for example, when you're in a group and you want to know what the issues are, you can just read it on people's faces.
So I'm in a group, I'm picking up on some emotional current And if I'm emotionally intelligent, I can read that, and rather than just letting the emotion control me, I can step back and analyze it. And am I
kind of
saying that right?
So you would have
Okay.
to, you obviously, with our analytical mind, you're going to have to make a decision given the situation that you're in, whether this is something you're going to stop and deal with at the moment or not. But if you get for example, I do a lot of work with groups. I do a lot of consulting work with teams. And I walk in the room and I look at the faces and I can feel what's going on at any point in time. And I can see certain people that are really, I can look at where they're sitting. I can look at certain faces versus others. Some people are happy to be there. Some people aren't. I can immediately see who's alienated, who's respected. I mean, here's another thing, by the way. There's a social hierarchy in every group. And we are so fine-tuned in our ability to pick up on it. We don't miss a trick. We know where we are in that social hierarchy. Okay. And so you can, if you're paying attention to it, you can, if you bring it to your conscious awareness, you can see it getting in the way of things. You can see people shutting up and not opening their mouths to let the social hierarchy answer, which is, whether you're in a self-managing team or not, happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Even in a self-managing team, there's a hierarchy. And it's the good self-managing teams that don't allow the hierarchy to control what goes on in the team. If that makes sense, I could go off on that, but you tell me what you're interested in following up on.
Tell me, I just want to stick with the individual EI for another minute. So good EI, bad EI, or maybe that's not the right way to say it. EI is a tool, right? I mean, in a sense, and it can be used for good or ill. I guess that's what I was going to try to say.
Sure.
So talk about how leaders with high emotional intelligence operate a little bit. Like, what is it they're doing differently than somebody who doesn't have the same level of emotional intelligence?
Okay. I'll give you an example of a leader who was talking about a situation. So this is a leader, one of the top leaders in an organization that I was in recently, and he was talking about how he walked into work one day and he'd had some car trouble. And he walked in with a frown on his face. And everybody kept looking at him in a fearful way, right? And he quickly realized that people were misinterpreting the frown on his face. They were worried. Everybody was worried about layoffs, weird things going on. You got the news about this project that was supposed to sell. And he quickly figured that out. And he was able to say, hey, by the way, everybody, I had car trouble. Just to let you know, forgive me if it seems like it's not you, it's the car trouble, right? And so, good leaders recognize that they're on stage and that they are always being read. Here's another one that good leaders are good at. They're good at managing. Let me tell you, I had a leader once say to me, I'm so busy and crazy, and I have these people come up to me and say, can you help me? And I'm thinking, they got one thing on their plate and I got 30 things on my plate. And so what's a good leader going to do? The good leader is going to say, absolutely, I can help you. They're going to control their own anger at this petty little thing. And they're going to, in a transformational leadership way, and they're going to think about the development of the individual and say, I'll help you this time. Let's figure out how you can get better at doing this yourself. So, you mentioned it earlier, but there's a huge link between EI and transformational leadership. It's now coming out in a lot of research.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the bad EI, good EI, or the leader using EI for good or ill?
Okay. So first of all, let me say you can do that with any leadership theory, right? Anytime we teach leadership, and this is the big, lots of times when I tell people I teach in a business school, I tell my psychology folks, they feel like I've sold out. I'm teaching leaders how to manipulate, right?
Right.
But my favorite theory that talks about this is David McClelland, my old mentor, who was my advisor on my dissertation. He basically has a theory about what he calls the need for influence. And he calls it also the need for influence and power. And what he found in his research and his students found is that there's two ways leaders come at the role. Either they want influence and power for themselves, okay, or they want influence and power for the good of the group and the good of the cause, okay. And so the way I like to think about it is I'm hoping and I'm encouraging you to embrace these concepts for the good of the cause. And one of the things I always do with my students is I try to say, what's the cause that you're going to work toward? What is the cause what are your values? What are you going to move toward? Self-aggrandizement or anything like that is not good leadership, right? And so that's how I think about that.
Okay. All right. So, but if you could potentially be a very emotionally intelligent leader and
manipulate,
really all that comes down is you're just really good at manipulating people.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Same with transformational leadership, any leadership theory. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. That's yeah. So it really kind of comes down to what your goal is. So your end matters.
Yes. And I like to think that most leaders, because leadership is hard work, it's really hard work. And so if you go into it, you want to lead. I think most people go into it with the hope of making a difference.
I think so. I mean, that's my observation. So I wanted to take that next level now and say, okay, so let's talk about we've talked about emotional intelligence at the individual level, but now your research has largely been around teams and the emotional intelligence resident in a team. So we'll probably build a bit off, and we already kind of briefly mentioned you have an HBR article with Stephen Wolf called "Building the Emotional Intelligence of Groups," and I found it ungated on the web, so I'm going to hang that on the show notes when we're done,
okay,
so we can talk about. Yeah. So folks want to look at that and see a little more detail what we're talking about. You can grab that off the show notes. So what did you, so you'd been working with transformational leadership, you've been working with self-managing teams. How did this come together to kind of influence or help create your theory about the emotional intelligence resident in groups?
Okay. So back to my idea of individual skills, individual abilities not mattering all that much in a team. And what really matters is whether or not the environment you create brings out the best in you. Okay. And so what I was interested in doing was creating this model. And this is what I had from my dissertation to begin with. And then we tweaked that model somewhat. Was a model of the norms that allowed people to get to know one another and value one another, which brought out the best in people. Okay, so everyone was included. Keep in mind that these were self-managing teams we originally were studying. So it was really about knocking down the hierarchy and really using the resources in the team. And so I started doing some more digging around. And one of the things that I found in the literature, and by the way, one of the most interesting things about the emotion literature right now is it's linked to social neuroscience, right?
Okay.
I got to acknowledge that this is the most fascinating piece of this is how the brain works and all this. But it turns out that whenever we go into a group environment, we have these primal social needs that need to be met. And if they're not met, our emotion, we have uncomfortable emotion emerge. So we basically created a model that would enable people to be comfortable, have their social needs met so that their emotion would be at the service of positive outcomes in the team, right? So I'm no longer worried about not being included, not being heard, not being understood. It turns out that people thrive and their endorphins go off when they're in an environment where they feel understood, seen, felt, heard, and valued.
Yeah.
Their endorphins go off. They want that. They crave that. So we basically help build an environment that does that with these norms. Okay. And that's the emotionally intelligent environment. So an emotionally intelligent environment brings out the best views people as emotional beings. So there's a little bit of leap in logic there, but that's how we argue it.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the specifics that you covered in the article. So you said you had norms that create awareness of emotions and then norms that help regulate emotions. You had kind of two categories of norms.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so within the norms that create awareness of emotions, you were just talking a little bit about, one of them you have listed as interpersonal understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that piece where you were just talking about where, like, if I feel listened to and heard, then I'm going to feel more comfortable. Is that?
Yes. Yes.
And then the perspective taking was the other piece there. What's that about, and why is that important for the at the individual level?
Okay, so first of all, I have to tell you that that paper obviously was written in 2001, and it's kind of evolved since then.
Okay, sure.
But so let me see. I'm going to try to answer your question through the evolution.
Even better if you can. If you give me the updated version, that's even better. Okay. Sure.
So awareness of emotion is really awareness of individuals and people. And turns out that interpersonal understanding, as we went off and studied it in many different organizations, becomes really, really important in teams. It was most strongly linked to performance of anything we studied in teams, which piqued our curiosity. And so interpersonal understanding is awareness of what excites that person, what they're good at, who they are underneath it all, and not, their initial presentation, right? So when you take time to really get to know that person, that emotional being as who they are, it begins to create that sense of acceptance of who I am. I can be myself here, right?
Yeah.
And so that awareness. So we had three, I think we ended up in the end with three, statistically too. We looked at this statistically. In that awareness of emotion piece, we have interpersonal understanding, confronting members who break norms, and caring behavior. Those three were the three that statistically fell in there. I think perspective taking was in managing emotion, was it?
So you had perspective taking as norms that create awareness of emotions, and then you had confronting and caring as norms that help regulate emotions.
Okay, so it turns out that they don't fit in this awareness and regulation clumps. They factor analyze into individual level, team level, external level. So interpersonal understanding, confronting, and caring are one individual level thing. Team self-evaluation, and we no longer, seeking feedback fell out. It was completely team self-evaluation and seeking feedback were one and the same. Creating resources for working with emotion, and I think proactive problem solving is underneath that. Those link together. Although proactive problem solving also somewhat links to the external. Oh, and creating an affirmative environment. Yeah. Optimism. We now call that optimism. Those link together. And then the final one is the external boundary. So that's how we talk about them now.
Okay. So the columns still kind of stand, but it sounds like you've kind of mixed the rows, if you will.
Yeah, I no longer think about them as being awareness and regulation. That's interesting. Thank you for reminding me of that. Maybe I should be. Maybe at least I should be remembering for anybody who reads the article, they need to know that that's what they're thinking. People, by the way, the article's been republished 4 times in books by HBR.
Yeah,
it's a huge seller for them. People like that.
Yeah. It's been cited more than 1,000 times. So it's had a lot of influence in the field.
It has. It's been cited by a lot. I get a lot of requests for it. Remember what that.
So some of this stuff that kind of, so you were still thinking individual level. We've got norms. So for example, norms of confronting, right? So that's a tough one, right? I think most people don't like doing that.
Right.
So how do you create, and a lot of times when it happens, people get very defensive. So how does a effective team deal with that then?
Brilliant question, Mark. Brilliant question. So let me say this. First of all, I took a lot of flack for calling that confronting. A lot of people got really upset with me because it was as if I was advocating for people to be rude to one another. But in my original research, which had been done on the shop floor, the norm was really confrontational. People would they knew each other so well that they were softer for some people, a little bit harder. But the idea was you didn't let this stuff pass. If somebody broke an informal rule, you didn't. And in the not so good teams, over and over, I heard, well, I don't want to disturb them. I don't. So I kept it in there and I fought for it. Eventually we changed the terminology. And let me see if I can find what we're calling it now, because I've been writing about it and I should have it. Okay, here it is. We now call it addressing unhelpful behavior. Okay. But we did. Wow. Steve and I did a really good study of it. And what we found was that you really had to have interpersonal understanding well honed in order to be able to do the confrontation. So you had to tailor, essentially, you had to tailor the confrontation to the individual. Okay. So this is what I'm teaching teams now. I'm saying what you do is up front, you clarify what's unhelpful behavior in this team. And you say, okay, well, showing up late is unhelpful. Not doing the work you said you were going to do is unhelpful. Cutting people off is unhelpful. Looking at your cell phone during the middle of a meeting is unhelpful. They list it all, and you're going to constantly amend this. And then you figure out a way you're going to confront people. And it usually begins with a new team where you take someone aside and you say it. But eventually in the great teams, people get confronted right in the team. And so that's the way I'm thinking about it now. I can tell you that there's nothing that ticks people off more than the unfairness of not confronting people when they break norms. Fair behavior, by the way, treating people fairly suggests that they're valued. So let's come back to this social need. I mean, this is literature. This is all in the psychology literature. That the importance of fairness, even animals know when they haven't been treated fairly. Okay, and it's atavistic. It's primal. And what we now know is that when you are treated unfairly, you don't feel valued. And so this is an important norm. You need to basically give people a heads up ahead of time and say, we're going to call you out if you do this. And then you need to treat people fairly.
I'm not, I don't know the experimental economics literature as well as I probably should, but I know that they're in the experimental economics literature. They've done games with that where people got treated unfairly, and then and in the next round they were willing to sacrifice like higher payoffs for themselves to punish the people who treated them unfairly. Yes. So even though they wound up with less
money themselves, they're all into punishment. Yeah. That's what you get. Retribution. It's all about retribution when you're treated unfairly. Right. I mean, it's real affront. Yeah. It's a major affront to a social need, and your social need is to feel valued. Is to feel like you matter. The label that is used in the literature now that I've been using lately is you want to feel like you belong, that you matter to this team. People are going to care for you. You're in an environment where we care for one another and we have each other's backs. People thrive in those kind of environments.
So when you talk about norms, how much of those norms are emergent, meaning they come as a result of the repeated interaction within a team, and how much of them are formal and instituted in your research?
Great, great. You're so smart. These are great questions. It's fun talking to you.
Mostly because I sat in your class and listened to you talk about this.
Maybe.
But actually, I'm drawing on. But what's interesting about this, I just want to is, and I don't know if you're familiar with the institutional economics literature at all. But there's yeah. So there's a. I mean, so that was actually a big area of my study back when I was doing my PhD, and so hearing a lot of this discussion about norms and emergence is a big theme in that literature. Sure. So it's just kind of
interesting. I'm going to have to write that down and take a look at it. I have looked at a lot of game theory and things like that.
Yeah, I think you might like Doug North's work. I'll send you.
Great, thanks.
Yeah,
thanks.
He's got. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, let's hear your version of it though.
All right.
So emergent norms versus formal imposed norms.
Yeah. So we actually think about them as descriptive or prescriptive norms, right? So are we just describing what has emerged, or are we prescribing what you're going to be in? So first of all, norms always emerge. Behavior is never random in a group. At the very first meeting, we know important norms emerge. But we also know that norms can be prescribed. You can change, you can manage a team's culture by intentionally defining and supporting specific norms, reinforcing certain norms. And so a lot of great leaders know this. Norms come from values, and they call out behavior that's inconsistent with the norms. Okay. And so they define carefully. This is the intervention that I most teach for team leaders, which is to come up with a set of norms, and I offer my norms from my research. And, but I also say, you got to pick norms that work for you, that work in your environment. But the idea is that you want to enforce them and you want to, reinforce them. So it's not my idea. Basically what we're now learning, a couple things. Well, let me step back before I say that. Norms come from the top down. They're not egalitarian. People with power define the norms. So if I look at my undergraduate groups, I look at the kids with the greater status in the team. They're the ones that primarily, unless someone intervenes around them, they will define the norms. And I saw this a lot in my original work when I lived for 2 months in that organization. And in many of the really lousy self-managing work teams, the people with the status to define the norms were people who were bullies or, did not have, moral high ground, were not egalitarian, didn't care about anybody but themselves. So anyway, and a lot of norms just emerge and nobody realizes how powerful they are until you tell people, like, let me give you one norm that I talk a lot about because it was a powerful intervention that I created in a team once. When people pick up their phones to check their texts in the middle of a meeting, like I'm doing right now to you.
Yeah. Vanessa's showing me your phone. Yeah. This is going to be audio.
Okay. They don't do that indiscriminately. They only do that when certain people are talking. All right. So the status hierarchy, it's the higher people in the status. You'd never do that for people who are high in the status hierarchy. However, it's different. You only do that when people who are lower in the status hierarchy start to talk. All right. But the norm is you can pick up your phone. So who sets those norms? It's always the powerful. They don't even notice it. They don't even notice people. So if you would say, hey, people pick up the phone in your team, people in the higher status say, no, they don't. They do not. Because
they don't when this high status person's
right. Right. Okay.
That's awesome.
and this is the kind of stuff that creates problems in a team. So what we now know from research is that people that are treated as if they don't matter, they don't belong, they're not part of the one that's cared for, they have really bad remedial behavior. They lose control of their emotions. All right. And people always say to me, but you mean you just have to take it? You can't fight back when people treat you like that? You just have to take it. Unfortunately, when you fight back, it doesn't help unless someone with high status signals to the group that they want you in. It's a fascinating line of research. You have no idea. And so it's fascinating. But so anyway, what I advocate is getting to know one another, creating norms that are quite clear, and blah blah blah. You get the rest, right?
Yeah. What's interesting hearing you talk about the getting to know each other. So one of the projects I've been working on for the last couple of years is, and I think I've probably told you about this, is I've been interviewing former military leaders who were leaders in the military health system, who retire from the military. So with the idea that they've spent 20 plus years in the military in that system, so they're pretty institutionalized, and they leave that system, retire, and go to become a leader in a non-military civilian healthcare system someplace, so not associated with the federal government.
Yeah, fascinating.
And one of the most common things they talk about is this getting to know your employees and getting to know the people. It is a really profound norm in the military that leaders know their soldiers, sailors, whatever, airmen, Marines. And if you don't know their children's names and how old they are, and I mean, just a lot of stuff, that's a norm in the military. And if you don't know that stuff, you're a bad leader in the military.
Sure.
And you come out into the civilian, and these folks come out into the civilian market, and they're just kind of taken aback because that's not actually acceptable. Like you can't, like a couple of them are like, I can't even legally ask people some of those questions.
Yes. Yes.
And so that's one of the things that they really struggle with, is that, the intimacy that leadership had in the military versus what it has in the civilian environment. And it probably varies from, and there's probably different ways of getting that information and so forth, but I imagine. But that was triggering as you were talking about.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I never heard that about the military, but it makes sense to me. I mean, whenever I have students who've been in the military in my MBA classes, they are so powerfully positive around that kind of issue, about students getting to know one another, the community. Because I always try to build a community in my class. And it's so much easier when there's a military person in there who's part of that.
Interesting.
Yeah, someone's had a leadership role before.
And it's a norm, right? So that's like getting to know each other. And it's really interesting and so that's an important norm for your model then.
It's critical. It is the most important, because I just come back to the social need of people wanting to be known, wanting to belong. Belonging. People don't really understand the belonging. I mean, the opposite of belonging is being rejected or excluded or ostracized. And people really get that. Nobody wants that. But they're actually two different things, but they're strongly related. When you don't feel like you belong, you're always on the edge. You're always on the edge of feeling excluded.
Yeah. And as social animals, going back to your woolly mammoth example, I mean, there's a fair amount of evolutionary psychology, discussion of what distinguishes Homo sapiens from, whatever I'm a little outside my field here, but, prior generations of, pre-humans is that our brain size increased in order to process the 11 million signals per second, or something, right? It was precisely to be able to handle that that complex social data that's constantly coming in.
Yes,
and it's what enables us to behave in more effective ways than our predecessors did.
Yes, indeed, it's required. It enables us to pass our genes on, but it also enables our communities to be stronger, so that we pass our genes on. So it's
right.
We maintain our belonging because if we were kicked out of the tribe, we were dead. We couldn't pass our genes on, and it makes a stronger community that can go on and survive as well. Blah, blah, blah.
But to be rejected or to be pushed down the hierarchy has a direct impact, right? That base brainstem level kind of fear gets triggered, right?
It is really bad. It's like physical pain. I mean, the brain lights up in the same place as physical pain does. And if you feel rejected, you know what helps it? Take 2 Tylenol.
Does it really? Does that really?
It reduces your feeling. It reduces your feeling badly about yourself.
Oh, no.
Because it's
All right, I'm going to prescribe that to my
social pain.
Yeah, prescribe that for heartache. I guess.
For heartache. Yeah.
Well, so in your paper, or it's a chapter actually, with Wolf, Komen, and Messer, you take this idea of emotionally competent groups and their norms that build social capital, which then builds a task-focused processes, which then leads to team effectiveness. Can you talk about that kind of construct a little bit? Is that something you're still working with, and is that still valid? Because I know this is also like 15 years old too, but
yeah, it is. I'm thinking about it a little bit differently now, but yeah, absolutely. So the way I think about it these days is that we're asking a lot more of our teams, and we can even, let's talk about, for example, let's bring up in a healthcare setting, teams in a hospital. Okay.
Great.
So we're really asking a lot, much more of teams than we ever have in the past, in the sense that the information that they have available to them is much larger. There's information overload, and the problems are more complex than they've ever been. And there's so much information, it's much more difficult for individuals to make decisions without a team. All right. So I'm assuming, and this has been my assumption of the medical environment, that if you've got good people around you helping you make a decision, whether it's a team of doctors and nurses, et cetera, helping you, we're all looking at different pieces of information that matter. I mean, the problems and the analysis and the weaving in and out of all this information is much more complex than it used to be. The dilemma is that, coming back to the economics literature, people are wary of teams. Teams are threatening.
Oh, okay.
Teams can be threatening because you have this idea that you can be excluded. Okay. Huge literature in the psychology literature about people not sharing their information these days, not sharing everything they know, for fear of stepping on people's toes. For many different reasons. One of the reasons why psychological safety is so important these days in all these environments is that despite the fact that they need this information more than ever, the world in teams is very scary with all these different hierarchies, right? Besides the fact that a lot of the information that I have, if I share it with you, it's no longer mine. Okay. If I could just tell you, I mean, there is this fascinating paper about how much information people will actually share. And people are so smart, they only share as much as everybody else is sharing and no more. The level at which everybody else is sharing, because your information is your power. Right. And so there's a lot of situations where we're asking a lot of people, but there are tripwires. You can step on the doctor's toes and say something that gets you in trouble, right? We all know this. So you conform with what the hierarchy. You could lose your job if you, or your ability to be in the emergency room if you're not following orders by these doctors. You could share all your good information, and then the other nurses or the others could have it, and then they've got what you've got, your secret way of doing this or that, right? And so there's a lot of disincentive. It's being part of a team is what we call a mixed motive task, right? Okay. Come back to and so my argument, the argument that I'm making now, is that you have to create an environment where people feel like they belong and they're part of something important, and that they have some control over the environment, in order to get them to fully embrace the task at hand and to give the more pro-social information. So they're not thinking selfishly, they're thinking pro-socially. So coming to the task behavior, if you want people to really give to the task, don't be naive and assume they're just going to do it without creating an environment that's conducive to this. Is that making sense? I know I'm kind of
does. Yeah.
explaining this.
So these norms. So how do we create these norms that, right? Because it comes back to the norms.
It comes back to the norms where you create everybody's feeling, like they are respected and part of the whole, right? We can talk about the specifics there if you want, but which gets them out of their self-focused or their fear, right? Makes them feel more psychologically safe and gets them to then contribute their best information, their best ideas, because they're part of something and they contribute more to the task, right? And then that.
If you see, yeah. So if you see hanging on to information as a self-protective measure, then that psychological safety is really important, right? So because you're not going to let go of all of your information if that disarms you.
Yes. And let me tell you that I'd been reading about this for years in the psychology literature, in the economics literature. But until I got out there and started consulting with teams, I had no idea how bad it was out there. So in terms of people holding on, not sharing stuff, and it's really both out of fear and out of being strategic. So the fear is I have to maintain my power. So it is often fear. I've either I don't want to step on someone's shoes, or I lose my status, or I lose my job, and I also have to maintain my power. And so there's a lot of partial in, very smart, getting in there. I contribute just as much as everyone else. I know how to do that.
Yeah.
And it's feigning is what I call it now in my writing. They're feigning contributions. And they're doing as much as everybody else, and they're saying the right thing, and they're doing the right thing, and they're saving their butts, they're saving their jobs, but they're not really in there giving their whole. And so what I found is that if I can do interventions with these teams, it's talked about in the like one of my favorite books that recently came out. I don't think I have it here. Is about a team coach that it's called the $1 Trillion Coach.
Okay.
Have you heard of it?
I have not.
Okay. Team coach that worked with Steve Jobs. He worked with Apple, Microsoft. They call him the $1 Trillion Coach because he coached the teams for all these great leaders. And what he did was he built, what they're saying is that we all know Steve Jobs was a jerk, right? If he hadn't had a coach coaching his team, making everybody feel like they were belonging, getting people out of being selfish and not worried about conforming, they never would have created the great things that they did.
Wow.
Yeah. And this coach argued that you have coaches for individuals, you have coaches for sports teams. What makes you think you don't need a coach in a company? And my argument is you don't necessarily need a coach. You need a leader who thinks of themselves as a coach and who creates the environment that enables people to be this way, right? Blah, blah, blah.
So is that, okay, you immediately made me think, are you coming back to your self-managing teams idea then? Is that, because that's what that sounds like. That sounds
you have to let go of a lot of control. You have to still be in control. You have to recognize your control as a leader. Have to, and you have to enforce the norms, but you have to let the team help you know what the norms are that need to be created. Right. Because you don't see them, because nobody picks up the phone when you're talking.
Right.
So you let them tell you what's needed, and you continually tweak it, right? With this team self-evaluation continually, and you help them feel, and you give them a lot of control, but you still have to be there ready to be the leader when you need it. I'm not a huge proponent of self-managing teams anymore.
Oh, okay.
What I'm a proponent of is leaders who give up control, who are willing to give up control and step in only when the team needs them.
And behave more like a $1 trillion coach.
Behave like a $1 trillion coach, behave like a transformational leader, and not be overly controlling. Yeah. Which is hard for doctors.
Okay. So let's kind of, I wanted to make that kind of final leap. I've gotten to know you over the last couple of years because we've both been involved with the New Hampshire Physician Leadership Development Program that's being run at UNH out of the Paul College. And so you and I got to watch you teach a number of seminars to a group of physicians who were coming to learn leadership skills so that they could move from clinician to clinician leader. So what have you learned about, like physicians and their and the healthcare system through that experience, and what kind of leadership they need to learn?
Sure. So let me first say that the group that we're working with is a self-selected group. So these are people who want to move into leadership or are being encouraged. And so they're already a group of people who are not, I think, so hard to work with. But I've heard horror stories. One of the things we know, and this has been true, I've worked with a lot of engineers, but there are certain jobs. I mean, to become a doctor, you have to do so well on cognitive tasks that you have not honed your emotional intelligence, right? You haven't had to hone your emotional intelligence and your ability to empathize, and I think that the system, just like it does for lawyers. I've also worked with lawyers, and lawyers are really hard to work with. Because they're rewarded for being better than other people, right? Good judgment skills. Anyway, this group that we've been working with, they really get it. So one of the pleasures of working with them is how smart they are. If you give them an argument, they get it. And they're motivated to want to take it on and learn it, and, like no other group I've ever worked with. So first of all, I want to say that the dilemma is that they're taught, and it's our friend, it's our mutual buddy. What's his name? Neil Meehan, who told me this, and so I know this from Neil. They're trained to know that they are the person who stands between death and life. They have to be the decision maker. They cannot shirk their responsibility. They have to know what matters. And so they have a hard time letting go of control. And they're trained that way, and they're rewarded for that, right? As they're developing. So to me, the biggest challenge is not their motivation to want to do it with this group or their ability to get it or to be necessarily emotionally intelligent for this group, but it's the willingness to let go of control. Let in the information from the team, right?
So where have they shown hesitancy to let in the team?
So I've been working with them to examine the norms in their teams. All these folks are leaders, and they take the model with the norms and they go and they assess the norms and they come back. And, some of the norms are things like, a team self-evaluation, or allowing the team to have a little more control than the leader has, right? And they come back with a read on the norm, which is more them in control than the team members being in control. It's a very hierarchical environment.
Yeah,
and their training perpetuates that, right?
Yeah,
and it's exactly the kind of environment that needs people to be rewarded for speaking their mind, right?
Right. I mean, and I speak as if I was still in healthcare. I mean, we are trying in healthcare. I know we are trying to create better opportunities for people to speak up, particularly in pre-surgical situations. They now have a formal timeout where everybody has to agree that this is the patient and this is the thing we're doing, and which sounds a bit silly, but there's a real problem with wrong site surgeries and all those kinds of things. And when you are a patient in that situation, it seems like they're playing some sort of game, but it really is it's meant to be a norm that allows people to speak.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's really
So that's
powerful. I think it's really positive. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's working really well. Yeah, I would say. Although I just had some interesting experiences with my dad in a hospital, and my 89-year-old dad has recently had surgery and has been in and out of hospitals, and it's been fascinating to be a fly on the wall while these things are going on. Yeah.
Especially now that you've seen interacted with these leaders.
Yeah, not with the hospital that we've been working in. Not, this is he's
no, right,
yeah.
different hospital.
Yeah, and to see the hierarchy at play, see the hierarchy and just the whole all the way on down. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. I'm curious. I'll wrap up and now to just wrap up our chat. Where are you going now with your research? What's the most exciting thing you're working on?
Well, at the moment, I am trying to get a lot of writing done. So we've collected a lot of data, and I have been seduced to go out and do a lot of consulting work. So what happened is that we created this survey to collect data with, and then all of a sudden we were asked to use it in companies. And then all of a sudden people started inviting me in and using the survey. And so I've had this great pleasure to take all the skills that I've built over the years and to be working with teams. But it's completely distracted me from publishing all the research. I mean, you had to dig pretty far back to find my published articles, right? So at the moment, I'm writing things up. So I've got like 4 or 5 articles all in play, and I'm writing a book at the same time. And the book basically looks at my experience and my with working with teams and the theory, comparing the theory to the experience. And I don't have the I've been invited to do a book, so which is the great thing. And I don't want, before that invitation runs out, I want to get the book done. So that's kind of where I'm at, and it's very exciting to be able to write a book because I don't have to worry about reviewers,
You get to have your opinions.
I get to have my opinions. I just get to ramble on and on and on, like I'm talking with you, and that's fun. But I also really need to get those articles out. Otherwise, I'll, for the career.
Yeah.
That is. I know you do. Yeah.
I feel you. Well, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been great fun for me too, Mark. Thanks for inviting me. I'll see you soon, I hope.
You've been listening to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production of the College of Health and Human Services at the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. Please go to our website, healthleaderforge.org, for more information or to leave comments about today's podcast. Look for Health Leader Forge podcasts on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, and other podcast distribution sites. Thanks for being a part of the Health Leader Forge community, and we'll talk with you again soon.